Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-34. Lu Yin's question made startled Xiangyu shake his head. Not everything can be explained. Maybe it's an internal factor or an external force. No one knows. Anyway, let's deal with these bugs first. Although there are no immortal realms, there are too many of them. You have to support the consciousness universe, where the forces and families of the Western region are fighting. But you destroyed the Qing family, and the Tsangtian city is in chaos. Many families have moved, causing the forces of the Western region to weaken. This is also related to you. Lu Yin did not refuse. Although he wanted to return to Tianyuan, dealing with these bugs was the most important thing now. Otherwise, once these bugs spread throughout the entire ninth heaven universe, Lu Yin would be horrified at the thought of having hives everywhere. He wanted to destroy these bugs more than anyone else. The insectoid hive civilization was the most terrifying alien civilization that Lu Yin had ever encountered, and the battles between civilizations were the most magnificent and the most tragic. Besides, he also wanted to go to the consciousness universe. The ancestor was still there, and this was a good opportunity to take a look. Master Qingchao sighed. I wanted to use Tianyuan as a shield, but I was schemed against by Tianyuan. Don't you feel dramatic, startled Gate? Startled Xiangyu said lightly, no one is an absolute shield. Have you forgotten the crisis back then? Even Tianyuan and your spirits can't stop it. If we couldn't hide that time, ninth heaven would no longer exist. But we will try our best to help you escape, especially the Tianyuan universe. At least, we can preserve the spark of humanity. Lu Yin looked at startled Xiangyu. Was that so? Master Qingchao did not deny it, which meant that he admitted it. The human race had to survive in the universe. For the ninth heaven universe, if abandoning the Tianyuan universe could help them survive some kind of disaster, they would do so without hesitation. But if abandoning the Tianyuan universe could not withstand the disaster, then they would try their best to protect the Tianyuan universe and preserve the spark of humanity. Therefore, this was what the Great Master had said. It was both a shield and a burden. Is there a problem with supporting the consciousness universe? Startled Xiangyu asked. Lu Yin said, the biggest problem of the hive civilization is not the strongest Qing Xian, but the hives. No one knows how many hives there are in the universe. That's why the Tianyuan universe has not completely resolved the crisis. I suggest we send more cultivators. They don't necessarily have to participate in the direct battle. They need to search every corner and find the nest. Also, speaking up to this point, his expression turned serious. The hive is a desire. Some people wish to take revenge, wish to become stronger, wish to do what they couldn't do in the past, so they will be driven by their desires, resulting in the creation of a hive. This is very dangerous. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu said, I will list the insect nest as a taboo. Whoever dares to hide it will be committing a crime. That's not enough. Let's think of something else. Since the death hillock exists, it means that there are still people who break the rules. That means that there must be someone hiding a hive, Lu Yin said. The Grass Master agreed. We still have to think of a way to completely stop the spread of the hive. Lu Yin suddenly looked at Master Grass. What's your relationship with eternity? Jingmen Xiangyu also looked at Master Qingchao. Master Qingchao smiled faintly and looked at Lu Yin. It's all right. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. If you hadn't made an agreement with the ninth heaven universe not to go to the Tianyuan universe, the Eternals would not have developed. Eternity is quite famous in the ninth heaven universe. At least the death hillock knows of his existence. Master Grass said, not letting the ninth heaven universe go to the Tianyuan universe is for your own good. I don't want the Tianyuan universe to become the next spiritualized universe. Of course, it's not really out of kindness. It's just that the Tian Yuan universe can become a second universe for the spiritualized universe's cultivators to survive in. He did not avoid it. If one day there are only 2 eternal realm cultivators left in the 9th heaven universe, I can take the spiritualized universe with me. There's nothing to worry about. If the 9th heaven universe wants the spiritualized universe, I can give it to them. At most, it will be an empty shell. Alarmed Gate Shangyu's tone turned cold. You can't leave. Master Grass laughed. That's why I said to wait until there are only 2 eternal realm cultivators left. Lu Yin still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Master Grass. Little guy, I have no obligation to answer your question, but I can kindly remind you of one thing. Find your goal, find your direction, and see this universe clearly. Whether it's the human race or some other creatures, they are too bloated. In fact, the purpose of everyone's existence is just to survive. It's that simple. As long as you can survive, you can pay any price, right? After saying that, he left. Lu Yin looked at Master Grass's back as he left. The words, survive, kept repeating in his mind. Was it really just to survive? It seemed like a very simple reason, but when one saw the universe clearly, it was the most difficult. Lu Yin suddenly wanted to laugh. In the past, he cultivated to become stronger, to control a region, and even to become a dominator. But when he really reached this level, he realized that cultivation was just for freedom. However, if he continued to cultivate, he would realize that the ultimate purpose was to survive. Even if the eternal realm cultivators could theoretically live forever, they still had to work hard to survive. It was ridiculous that in the end, cultivation was just to survive. There was no possibility of prolonging the lifespan of a mortal for 100 years. Even if they wanted to live, they couldn't work hard. On the contrary, many people worked hard to live more comfortably and freely. Cultivators were not as good as mortals. Cultivation was a circle, and the universe was also a circle. All creatures, from birth to death, could not avoid that circle. It was the same for the eternal realm. What was the purpose of cultivation? What was the meaning of his existence? Cultivators had no meaning at all. This universe was truly eternal. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, the universe model of the 9th heaven suddenly crashed toward him. He stood still and the model shattered, turning into light spots and dissipating. He turned around and looked at Jingmin Shangyu. Jingmin Shangyu also looked at him. Everyone's state of mind is different. Immortality exists in the individual. Don't think too much. It's useless for you to think too much now. Lu Yin's forehead was dripping with sweat. He did think too much just now, so much so that his mind was confused and he almost went mad. Once he really went mad, whether it was cultivation or fighting, there would be hesitation. Even if it was difficult for him to detect the hesitation, it would become the biggest obstacle to a breakthrough in the future, and he might even die on the battlefield. If it weren't for Jingmin Shangyu, he would be in danger. Thank you, Senior. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Jingmin Shangyu looked at Lu Yin. How was the full sensory universe? Lu Yin had forgotten that he had returned to report the situation of the full sensory universe to Shangyu. Lu Yin told him about the battle with the transparent moth. Jingmin Shangyu listened calmly. It was very dangerous. If it weren't for your support, they would have been wiped out. This is the war of the universe. Sometimes, numbers can't decide. When Lu Yin was in the full sensory universe, he wondered if it was a trap or something. Qing Xing's words kept reminding him, but now that he thought about it, he knew that he had thought too much. That transparent moth, in the entire 9th heaven universe, except for himself and the 3 supremes, who else could deal with it? A powerhouse like Dan Hong might be able to escape unscathed, but the cultivators on the night pillar definitely couldn't be saved. The goal of that battle was to eliminate the full sensory universe creature. In the entire ninth heaven universe, only he could provide support. Jingmin Shangyu looked at Lu Yin and said solemnly, "Don't underestimate any universe creature. Some creatures may seem weak, but they may be our nemesis." Lu Yin nodded. "I understand." Ninth heaven universe, western region. There was a huge mountain range that looked like a human palm from the sky. It pressed down on the ground. That was the Five Palm Mountain, where the Great Five Palms sect was located. The Great Five Palms sect was the most unpredictable and lawless sect in the ninth heaven universe. Their goal was to defeat the Supremes, and their dream was to overthrow the Supremes. Every generation of the Great Five Palm sect's master had challenged the Supremes, but only the first generation had succeeded. No one knew why the Great Five Palm sect was established. It was speculated that the first generation's master had a conflict with the Supremes, but it wasn't to the extent of continuing the conflict to the next generation. The ultimate goal of the Great Five Palm sect was to defeat the Supremes, but before that, they kept repeating their goal of defeating the Supremes. Challenging those of a higher level was what they did most often, and if they wanted to do that, they needed to fight. If they wanted to fight, words alone were useless. They also needed to be capable. In the words of the Great Five Palms sect, they would root out the strong and help the weak. They would roar when they saw injustice, and they would take action when needed. In the words of others, they were meddling in other people's business. No matter how others saw it, that was the style of the Great Five Palms sect. Most of the time, the Great Five Palms sect's members didn't even dare to come back because there were too many troublemakers. Everyone blocked the Five Palm Mountain and stared at it. It was like a second Hefeng Mountain. In fact, the Great Five Palm sect had originally occupied a much larger area, but after the third generation's master, they had become much more secretive. Yuya was still a very troublesome enemy. Lu Yin appeared at the foot of the Five Palm Mountain, and when he looked up, he saw that the enormous mountain range really did look like a palm pressing down on the ground. This place was extremely far away from Hidden Sky City, and the mountain range didn't press down on the ground, but rather on the yellow sand. Many cities had been built around this place, and they were all built by the families or independent cultivators who didn't like the Great Five Palms sect. If the Great Five Palms sect found trouble with others, others would find trouble with them as well. This was why Si Jiushi didn't dare to use his identity as one of the Great Five Palms sect outside. There were people everywhere at the foot of the Five Palm Mountain, and they were all constantly watching. "That brat went in, right?" Fourth junior sister said that she saw him go in. "Brothers, spread out, and we'll definitely be able to keep an eye on him. Don't be careless. These shameless bastards have done this many times. It's impressive that he was able to escape, but he can forget about leaving. Third brother, are we just going to keep an eye on him? What else can we do?" In order to force father into a battle with her, that bitch actually dug out all of father's secret stashes. The family is in a mess now, and mother's family won't let this matter rest. We can hide here and have some peace. But she's really powerful. She actually defeated father. This is the Great Five Palm sect, where the junior defeats the senior. Father is just one realm higher than her. If he was 2 realms higher, this wouldn't have happened. Brother Mu, we're here. Thank you, brothers. That despicable person forced Brother Mu many times, and Brother Mu's condition isn't good, which is why he lost. This time, with our support and Brother Mu's continuous hard work, he will definitely be able to wash away this humiliation. That's right. I'm just afraid that the despicable person won't dare to accept the challenge. That can't be. Brother Mu personally went to the Five Palm Mountain. But that despicable person's realm is the same as Brother Mu's. The Great Five Palm sect's rules state that the junior defeats the senior. This, no matter what, I must fight him. The junior defeats the senior. Dream on. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-35. Lu Yin scanned the area with his consciousness, and his lips curled up. That's right. This Five Palms sect is even more hateful than I thought. Interesting. He stepped forward and disappeared. There were many people at the foot of Five Palm Mountain, but there weren't many on top of it. Look, it's that guy. I punched him once, and he's still holding a grudge. He actually chased after me. 7th junior brother is mighty. 6th senior brother is here as well. Is there anyone looking for trouble? A loser. So what if he lost? He actually wants to fight me at the same realm. What a joke. Do you think I'm such a casual person? That's right. If you're not a realm higher than us, you won't have the right to fight. Look, Senior Lu is so beautiful. She's so valiant. She's not just beautiful. Senior Lu is too ruthless. In order to force someone to fight, she spent half a year investigating that person's mistress. That person had no choice but to fight. Her condition was that no one could reveal the secret regardless of who won or lost. And the result? Of course, Senior Lu won. That's not right. I passed by a group of people on my way back, and they seemed to have heard about it. How did it get leaked? Sure. It was Senior Lu who leaked it. She said that person was shameless and disregarded his promise to his first wife. That's why Senior Lu didn't keep her promise. Senior Lu is like that. That family sent people to watch her and beat her up as soon as she leaves. Hey, isn't that Senior Lu? When did Senior Lu come back? Not far away, Si Jiushi was sitting in a beast carriage. He pulled open the curtains and smiled from time to time. The disciples of the Five Palm sect bowed to him everywhere, including Senior Lu. She seemed cold, but she was extremely respectful to Si Jiushi. Si Jiushi was the third-generation senior of the Five Palm sect. He was a progenitor, and there weren't many in the sect who had a higher status than him. He hid his identity outside, but when he returned, he was the center of attention. It was very comfortable. Soon, the beast carriage disappeared. Senior Lu is so impressive. I heard that he's good friends with Mr. Lu. I heard that too. Senior Lu was able to ascend the 7th night pillar to witness the restart of the Orchid universe because of Mr. Lu. Senior Lu. Rumor has it that Martial Granduncle fought with Junior Palace building Luo Ning at the 7th night pillar. Even though he lost, it was still a glorious defeat. Why did I hear that he was beaten up badly? I heard that Martial Granduncle was tricked by Great Dream Sky's Wu Jia. There's no such thing. With Mr. Lu around, who would dare to provoke Grandmaster? That's true. He's really a ruthless person. In the distance, Lu Yin smiled as he watched the beast carriage depart. Fate was something that was destined by the heavens, and one would encounter it wherever one went. The beast carriage headed directly below the Five Palm Mountain. The Five Palms Mountain looked like a palm, but everyone in the Great Five Palm sect knew that it was not as simple as a palm. It was a palm that came from the first generation of the Great Five Palm sect. His palms faced downwards and swelled up high. Below his palms, there was a terrifying power that continuously pressed down and peeled off the void. This was the Great Five Palms technique. Everyone in the Great Five Palms sect had to cultivate there and constantly feel the pain of being pressed down by the palm. They persevered day after day and cultivated day after day, gradually developing the ambition to overturn that palm. They did not want to be suppressed by others, and they wanted to overturn everything that was above them. This was the origin of the Great Five Palms sect's atmosphere. Some things did not need to be said. A unique environment could create a unique atmosphere. Inside the beast carriage, Si Jiushi lowered the curtains and looked forward. I'm back. He was very unwilling to return, as he did not know if there were any enemies waiting to cause trouble for him outside. However, he had no choice but to return. He would run into Lu Yin wherever he went, be it the Eastern Domain, the Northern Domain, or the Seventh Night Pillar. He did not know where to go, and it seemed that returning was the safest option. Marshal Granduncle was also unlucky. He had heard that Ku Yuan, that crazy woman, had dragged him to the Fifth Night Pillar, and that Lu Yin had been the head of the Fifth Night Pillar. Now that the Fifth Night Pillar had returned, Lu Yin did not know if he would stay in the full sensory universe or something else. He also did not know how the war in the full sensory universe was going, but he hoped that Lu Yin would stay there for a while longer. Marshal Granduncle, your character is not good, so you can't blame others. Lu Yin could not help but smile. He felt the thrill of revenge. Why are you smiling so happily? A familiar voice rang out. It was right beside him. Si Jushi subconsciously replied, Marshal Granduncle Lang Ryu was dragged to the Fifth Night Pillar, and that Lu Yin is there as well. I feel sorry for Marshal Granduncle. Is that so? Si Jushi's expression suddenly changed, and he turned around in a daze. His mouth gaped open as he screamed like he had seen a ghost. The carriage stopped abruptly, and the driver rushed in. When he saw Lu Yin, his face paled and he immediately bowed, Mr. Lu. Lu Yin nodded, we meet again. Keep driving. Yes. The carriage door closed. Lu Yin grinned at Si Jushi, you don't seem happy to see me. Si Jushi stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, why are you here? Why am I at Five Palm Mountain? Are you surprised? Lu Yin asked. Si Jushi was stunned, unable to process the situation. Surprised? How could he not be surprised? How could he not be surprised? This was Five Palm Mountain, not the Night Pillar or the startling Sparrow Terrace. Why was Lu Yin everywhere? He couldn't have been following him, could he? The carriage moved, heading down Five Palm Mountain. Lu Yin parted the curtains, the scenery here isn't bad. The disciples are lively, and the atmosphere is good. I like it. Si Jushi suppressed his shock and looked at Lu Yin bitterly, Mr. Lu, why are you here? Weren't you in the omnisensory universe? How's my uncle? The war in the omnisensory universe is over. Your uncle stayed there to deal with the aftermath, so I came back first. Then why are you here? I'd like to ask the Great Five Palms sect for a favor. Si Jushi felt like the sky had darkened when he heard this. It was a huge cauldron that came crashing down on Five Palm Mountain. No, he couldn't agree. But how could he refuse? Lu Yin frowned at Si Jushi, you don't seem to welcome me. No, of course we welcome you, Mr. Lu. Please don't misunderstand, Si Jushi hurriedly said. Lu Yin grunted, that's good. I know myself well, so if I'm not welcomed, I'll just leave. I don't like to make a fool of myself, right? Si Jushi smiled, right my ass. If Lu Yin really wasn't welcome, he suspected that Five Palm Mountain would be torn apart. Didn't you see that the Jin clan didn't do anything but inexplicably suffered a palm strike just to divert the conflict? This guy was simply lawless. Everyone said that the Great Five Palms sect was lawless, but compared to this person, they were too pure. Not long after, the carriage stopped, and the driver said, Mister, this is as far as I can go. Lu Yin stepped out of the carriage and looked ahead. In front of him was the area directly below the Five Palm Mountain. The void was twisting, and Lu Yin recognized it as the Great Five Palms technique. Before coming here, he had never thought that the Great Five Palms technique would be displayed so openly. But if he really wanted to learn the Great Five Palm technique here, it would be a pipe dream. The Great Five Palm technique relied on stripping and banishing the void. No matter how one tried to escape, they would be trapped within a single palm. It contained many variations and was constantly sealed. It wasn't something that could be learned just by looking. Lu Yin's Great Five Palm technique wasn't the real thing, it was merely a simulation of its power. If he and Si Jiushi were on the same level, they would be able to determine who was the stronger one. But even if it was fake, few people would be able to see through it. So what if it was fake? Even if it didn't have any mysteries behind it, there were only a handful of people in the entire ninefold universe who could block it. Si Jiushi stood slightly behind Lu Yin, and the disciples of the Great Five Palms sect walked out and bowed when they saw him. Mr. Lu, I'll report to the sect master that you've arrived. No need. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked forward. The next moment, the void split apart, and the disciples of the Great Five Palms sect who had been about to come out were all moved to other positions. Only one person walked out. When Si Jiushi saw who it was, he was shocked. Sect Master. This person was the current sect master of the Great Five Palms sect. He was known as the master of the Great Five Palms sect, Mr. Tai Deer. The previous masters of the Great Five Palms sect had all been fat and muscular, but the current Mr. Tai Deer had a scholarly air about him. He looked weak and fragile. But no one dared to underestimate him. Mr. Tai Deer had been a weak scholar who had accidentally entered the Great Five Palms sect. In just a few years after joining, he had gone from being a skinny kid who had been bullied to a genius who was both civil and martial. The Great Five Palms sect's disciples were adept at challenging those who were stronger than them, but Mr. Tai Deer had specifically challenged those from the same sect. In his era, everyone in the Great Five Palms sect had been beaten into submission, and no one dared to challenge him. After the third master of the Great Five Palms sect had been defeated by Yu Ye and disappeared, Mr. Tai Deer had taken over the sect and become the fourth master of the Great Five Palms sect. Many people said that Mr. Tai Deer had become the master of the Great Five Palms sect purely because the sect needed to change, and the results were just as many had guessed. The Great Five Palms sect was no longer as lawless as it had been in the past. Even though they still challenged those below them, they kept a much lower profile, not even revealing their identity to a third-generation disciple like Si Jiushi. But only those from the Great Five Palms sect knew that Mr. Tai Deer had fought his way to the top. No, he hadn't even made a move, as no one could compete with him. As for why the Great Five Palms sect kept a low profile, that was because they had too few disciples, and several cultivators of the same generation as Mr. Tai Deer had died when returning with the sixth night pillar. When the sixth night pillar had been cut off, several experts from the Great Five Palms sect had died as well. The Great Five Palms sect welcomes Mr. Lu. Mr. Tai Deer's temperament was gentle, and he stood in front of Lu Yin with a refreshing smile. Lu Yin politely replied, "Sorry to disturb you, senior." Mr. Tai Deer smiled, "It is the Great Five Palms sect's honor to have you here. Please. Please." Si Jiushi had nothing else to do, so Lu Yin followed Mr. Tai Deer into Five Palm Mountain and gradually disappeared. Si Jiushi heaved a sigh of relief. Since he wasn't called, there was no need for him to go. He looked out of Five Palm Mountain and hesitated whether or not he should leave. He had to leave. Something good must have happened for Lu Yin to come here. Just as he was thinking this, Mr. Tai Deer's voice rang out, "Ninth Fatty, serve tea." Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Transin Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Editor, Transin for T. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-36. Si Jiushi's face twitched. Serve tea. Did he hear wrong? When did he learn how to serve tea? He had no choice. Since Mr. Tidestar had asked, he had to do it. Helplessly, he entered Five Palm Mountain as well. Five Palm Mountain is split into two peaks. Go up and drink tea, and go down to cultivate. The pressure of the Five Palm Mountain is used to train the disciples' temperament. If they can overcome their superiors, then they can go up and drink tea. However, what they taste is not tea, but the fruit of victory. Along the way, Mr. Tidestar introduced the Five Palm Mountain to Lu Yin. The disciples they met along the way all looked at Lu Yin as if they had seen a ghost. It was as if a god was standing among mortals. Even though the Five Palm Mountain specialized in overcoming superiors, they had only succeeded once in defeating the divine defense. Lu Yin was an even more ferocious existence than the divine defense. His sword had cut through the four regions, startled Sparrow Terrace, Lunar Cliff, and Starsail. It was said that he had even defeated Yu Sang Tian. He had even said that Dan Xiong was no match for him, which meant that besides the dead Rushi, he had single-handedly suppressed four lesser gods. He was a true powerhouse second only to the superior god. Yu Jiuxiao's support had always been the eternal ruler, but Lu Yin was an exception. This meant that in the eternal ruler's eyes, Lu Yin was qualified to be a match for him. Now that such a person had suddenly appeared, even the Five Palm Mountain's disciples would not ignore him. Some time later, Mr. Tidestar brought Lu Yin up the mountain to a pavilion at the highest point. He gestured for Lu Yin to take a seat. Lu Yin looked into the distance, his vision clearly encompassing the entire Gate of Five Palms. He could even see the troublemakers outside the Gate of Five Palms. He laughed. Mr. Tidestar's hobby is very unique. Mr. Tidestar laughed. The Five Palm Mountain doesn't have a good reputation because of this hobby. While accomplishing your goal, you can befriend 3 to 5 disciples and watch the people outside looking for trouble. To be honest, the first time I experienced this, I felt uneasy. It felt like I was being immoral, but I'm used to it now. Si Jiushi arrived and respectfully served tea. Lu Yin's lips curled into a smile. At least the 5 great sects don't do anything that offends the heavens and reason. They don't have any bad morals, which is much better than Wujie. Si Jiushi was shocked. Wujie. Mr. Tidestar was surprised. Sir, you met Wujie. At the 7th night pillar. When the Guanlon universe rebooted. He won't make trouble for Sir, will he? Lu Yin smiled and sipped his tea. He wants me to slap myself. Si Jiushi's hand trembled, and he instantly sympathized with Wujie. Master Tide listener smiled bitterly. This Wujie has used Dream of 1,000 Years to trick many people over the years. Moreover, with Dream of 1,000 Years as his backing, no one can do anything to him. It's his bad luck to have met you. Lu Yin glanced at Si Jiushi and asked, do you have any enemies outside? Si Jiushi smiled hastily and said, Mister, you must be joking. I've never offended anyone in the continent of the 9 clouds. Nobody knows who I am. The Jin clan didn't come either. Lu Yin was curious. Si Jiushi shook his head. No. He didn't understand why Lu Yin had suddenly brought this up. The Jin clan's matter had nothing to do with the Great 5 Palaces. If the Great 5 Palaces knew, then the Jin clan knew as well. Since he knew that it was fake, why did he come and find trouble with the 5 great sects? Mr. Tide listening took a sip of tea and said nothing. Lu Yin put down his teacup. I was the one who did that to the Jin clan. Does Mr. Tide sounding know? Mr. Tide listening looked at Lu Yin. Yes, Ninefang mentioned it. I apologize for letting the Great 5 Palaces take the blame. Lu Yin raised his teacup and looked at Mr. Tide listening. But Mr. Tide listening didn't raise his teacup. Instead, he stared at Lu Yin. The Great 5 Palaces have a bad reputation, but we admit to everything we do. If we did something, we did it. If we didn't do it, we won't admit it, and we won't allow others to wrongly accuse us. Mister's actions are not very good. Si Jiushi blinked. The great 5 palaces were mighty, and there weren't many people who dared to speak to Lu Yin like this. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. That's why I want to apologize. Mr. Tide listening turned his teacup but didn't raise it. There's no need to apologize. He turned to look outside. Look at them. Many people have reasons for their resentment, and some reasons are worthy of their resentment. The great 5 palaces don't do things according to reason, but according to what we need. Sometimes, it's inevitable that things aren't light or heavy. If apologizing was useful, they wouldn't be there. We look at them with amusement, and you look at us the same way. The spectators don't care about this kind of amusement, but the ones being looked at will feel aggrieved. The great 5 palaces aren't willing to suffer such grievances. Lu Yin put down his teacup. So, what do you want to do, Mr. Tide listening? Mr. Tide listening stared at Lu Yin. Here, we only believe in 4 words, the weak subdue the strong. I've heard that you're still in the primordial realm, while I'm at tribulation transcendence. Lu Yin understood. You can teach me at any time. The pavilion fell silent. Mr. Tide listening continued to stare into the distance, not in a hurry to act. Si Jiushi slowly backed away. He should have thought of this. How could Mr. Tide listening take the blame without saying anything? No matter how powerful Lu Yin was, the great 5 palaces weren't afraid of him. Si Jiushi had been suppressed the first time he met Lu Yin, but even he wanted to fight to the death, let alone Mr. Tide listening. It was fine to make the great 5 palaces take the blame, but it was also fine to make them feel aggrieved, as long as they showed their strength. Lu Yin's display of invincibility had left the entire ninefold universe speechless. The great 5 palaces were definitely not his match, but Si Jiushi couldn't be too cowardly. How could the weak subdue the strong? How could they inherit the great 5 palaces' integrity? Mr. Tide listening didn't want to defeat Lu Yin, but he wanted Lu Yin to give him a reason to be convinced. The great 5 palaces only believed that the weak subdued the strong. When Si Jiushi retreated 100 meters away, Mr. Tide listening looked away and poured himself a cup of tea. Lu Yin stopped him. I should be pouring tea for you, Mr. Tide listening. Mr. Tide listening acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued pouring tea. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the stone table, causing the tea in the teapot to spill out. The small teacup rippled as it spun around, but it couldn't fill up. It was clearly a small cup, but it seemed bottomless. Mr. Tide listening's gaze turned cold. His left arm that was pouring tea pressed against the stone table. A light breeze swept past where the stone table was connected to the ground. Si Jiushi was almost flipped over by this light breeze that came from the bottom of his feet. He looked at the bottom of the stone table in bewilderment. He had never imagined that he would be flipped over by the great 5 palaces from the bottom. Mr. Tide listening pressed down on the table, trying to use the great 5 palaces to fill the cup to the brim. But no matter how hard he tried, the whirlpool wouldn't stop. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he stared off into the distance. Aside from tapping his finger on the stone table, he did nothing else. With a sigh, Mr. Tide listening put down the teapot. I'm impressed. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Tide listening and smiled, picking up the teapot. I told you, I'll pour this cup. He poured the tea, filling it to the brim. Please. Mr. Tide listening picked up the teacup and faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin picked up his as well, and they both smiled before downing the contents in one gulp. Drinking tea brought out the heroism of wine. Si Jiushi stepped forward and poured tea for the two once more. As for the matter with the Jin clan, it was over. Mr. Lu, your strength is unparalleled in both ancient and modern times, and your sword can suppress the 9 firmaments. But I'm curious, where did you learn the great 5 palaces? Lu Yin glanced at him. You didn't tell Mr. Tide listening. I did, Si Jiushi hurriedly replied. Mr. Tide listening laughed. Ninth Fatty told me that Mr. Lu's great 5 palaces came from the 3rd generation's master. Yuya took over the body of the 3rd generation's master and fought with Mr. Lu. That was when Mr. Lu learned of our feud with Yuya, but in theory, Mr. Lu shouldn't have been able to learn the great 5 palaces under those circumstances. Lu Yin nodded. That's right, it was fake back then. But that was real, Mr. Tide Listener said. Would you believe me if I said that I just learned it? Mr. Tide Listening stared at Lu Yin in a daze, then sighed. Mr. Lu's talent is rarely seen in both ancient and modern times. I'm impressed. Si Jiushi looked at Lu Yin like he was a monster. This guy's great 5 palaces had been fake, but he'd been able to learn it just by walking around 5 Palms Mountain once. How could there be such a person in the world? Lu Yin took a sip of tea. Now that your doubts have been cleared, it's time for me to get down to business. Mr. Tide Listening's expression changed. Please, Mr. Lu. Do you know where the 3rd and 8th night pillars went? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Tide Listening nodded. Anyone with some ability in the Ninja Firmament's universe knows about the alien threat. People from all 4 filaments have gone to war, and my great 5 palms also sent people to join the night pillars. Is your visit related to this matter? Lu Yin looked at Mr. Tide Listening. I hope that the great 5 palms can help me bring more people to the consciousness universe. You want to reinforce the consciousness universe? That's right. As far as I know, the consciousness universe is defended by cultivators from the western regions. Many of my disciples have gone as well, joining the ranks of wandering cultivators. If you can help, the consciousness universe will be stabilized. What's the point of having an extra 5 palms? Mr. Tide Listening was confused. Lu Yin slowly explained the characteristics of the insectoid hive. The more Mr. Tide Listening and Si Jiushi listened, the more serious their expressions became. That's why the threat of the insectoid hive isn't focused on the insects that have already appeared, but rather on the hives. Only by finding all of the hives can we resolve this crisis, or the Ninja Firmament's universe will forever be in the eyes of the insectoid hive. You should know that Emperor Mi Jin once said that this is the greatest weapon in the universe. You know your limits. That's why the Ninja Firmament's universe cannot be exposed. But my great 5 palms doesn't have that many people, even fewer than the Bitter Abyss, Mr. Tide Listening said. The Bitter Abyss had fewer people, but they were noticed because they were the strongest power in the northern regions. The Great 5 Palms actually had fewer people than the Bitter Abyss, but because they didn't have the same reputation as the Bitter Abyss, not many people cared about them. With the characteristics of the sect, the fewer people there were, the better. The Great 5 Palms only accepted disciples based on luck. One had to know that there were many enemies of the 5 Palm Mountain outside. It was extremely difficult to enter the 5 Palm Mountain to become a disciple. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Treader update. Henyi Translations Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Editor, Henyi Translations Free Instruction. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-37. Lu Yin chuckled and pointed outside. The 5 great gates have fewer people, but they have more. Mr. Tide Listener and Si Jiushi stared blankly outside. What did he mean? The next day, Lu Yin left 5 Palm Mountain and headed for the 13 cities. The 13 cities weren't actually 13 cities, but rather a single city called the 13 Cities. This was the Spirit Alliance's base, and it was formed by 13 outer universe lifeforms. They had teamed up to deal with the bullying of cultivators from the 9th Heaven universe, which was why the city was called the 13 Cities. If one more outer universe lifeform was added, it would be called the 14 Cities. A few days later, Lu Yin arrived outside the 13 cities and looked into the distance. It was very lively. At the same time, outside 5 Palm Mountain, angry shouts could be heard everywhere. What did you say? That bastard is running. Not that bastard, those bastards are running. The entire 5 great gates. Yes, I heard that the 5 great gates are moving. It wasn't just outside 5 Palm Mountain, the entire 9th heaven universe was filled with angry shouts. The 5 great gates always had a way to drive people crazy. In the western region, many figures were heading towards 5 Palm Mountain. What? Father has a mistress. Not good, the family will really fall out if this is revealed. Stop her. Not long after, another group passed by. Brother Mu, I heard that despicable person wants to announce your defeat to the entire 9th heaven universe. He's too despicable, and now he wants to run. We can't let him go. Not run. But support the universe of consciousness. With Luin. Is Mr. Lu going to support the universe of consciousness too? Luin is going to support the universe of consciousness with the 5 great gates. Under the yellow sand, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, and discussions could be heard. The eyes twitched and then closed again as if they had never opened. At the peak of 5 Palm Mountain, Si Jiosher's expression turned ugly as he put down his thoughts. My reputation is gone. Mr. Tide Listener looked at him sympathetically. Jiu Pang, don't think too much. Si Jiosher was about to cry. How could he not think too much? On the surface, he didn't reveal his identity, but in the dark, he used his various identities to cause trouble for others. And those people who were causing trouble for him were on good terms with Si Jiosher on the surface. If that wasn't the case, how could he cause trouble for those people? Just now, in order to find more people to go to the universe of consciousness, he had revealed his identity. Then, he had been scolded and cursed. Some people were afraid that he would reveal some secrets. He had threatened them, so many people were on their way here. Why should we help Luin? Sijioshi asked bitterly. Mr. Tide Listening clapped Si Jiosher's shoulder and said, Mr. Lu is aggressive and unscrupulous, but what he does is for the good of the continent of the 9 clouds. Besides, his promises are too valuable. Luin had the Great 5 Palms use all sorts of methods to attract cultivators to follow him to the consciousness universe. He had promised to make the Great 5 Palms the second Dream Sky. Dream Sky had been passed down by Jin Shangyu, and no one dared to provoke them, not even a bastard like Wu Jie. In essence, the Great 5 Palms were no different from Wu Jie. They just liked to challenge their superiors and didn't do anything outrageous. Thus, Luin was willing to stand behind them, which gave the Great 5 Palms enough confidence to prevent the tragedy of the 3rd generation master of the Great 5 Palms from happening again. Many of the Great 5 Palms disciples had died in challenges outside, and the 3rd generation master of the Great 5 Palms had been a thorn in their side. They wouldn't take the initiative to kill, but that might not be the case for their opponents. This was especially true when they met someone as strong as Yuya. It would be different if they had Luin as their backer. The Great 5 Palms' unscrupulous nature required someone to support them. No matter how Si Jiosher viewed Luin, he couldn't deny Lu Yin's status in the continent of the 9 clouds. Mr. Tide Listening had a complicated expression. If the 3rd generation master of the Great 5 Palms had met Luin, the outcome would have been different. Back in the 13 cities, Luin looked at the people coming and going on the streets and was a little confused. Were these people? To be honest, he had never seen so many strange people before. The entire city was filled with the auras of creatures from other universes. Most of the people here were the Shi, followed by the members of the 13 clans that formed the Spirit Alliance. Although some of the clans weren't in the western regions, many of them were still active in the 13 cities. Luin saw the Jin clan from the eastern regions, the Battle clan, and the White Jades. They were the closest to humans. Some of the creatures from other universes didn't even look like humans, but those who had been accepted by the continent of the 9 clouds and joined the Spirit Alliance were already recognized as members of the human race. The 13 clans had formed the Spirit Alliance and worked together to prevent themselves from being bullied. However, there were many conflicts within the 13 cities. Lu Yin hadn't been there for long when he saw no less than 5 battles. One of them involved hundreds of creatures, and the Shi had also joined the fray. It was very chaotic and couldn't compare to Changtian City. He immediately went to find Hui. There was a woman at the center of the 13 cities. Whenever there were too many people fighting, her aura would oppress the entire city. She was Hui, the founder of the Spirit Alliance and its strongest person. She had cultivated her spirit to become a complete Ku adversity cultivator. Hui was Lan's master and should have died a long time ago. However, she had been sealed in ice all year round to extend her lifespan. Even so, she didn't have many years left to live. Her greatest wish now was to find a successor to control the Spirit Alliance in her place. When Lu Yin appeared in front of Hui, she wasn't surprised and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." Lu Yin nodded. "It's been a long time, Senior Hui." Hui said in a low voice, "I don't deserve to be called senior. I've troubled you with Lan's matter. It's my fault for not teaching her well and letting her. All right, Li has already told me. However, I'll have to see if it has anything to do with you." His fingertips formed a spiral that moved towards Hui. Hui could sense an invisible force approaching, but she didn't avoid it. She stood in place calmly. As the karmic spiral passed through, Lu Yin watched for a while and nodded. "Forgive me, Senior." Hui gestured for him to sit. "Please take a seat, Mr." Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. Hui sat across from him and poured tea for him. "No need. I drank a lot at the Great Five Palms sect. I have something to trouble you with. Please tell me, Mr. It's no trouble at all. I'll do it as long as it's within my means." Hui was very sincere, perhaps because she had been the housekeeper of Sky Beyond. Although Lan's status was noble and seemed to be on the same level as Sang Tian, she still had to bow to Sang Tian. The housekeeper of Sky Beyond was the person who served you Sang Tian. When such a person was sincere, no one could find any fault with her attitude. "Find more people to accompany me to support the universe of consciousness. We can also publicize that the Hive Civilization wasn't just a threat to the Ninth Heaven universe, it was also a threat to the Tianyuan universe." Lu Yin wanted to completely remove this threat, not just support them. This matter involved the entire human race. Hui didn't delay and gave the order to use the Spirit Alliance's influence to inform the entire Ninth Heaven universe of the Hive crisis. This was just the Spirit Alliance. The startled Lord must have taken action as well. The startled Lord's power wasn't something the Spirit Alliance could compare to. "Don't worry, Mr. The 13 clans will definitely send people to support the universe of consciousness. I've already ordered them to send people," Hui said. Lu Yin nodded. "Thank you. You're welcome." Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released a person. It was the woman who led the team to approach the palace from Etion, Quebec. This woman had mentioned the Spirit Alliance before and said that they could help people get the Spirit Alliance's protection. She had a deep relationship with the Spirit Alliance, so Lu Yin let her out. If she was really from the Spirit Alliance, it could be considered as returning a favor. Moreover, he didn't need those people to stay in Mount Supreme anymore. He might as well let them all go. Most of those people were from various large families. Some of them belonged to powerful forces, such as the Luo family and Death Hill. After the woman came out, she immediately bowed to Lu Yin without hesitation. The reason was Zhang Yushu from the Lonely Swan Island. Zhang Yushu had been released twice. The first time was in Changtian City, when Lu Yin let him contact the Lonely Swan Island to snatch Duke Xian's corpse. The second time was when he saw Zhang Hongyun. During this time, Zhang Yushu returned to Mount Supreme and communicated with the captured cultivators of the ninth heaven universe. The few words that Zhang Hongyun revealed to Zhang Yushu made the captured cultivators give up any thoughts of resistance. They didn't even have the thought of negotiating. They immediately bowed after they came out. I have offended you, Senior. Please forgive me. The woman was extremely respectful and didn't even look around. Lu Yin gestured for her to look behind. The woman looked behind and saw Hui. She was pleasantly surprised. Senior Hui. Hui looked at the woman in confusion. You are. The woman said excitedly, I am Lian Shuang. Senior Hui might not remember me, but Lian Shuang still remembers that it was because of Senior Hui's help that I was able to avoid dying in that sandstorm. Senior Hui, do you remember that sandstorm outside the 13 cities? Hui remembered. I remember you. You're the first little girl I rescued. Lian Shuang hurriedly bowed. I'm indebted to you, Senior Hui. I've always wanted to find you to thank you for saving my life, so I stayed in the 13 cities to cultivate. By chance, I obtained a scab and went to Yehai to try to become a disciple of the Azure Lotus Emperor. I failed, but I was chosen to be the guide of the Azure Lotus Emperor. I was in charge of leading the young cultivators of the ninth heaven universe to the consciousness universe to train. I wanted to find you after I came back, but I didn't expect. She looked at Lu Yin. Hui also looked at Lu Yin and understood that he had captured her in the consciousness universe. The Azure Lotus Emperor was the only connection between the consciousness universe and the ninth heaven universe. Many cultivators of the ninth heaven universe could apply to go to the consciousness universe every once in a while to get close to the palace. No one knew what was in the palace, but they guessed that it contained the memories of an eternal life realm cultivator. Everyone thought that it was a test and opportunity given by the eternal life realm. However, after so many years, no one had been able to get close to the palace. She had been tempted and wanted to go, but she didn't have the qualifications. Those who didn't belong to the ninth heaven universe couldn't go. Lian Shuang had been captured by Lu Yin, and it was said that the palace was separated from the consciousness universe. This meant that Lu Yin had already passed through that separation and tried to get close to the palace. This information flashed through Hui's mind for a moment. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. National Day was too busy, and it was hard to take a break. It was tiring. The web version is slow. I'll provide you with the fastest star-stepping update, Henyi Translations Hanli's Wuxia Adventures. Editor, Henyi Translations. In the 13 cities. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-38. Lu Yin looked at Lian Shuang. It seems that you were lying when you said you could ask for Spirit Alliance's protection. Hui looked at Lian Shuang. Her face paled and she lowered her head. I didn't know you were powerful and lied to you. Please forgive me. Lu Yin didn't care. You didn't lie to me. I just wanted to let you go as a favor to Spirit Alliance, but I can't do it now. Hui hurriedly said, I like this girl and want to take her as my daughter. If you are willing to let her go, Spirit Alliance will be very grateful. Lu Yin looked at Hui. Hui was very sincere. Lu Yin looked away and nodded. When will the people from Spirit Alliance arrive? Gather at 5 Palm Mountain. I will take the one-leaf green lotus to the consciousness universe. The first batch will take about 2 months. After all, Zhoushiao universe is too big. The second batch will take about a month. There is no need for the second batch. Let's just take the first batch. The 5 Palms sect also has people gathering. Hui was surprised. The 5 Palms sect has people? Lu Yin smiled and didn't say more. He let out the rest of the Zhoushiao universe's cultivators from Mount Supreme. The courtyard was filled with people like Lian Shuang. They bowed to Lu Yin as soon as they came out without any complaints. Let them go back. Then, he disappeared. In the courtyard, the Zhuxiao universe's cultivators were relieved when they saw Lu Yin leave. They looked around. Lian Shuang bowed deeply to Hui. Thank you, Senior. Hui smiled. I said in front of Mr. Lu that I want to take you as my daughter. Why did you call me Senior? Are you not willing? She was overjoyed but also nervous. I know Senior just doesn't want Mr. Lu to feel that he owes Spirit Alliance a favor. I am not that ungrateful. Hui shook her head. That is only one of the reasons. Secondly, you and I are fated. I like you too. You can be my daughter. Lian Shuang quickly bowed and cried with joy. Greetings, Mother. Hui smiled and helped her up. I didn't expect to have a daughter when my time is almost up. Mother doesn't have anything to give you, so I'll pass on my life's cultivation to you. At least I have a descendant. Tell me about what happened with Mr. Lu in the consciousness universe. All right. Not long after, Hui's expression turned serious. According to Lian Shuang, when they had first met this Mr. Lu, he had not been a match for Yu Sang Tianma, but he had improved extremely quickly. Lian Shuang did not know exactly how strong Lu Yin was, but Hui was very clear that he was the number one person under the eternal ruler. Yu Sang Tian was very strong, but he was far from this level. And how long was the time span? It was very short, so short that even mortals with slightly longer lifespans could witness it. This Mr. Lu's progress in cultivation was frightening. Lian Shuang and Lu Yin had not interacted much in the consciousness universe, but even that brief interaction had changed Hui's impression of Lu Yin once again. It wasn't scary for a person to be strong. What was scary was that they were strong and improved quickly. Especially when they were unbridled and intelligent. Such people were hard to deal with. Hui heaved a sigh of relief. She was glad that she had expressed her stance from the beginning and was friends with this Mr. Lu. Otherwise, the Spirit Alliance would be finished. The Spring and Autumn Jade was much more powerful than the Spirit Alliance. If Lu Yin wanted to destroy a loose organization like the Spirit Alliance, he wouldn't even need to do anything. Mother, does this Mr. Lu have a very high position in the continent of the Nine Clouds? Asked Lian Shuang. Zhang Yushu had told her that Lu Yin was very strong, and that he could destroy a colossus like the Spring and Autumn Jade. Hui's actions had changed her understanding of him. Hui wasn't an ordinary person. Even though the Spirit Alliance couldn't compare to the Spring and Autumn Jade, it was still a powerful organization. And yet, Lu Yin didn't even dare to owe her a favor. Hui murmured, this person is the strongest person in the continent of the Nine Clouds below the Immortal Emperor. Lian Shuang was astonished. The strongest person in the continent of the Nine Clouds below the Immortal Emperor. Hui looked at Lian Shuang. Back then, only one person had that title. That person was Mi Jin Shangyu's disciple. He was said to be the strongest person in the continent of the Nine Clouds below the Immortal Emperor. But after Mi Jin Shangyu died, that person drank all day long. No one knows where he is now. Not many people know about him. He's very famous. You just need to know that in the continent of the Nine Clouds, in the continent of the Nine Clouds, there are many universes. Apart from the three immortal emperors and the spiritualized peerless emperors, the next one is Mr. Lu. Lian Shuang hadn't thought that Lu Yin's status would be so high. By the way, there's also the great leader. He's unfathomable as well. But no matter how strong the great leader is, unless he breaks through to the immortal emperor level, he'll only be on the same level as Mr. Lu. You can't offend him. Lian Shuang's face paled. She thought back to what had happened in the consciousness universe. She had offended Mr. Lu, but luckily, he hadn't cared. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stay here. She couldn't defend him. She definitely couldn't defend him. Lu Yin went to Five Palm Mountain and waited. He was waiting for the Five Palm Mountain and the Spirit Alliance to make their move. Very quickly, half a month passed. Five Palm Mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. The Five Palm Mountain were really good at causing trouble. Many people were furious and started cursing at them. It seemed like they wouldn't give up until they attacked. The members of the Spirit Alliance gathered on the other side of the mountain and watched the commotion. Some of them had been annoyed by the Five Palm Mountain before, but most of them hadn't. After all, the Five Palm Mountain didn't have that many people. These people were just like the first time Lu Yin had been there. They were filled with amazement. They had never heard of any organization being cursed at by so many people. How could that Mr. Tide listener endure this? People continued to arrive, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. More than 100,000 cultivators had gathered outside Five Palm Mountain. Tens of thousands of them had been attracted by the Five Palm Mountain, while the rest were mostly cultivators from the Spirit Alliance. They all had strange appearances and were different from normal people. Aside from cultivators, there were even more Shi. There were at least 200,000 of them, and their appearances were even more unique. These cultivators were all explorers who could explore the universe, and they were all explorers in the Tian Yuan universe. At first, when Lu Yin had been cultivating, he hadn't thought that there were many explorers. However, as his horizons had broadened, he had seen the outerverse outside of Frostwave Weave, the innerverse, the neoverse, the astral tree, and finally, the parallel spacetime continuum. He had seen too many cultivators who could explore the universe. In the universe, explorers had just begun to cultivate, and cultivators below that level didn't even have the qualifications to fight. And that was just the Tian Yuan universe. After leaving the Tian Yuan universe, Lu Yin had seen the spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, and now the Nine Heavens universe. He clearly understood that explorers were the minimum requirements to enter the battlefield. If one couldn't even reach this standard, how could they fight? There was no lack of people who used various methods to allow cultivators to explore the universe, and Lu Yin had done so in the Tian Yuan universe. He had used his dai to upgrade materials and create universal armor. This method could be used in the Tian Yuan universe. After all, there was an internal war in the Tian Yuan universe, and such people were still qualified to enter the battlefield and use microarray weapons to fight. But in the Nine Heavens universe's battlefield, it was not enough. A powerhouse who had crossed the bitter calamity could casually sweep through a large area, and even if the aftermath of their attacks did not touch a cultivator, it would still be enough to interfere with the operation of universal armor, including some of the stars in the universe. Even if a meteorite flew past, it could shatter the universal armor. In such a battlefield, if one could not explore the universe, then they would definitely die. Even progenitors were considered weak and had to rely on luck to survive, let alone a mere explorer. The Nine Heavens universe and the spiritualized universe relied on their countless years of development to withstand such a large-scale war. However, if the Tian Yuan universe were to participate in such a war, then all of the explorers would be wiped out in one go. Many cultivators had gathered at Five Palm Mountain, and it attracted the attention of the western regions. Various great clans, including Changtian City, had sent people over. People from the Zhu and Yu families were also watching, but they did not understand what was happening. The commotion was too big, and this was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. The bigger the commotion, the better. He wanted the Five Palm sects to cause a ruckus in the western regions. Lu Yin's doubts were answered as the Spirit Alliance's understanding of the threat posed by the Hive civilization spread. The Five Palm sects and the Spirit Alliance would accompany Mr. Lu to reinforce the consciousness universe. Any cultivator who wanted to participate in the war could ascend the one-leaf lotus in 10 days. News of the war caused some cultivators to leave Five Palm Mountain. No matter how much the Five Palm sects provoked or threatened them, they refused to participate. However, there were still some who took the initiative to participate. The mighty momentum spread throughout the western regions. 10 days later, the one-leaf lotus would arrive. It could be big or small, but big enough to accommodate all the cultivators. Under Lu Yin's command, countless cultivators ascended the lotus. Under the gazes of countless people in the western regions, they flew into the distance and disappeared in an instant. The western regions quieted down. The area outside Five Palm Mountain was almost completely emptied, with only a few cultivators scattered around. Many people from the Spirit Alliance also left. The entire cultivation world of the western regions suddenly became much quieter. In Sungtian City, Heartless looked into the distance and left. Most of the cultivators in the consciousness universe were from the western regions, and the Zhu and Yu families were responsible for the majority. Zhu Ling and Yu Jing had both gone, as well as Zhu Rou and the other juniors from the Zhu and Yu families. Heartless did not go, as she had no interest in war. Zhu Rou had to go. Although the girl was soft and weak, she was the next head of the Zhu family. She had to go through the battlefield, and it was already fortunate that she did not have to participate in Yu Jiuxiao's expedition to the outer regions. No one knew how this war would turn out. 2 of the 3 eternal emperors had left, which made the Jiuxiao universe uneasy. The eternal emperors were the greatest source of confidence in this universe. The one-leaf green lotus took away the hustle and bustle of the cultivation world of the western regions, as well as Lu Yin. Just after the one-leaf green lotus disappeared, a pair of eyes opened under the yellow sand of the western regions. There was no sadness or joy in the pupils. At first, they were dull, but then, they became lively. They turned and looked to both sides. In front of him, the yellow sand shook. A hand reached out and grabbed the owner of the eyes. What is this? It looks like hair. Master, I seem to have found something. His pupils turned and stared at the hand. Not long after, a figure walked out from under the yellow sand. His dry long hair fluttered in the wind, and sand flew out from his clothes and hair. The figure was an old man with a face full of vicissitudes. Deep wrinkles drooped on his face as if he would die at any time. The clothes on his body were tattered and almost decayed. The old man raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Has he left? He's finally gone. It's time to move. After saying that, he turned and looked in the direction of Sungtian City and walked. After the old man left, blood seeped out from under the sand. Due to various problems, the address has changed. The new chapter provides you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 398, Translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation in silence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3939. Outside of Tsangtian City, on Mount E, many cultivators were dejected. We failed again. Let's go. We'll come back in 10 years. We try to break the spell every 10 years, but we always fail. Maybe we should give up. After all, we didn't even see how dangerous the spell formation was. We can't give up. Did you forget? Mr. Liu came here before, which means the people inside aren't simple. Why didn't we go with Yi Qinglian just now? It's because of the spell formation and the people inside. As long as we can see the people inside, we're willing to try again. Indeed. One battle can last 100 years or 1,000 years. 10 times, 100 times. There's always a chance of success. We won't give up. If you really don't want to give up, I have a way. Maybe it will work, said a beautiful woman. She looked at the spell formation in front of her. When the people around heard her, they hastily asked, Fairy Nan, what is it? Please tell us. Of course we trust you, Fairy Nan. Fairy Nan's expression was solemn as she took out a pouch from her cosmic ring. A few days ago, someone gave me this item and told me to follow his instructions and throw it into the spirit treasure array. If I can successfully throw it in without it being destroyed, then I could trust that he will be able to break the spirit treasure array and help us enter. If this item is destroyed, then I can't trust him. The people around looked at the treasure and asked, "What kind of person is he?" Said Fairy Nan, "An old man. I didn't trust him at first, but now I have no choice." "Fairy Nan, do you have any proof that you don't trust him?" asked someone. His eyes were twinkling. Fairy Nan nodded and said, "Because that old man said that there was no spell formation in the continent of the 9 clouds that he couldn't break. The 3 clans of Tsangtian City were just chickens and pottery dogs." When she said that, everybody's hearts sank. Crazy. He's not just crazy. He's crazy. No wonder Fairy Nan doesn't believe him. No one would believe him. Forget it. We'll try again in 10 years. The shrewd man looked at Fairy Nan and said, "No matter what, let's try throwing the remembrance inside." Since Fairy Nan is willing to bring the remembrance with her, it means that she has some expectations. Just treat it as an explanation for yourself. Fairy Nan looked at YC and hesitated. "I'm just afraid that throwing this thing in will make the senior inside unhappy and disrespectful." The surrounding people frowned. This was a problem. Forget it then. Don't offend the senior that even Mr. Liu had to meet personally because of a lunatic. Yes, forget it. You can't believe the words of a lunatic. Fairy Nan looked at the shrewd man. "Brother Liu, what do you think?" The man pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. "Throw it. Brother Liu, think about it carefully. Don't let our decades of hard work go to waste because of a madman." "If that's the case, it's better to join the battle with Mr. Liu," someone advised. That Brother Liu's expression was solemn. In life, if one is afraid of the slightest thing, how can one achieve anything? Mr. Liu even dared to make a move on the Sparrow shocking platform. Do you think we don't even dare to throw out a single bosom sea? At most, we'll all kneel down when we throw it out to show our sincerity. Everyone felt that it made sense. Fairy Nan said, "Brother Liu is right. Everyone should kneel down to show that we don't mean to disrespect the senior." "Okay, since that's the case, we'll give it a try. Kneel down. We're not disrespecting the senior. Fairy Nan, please throw it in. Kneel." Everyone knelt down, including that Brother Liu and Fairy Nan. When everyone knelt down, Fairy Nan took a deep breath and held YC tightly. Thinking about the senior's words, she stared at the spiritual treasure array, found the right direction, and threw it. At the same time as she threw YC, Fairy Nan used several forces to support her, allowing YC to fly in the predetermined direction. Then, YC was thrown in and disappeared. Fairy Nan, Brother Liu, and the surrounding people were all stunned. She really threw it in. The spiritual treasure array contained killing intent. Anything that entered would be destroyed unless they saw the flaws. They couldn't even get in, let alone YC. But now, YC was thrown in. Fairy Nan was excited and her face was red. That senior didn't lie to her. She could really throw it in. She actually threw it in. That's great. Fairy Nan, where is that senior? Let's go and visit him, someone said excitedly. That senior may not be as powerful as he said, but he's definitely not bad. Maybe he's about the same as the senior on Mount E. Being able to receive guidance from a senior will benefit me for a lifetime. Fairy Nan suppressed her excitement and suddenly thought of something. Since YC can go in like this, can we go in? The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at each other and then at the spiritual treasure array. Brother Liu said, "We can't go in." When Huai Si went in, the killing intent of the spiritual treasure array changed. We've been looking at the killing intent on the surface, but in fact, the inner array has been changed by Huai Si. Going in is just suicide. That's right. Forget it. Let's go find that senior. Fairy Nan, please lead the way. Soon after, a group of people followed Fairy Nan out of Mount E and went in a direction. At the same time, Li Guo was sizing up Huai Si. He had heard those people talking about how they were kneeling and throwing Huai Si at him. He didn't care at first and thought that they were crazy, but that person actually saw through his spirit treasure array. Throughout the 9 Clouds universe, there were less than 5 people who could do this. Who was it? Was he deliberately looking for trouble? He said that he could break all the spiritual treasure arrays in the 9 Clouds universe. The Ju clan and the Yu clan were just clay chickens and pottery dogs. Although Li Guo looked down on the 3 clans, the hidden power of the 3 clans could not be underestimated. That person dared to look down on them. He looked outside Mount E and looked at Fairy Nan's group. He wanted to see who was looking for trouble. At this time, Huai Si was shocked. Li Guo's eyes flashed and he connected. A light screen appeared. There was only a dim shadow that made a sound. Li Guo frowned and stared at the light screen. Who are you? You deliberately used that group of people to find me. Tell me who you are. There was no answer. There was still only a dim shadow and a sound. Although there was a sound, it was like a whisper in the wind. It couldn't be heard clearly. Who are you? Li Guo shouted. He inexplicably felt cold. After cultivating for so many years, this sense of crisis was very clear. Still, there was no answer. However, the dim shadow moved. Li Guo stared at the shadow. The shadow moved again. Li Guo stared for a while and his eyes suddenly widened. That was a mouse. It was a very ordinary mouse hiding in the ground. It was blocked in some way. Even Li Guo took a long time to see it clearly. It was a very ordinary mouse. Someone was playing with him. They were using a mouse to play with him. Li Guo was angry. He was the leader of Mount Pinyu. Who dared to play with him? Just as he thought of this, a sharp pain suddenly surged from his body. It came from his arms, thighs, and even cheeks. It was as if countless sharp blades were stabbing out of his body. With a screech, the bones of Li Guo's left arm pierced through his skin and flesh, revealing the white bones. Blood dripped down the bones and dyed the ground red. At the same time, the bones of the sole of his foot also pierced through his skin and flesh. Li Guo was shocked. Were those his own bones? Were they uncontrollably leaving his body? Suddenly, he thought of the skeleton he had been looking for. It could be sewn up like clothes. It could be sewn up or taken off. But how could he? We finally meet, Li Guo. A voice came from outside the spiritual treasure array. Li Guo stared outside and gritted his teeth. Who is it? A person slowly walked over. Like Lu Yin, he passed through the spiritual treasure array and came in front of Li Guo. It was that Brother Lu. Li Guo stared at Brother Lu and frowned. You are not this person. Brother Lu smiled and his appearance changed. His bones, height, and eyes were all changing. Finally, he turned into an old man. He looked very old and looked at Li Guo as if he was looking at an object. Let me introduce myself. I am called Hong Yuan. Li Guo's pupils shrank. You are 100 Kill Tian Cheng's younger brother, the one in charge of finding the skeleton on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll. Aren't you dead? Hong Yuan smiled. If I am dead, how can I appear in front of you? Long time no see, Li Guo. No. Strictly speaking, we have never met. We have only heard of you. Li Guo stared at Hong Yuan. You are not Hong Yuan. You are that skeleton. You are wearing Hong Yuan's skin. Hong Yuan smiled. Maybe. Come with me. Then, his eyes turned cold. The bones of Li Guo's left arm came out of his body. The white bones were like sharp blades stabbing towards Li Guo. Li Guo grabbed the bones of his left arm with his right hand. Blood spilled on the ground. Under his feet, Mount Shao cracked. The spiritual treasure's murderous spirit rushed to the sky and surrounded Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan was surprised. You were prepared. You were prepared for the 3 clans. You really want to destroy the 3 clans. While speaking, he avoided the spiritual treasure's murderous spirit and stared at Li Guo again. Li Guo's right arm was in pain. His skin was torn and his bones were about to break through his skin. Li Guo was shocked. What kind of method could control his bones? Impossible. No matter how powerful Hong Yuan was, he was still at the peak of the Ku AI realm. He shouldn't be controlled by him. Suddenly, he remembered the whisper from YC. Could it be that? No matter how powerful Li Guo was, no matter how powerful he was in the spiritual treasures array, if he couldn't even control his own bones, he would be easily killed. Hong Yuan sneered. Once the bone language was planted, it was useless no matter how strong you were. This was a power beyond human cognition. It was a power that brought death. It was beyond the entire Jiu Shao universe and beyond the human race. This kind of power should appear. This universe should also change. Li Guo was the leader of Mount Pianyu on the Death Mound, one of the top cultivators of the 9 Heavens Universal Spiritual Treasure Formation. He alone could threaten the 3 great clans, but now he was like a dead dog, unable to even resist. Puff! Li Guo vomited blood. His head was in pain. His skull seemed to be penetrated. His eyes were red and he couldn't think of anything. Hong Yuan let him have no power to fight back. Hong Yuan approached Li Guo step by step. Don't resist. The more you resist, the closer you are to death. I can let you live in a different way. Human beings are not the only species in this universe. Li Guo squatted on the ground, not daring to move. The more he moved, the more his head felt like it was exploding. The skin on his back and limbs were cracking. A monster was about to rush out of his body. This feeling was too horrible. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3940. Hong Yuan walked in front of Li Guo, and his shadow shrouded Li Guo. Let's go. Li Guo slowly raised his head, and the shock in his eyes changed. There was mockery and laughter. Have you seen bright moon and few stars? Hong Yuan's expression changed, and he suddenly turned back. The sky above Shao Mountain had changed. The bright moon was in the sky, and the stars were wiped out. What brought Li Guo's shadow was not the sunlight, but the moonlight, as cold as frost. The next moment, the bright moon dispersed, and everything turned into stars. Everything was wiped out. Hong Yuan's pupils shrank. Roll 1. Outside his body, his clothes turned into ashes, and then it spread to the surface of his body. His hair also began to turn into ashes. It was extremely domineering. The Yu clan's book matrix, ranked first. Roll 1, bright moon and few stars. Li Guo struck with his palm. The bones in his left arm were out of control, so he used his right arm. Hong Yuan dodged and turned back to stare at Li Guo. You really want to die? Why bother talking nonsense if you want to kill me? I want to see if you want to catch me yourself, or if there is someone else behind you. Li Guo shouted. Who do you think I am? I am the master of Pianyu Mountain. You want to kill me with just roll 1. Qing Hongyuan raised his hand, and the void engraved murderous intent. In an instant, the murderous intent of the spiritual treasures blasted towards the bright moon and few stars. Li Guo was surprised. Instant 17. He had forgotten that Qing Hongyuan not only had the ability to control bones, but he was also a member of the Qing clan, and the younger brother of 100 kills Tiancheng. Moreover, he had cultivated the Qing clan's method of engraving murderous intents to instant 17, second only to 100 kills Tiancheng's instant 19. Instant 17, 17 spiritual treasures murderous intents blasted towards the bright moon and few stars. The sky above Shao Mountain was broken. Two huge spiritual treasures murderous intents blasted against each other, causing the sky to shake. Shao Mountain turned into ashes and spread to Zhangtian City, and even to the entire Yellow Sand Western region. Countless people looked up and were shocked. Run! Spiritual treasures murderous intents fell like raindrops, smashing towards Zhangtian City, the Yellow Sand Earth, and the surrounding cities. Inside Zhangtian City, Zhu Qing immediately ordered the cultivators of the Zhu clan to protect the city. The Yu clan was the same. They all looked at Shao Mountain. Who was fighting Li Guo? That was a pure spiritual treasure attack. Apart from the three clans, who else could use spiritual treasures to attack Li Guo? Who else could do that? Mount Yi disappeared, and on the ground, Li Guo coughed up blood. He had guessed correctly. Hongyuan had suddenly appeared not to kill him, but to capture him, so he would not let him die. Even if this person could control his bones, what use would a skeleton be if he died? Otherwise, he would have died just now. Not far away, Qing Hongyuan was panting heavily. Bright moon and sparse stars was, after all, the #1 scroll formation of the Yu clan on the surface. It wasn't easy to deal with. If he was just a little bit off, he wouldn't be able to blast it apart. Fortunately, Scroll 1 couldn't withstand instant 17. Qing Hongyuan, since you don't dare to kill me, then let me see how the person from the Qing clan who can cultivate to instant 17 has accomplished in the Tao of Spirit Treasures. Li Guo sneered. His gaze turned, and the killing intent of the spirit treasures that were falling from the sky continued to gather around him. He was setting up a spirit treasure array. Qing Hongyuan was furious. Li Guo, don't force me. You can try. Li Guo shouted, you're underestimating the people of Death Hill. After saying that, the spirit treasure's killing intent continued to gather. Qing Hongyuan's expression changed. Scroll 5. Let's see. There's still scroll 6. How do you know all of them? Li Guo laughed. Don't you know how much your three clans fear me? My talent isn't something you can understand. If it wasn't for the void wall, I could cultivate the so-called method of carving killing intents until your ancestors jump out of their graves. Qing Hongyuan's eyebrows jumped. He didn't expect things to develop like this. This Li Guo saw the situation clearly and was completely unafraid of death. He thought he could easily capture him. It was easy to kill this person, but difficult to capture him. And how did he know about the void wall? The three clans each had their own secrets that wouldn't be spread. Li Guo, believe me, it's easy for me to kill you. Qing Hongyuan took a deep breath, and his killing intent soared. Li Guo nodded and grinned. You have to believe me too. If you don't kill me, I can kill you. Qing Hongyuan narrowed his eyes and hesitated. At this time, Scroll 3 and Scroll 5 both headed towards Qing Hongyuan. Qing Hongyuan once again used Instant 17 to bombard the treasures and stared at Li Guo. You're courting death. Li Guo spat out blood, and the white bone pierced his chin from the corner of his mouth, but Li Guo didn't stop. Instead, he used the linear concept to transform Scroll 3. Qing Hongyuan was surprised that Li Guo could even learn the linear concept. At this time, the treasures floating above his head rose again, and a bright moon slowly appeared. It was still scroll 1, but the moon was bright and there were few stars. When the moonlight shone down, Qing Hongyuan clenched his fists. He could either kill this person or retreat. There was no third way. Li Guo was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Scroll 1, Scroll 3, and Scroll 5 were at his fingertips. He also knew the linear concept, and he was also a consummate crossing bitter disaster powerhouse. He could easily see through the situation. No wonder he was the master of Death Mount Pianyu Mountain. He really wanted to kill Li Guo. But Li Guo couldn't die. He was very useful. At this time, a touch of red fell from the sky and crashed not far from Li Guo and Qing Hongyuan. They looked over and saw a figure walking out of the smoke. He was covered in scarlet, and every step he took distorted the void. The space seemed to be burning. Soon, the figure came into their sight. Li Guo was shocked. "You're from Wangfu." Qing Hongyuan was surprised and stared at the man who suddenly appeared. How could Wangfu's people appear? The man looked indifferent. He looked at Li Guo and Qing Hongyuan numbly, and then looked around as if he was looking for something. At this moment, the moonlight from the bright moon shrouded the man as well. There was blood at the corner of Li Guo's mouth. Today is really a good day. White Bones and Mang have both appeared. Once I catch you, the biggest mission of the Death Hill will be over. Stay here. Qing Hongyuan's eyes flashed as he stared at the man. Wangfu, let's kill Li Guo together. Wait, why do I feel that you look familiar? The man and Qing Hongyuan looked at each other. Under the moonlight, the scarlet airflow on the surface of his body dissipated and turned into ashes. He was affected by the moonlight. You are Jie Zun. Li Guo exclaimed as he recognized him. Qing Hongyuan also recognized him. You joined Wangfu. Jie Zun was a strong cultivator from the same era as them. They had thought that he had died a long time ago. Surprisingly, he had appeared again and had reached the top of the Ku AI layer. Li Guo was the leader of Piaoyu Mountain in the Death Mound. He knew a lot about the strong cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds, especially Xia Zun, the ancestor of the Xia clan. The Xia clan had been destroyed by the Death Mound. They had robbed cultivators. Apart from Xia Zun, all the other members of the Xia clan had died. Back then, Xia Zun had been crossing Ku adversity, but he hadn't reached the maximum level of Ku adversity. But at that moment, Jie Zun had reached the top of the Ku AI layer. He had become a cultivator. The three strong cultivators had all become cultivators at the top of the Ku AI layer. Jie Zun, Li Guo is from the Death Mound. He's Wangfu's enemy. He destroyed the Jie clan. Get rid of him, shouted Qing Hongyuan. He remembered the Jie clan because it was one of the clans in the western regions. Li Guo gritted his teeth. Whether it was Bai Gu or Wangfu, they were all on the Death Mound kill list. He looked up at the starry sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moonlight was erasing Qing Hongyuan and Jie Zun's bodies. Jie Zun rushed towards Li Guo. His pupils were scarlet vertical eyes that looked terrifying. He punched out, the scarlet chi flowed along his arm as he punched out. In front of Li Guo, the spiritual treasure's murderous intent gathered, but it couldn't stop the punch. It was blown away. The moon and stars dispersed because of Li Guo's injury. Qing Hongyuan sighed. With Jie Zun's help, he only needed to catch Li Guo at the critical moment. But then, Jie Zun turned around and punched him. Qing Hongyuan was stunned. Why did Jie Zun hit him? They had nothing to do with Wangfu. Jie Zun's punch was filled with scarlet energy and terrifying destructive power. It tore apart the spiritual treasure's murderous intent between Li Guo and Qing Hongyuan. Qing Hongyuan dodged and stared at Jie Zun. Why did you hit me? Jie Zun's eyes were emotionless. He stared at Qing Hongyuan with his scarlet eyes. He took a step and disappeared. Qing Hongyuan's face changed. Wang Fu was not an ordinary force. If the Death Mound was the strongest force in the Nine Clouds universe, the only force that could compete with the Death Mound was Wang Fu. Wang Fu had existed for too long. It was an existence that made everyone pale. He thought that it disappeared with the death of Mi Jin Shangyu. But now it appeared again. And it was a top master like Jie Zun. Li Guo guessed right. Qing Hongyuan couldn't easily control the bones of a master who had passed Kuai. He needed to plant the bone language. That was why Huai Si whispered. If Li Guo hadn't been careless and heard Huai Si's whisper and was planted with the bone language, Qing Hongyuan wouldn't have dared to attack. He wasn't Li Guo's opponent. But Jie Zun didn't have the bone language planted by him. It was difficult to plant the bone language. He couldn't bear Jie Zun's power. 17 seconds. In front of him, the powerful spirit treasure's murderous intent destroyed the void. 17 rays shot out, chaotic the sky. Jie Zun still punched out. The deep scarlet power collided with 17. The murderous intent of the spirit treasure dispersed and was pushed away. 17 seconds wasn't weak, but its weakness was obvious. It couldn't be condensed. It was weak against strong opponents. Jie Zun took a step forward and dispersed 17 seconds. The power of his punch smashed into Qing Hongyuan's body. Qing Hongyuan vomited blood and was pressed to the ground. Qing Hongyuan was in a sorry state. Half of his body was festering. Only his bones emitted a pale light. Jie Zun punched again. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Qing Hongyuan. Qing Hongyuan stared at Jie Zun and kept whispering. Boom! Mount Shao was penetrated by Jie Zun's punch. Cracks spread along Tsangtian City and divided it into two. The scarlet power soared into the sky. Countless people were stunned. This was an extremely terrifying power. It was enough to suppress a master who had passed Kuai. Jie Zun retracted his fist, turned around and walked toward Li Guo, leaving a footprint in his footsteps. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-41. Li Guo breathed heavily as he watched Jie Zun walk towards him. He laughed bitterly. I didn't expect to die in your hands. If I had known, I would have participated in the hunt for you. You wouldn't have escaped. Jie Zun approached Li Guo step by step. Li Guo squinted his eyes. Can you tell me what Wang Zhu is before you die? I'm very curious. Jie Zun clenched his fist and punched. Li Guo rolled his eyes. Since he didn't want to say, then forget it. Jie Zun punched, but the bones in his arms suddenly tore through his skin and pierced through his body. Jie Zun's punch missed. He looked at his arm with only skin and flesh left. The bones had already torn through his skin. He was obviously at a loss. Far away, a skeleton appeared. Li Guo looked and grinned. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, Ming Hongyuan. Jie Zun turned to the skeleton and was even more at a loss. The skeleton was Ming Hongyuan. Jie Zun's punch destroyed his body. At the critical moment, he abandoned his body and escaped with the skeleton. Although the skeleton escaped, half of its body still collapsed. It was very miserable. Fortunately, before his body was destroyed, Ming Hongyuan planted part of the bone language in Jie Zun, causing Jie Zun's punch to fail. The bones in Jie Zun's arms suddenly pierced towards his face. Jie Zun grabbed the bones, crushed them and threw them away. He then raised his left arm and punched Li Guo. Li Guo stopped pretending to be dead and quickly dodged. He knew Ming Hongyuan was not dead and was testing his position in Ming Hongyuan's heart. Now he had the answer. His position was more important than he thought. Ming Hongyuan, think of a way to kill him, or you and I will die. Ming Hongyuan's skeleton turned his head and stared at Jie Zun, whispering. Jie Zun's body suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Ming Hongyuan. He kicked. Although Ming Hongyuan was a skeleton, he was very agile. He dodged Jie Zun's kick and turned around. In an instant, the void wall was imprinted on his bones. The spirit treasure's murderous intent attacked Jie Zun. At the same time, Li Guo also used the scroll 3 linear intent realm. Jie Zun was drowned in the spirit treasure's murderous intent. The scarlet power on his body was suppressed. His body was constantly being ravaged by the spirit treasure's murderous intent. Especially when the white bone in his left arm came out of his body, Qing Hongyuan let out a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to use Jie Zun to deal with Li Guo, but he didn't expect Jie Zun to kill both of them. Fortunately, now that Jie Zun was dealt with, Li Guo was at her limit. He looked at Li Guo and raised his hand to grab it. The ghastly white bones were horrifying. Li Guo was already prepared. Facing the white bones of the Crimson Plains, she stood in place and said, "Heaven, earth, and man, 3 links." The void was fixed, and a spirit treasure's killing intent fell from the sky, connecting to Li Guo. At the same time, there was another killing intent from the ground connecting the sky and Li Guo, forming a triangle. Qing Hongyuan felt something was wrong and hurriedly sped up to get closer to Li Guo. However, he could not do it. The moment the triangle was formed, a sense of horror that he had never felt before appeared. "This is..." Li Guo smiled. "Congratulations, you're the first person to see my self-created secret scroll of formation." Ming Hongyuan was incredulous. "Lai Wan, secret of formation. The hidden heritage of the Yu family is the secret scroll of formation. I don't need to learn from them, I can just create it myself." Li Guo's eyes were bloodshot. "Heaven, earth, and man, secret scroll of formation." Qing Hongyuan stared at Li Guo. Li Guo's back was suddenly torn open, and the white bones broke out. "Li Guo, don't force me to kill you. It's too late, the formation has been formed, and I can't control it." Li Guo spat out blood. The triangle expanded, including Qing Hongyuan and Jie Zun. Qing Hongyuan was shocked and turned to run. Li Guo was right, the heaven, earth, and man formation was already out of control, so killing Li Guo was useless. Especially since Li Guo was able to create the secret scroll of formation, his talent was even greater than expected, and his value was even greater. He couldn't die. Li Guo smiled bitterly. This was the reason why he took the risk to test Qing Hongyuan. Only by confirming his own weight could he decide whether to use this spirit treasure formation. If Qing Hongyuan was willing to kill him, he wouldn't be able to set up the secret scroll of formation. "Ever since I was forced out of the western region by you 3 clans, I've completely changed. What a pity that 100-kill Tian Qing died and couldn't see it. Otherwise, his expression would be very interesting. You 3 clans have personally forced a talented and simple-minded heavenly spiritual array master to become such a scheming person, ha 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 ha." Qing Hongyuan secretly scolded Li Guo for being a madman. Run away from this formation." The formation hadn't fully activated yet, so they could escape. Just as Ming Hongyuan fled and Li Guo laughed, an extremely deep red light soared into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. Finally, it spread out in the sky above the western regions, turning into dark red ripples. Li Guo's laughter stopped abruptly, and he stared blankly at the ground in front of him. That was the place where Jie Zun was drowned in murderous intent. Qing Hongyuan turned back and also looked there. Jie Zun. Jie Zun walked out from the ground. At this moment, Jie Zun was filled with an extremely oppressive and terrifying aura, like a monster walking out of the abyss. His eyes were so red that his pupils couldn't be seen clearly, and the surface of his body was twisted and boiling with dark red power. With a casual move, it shook the void and brought a bone-chilling coldness. The air gradually turned red, and then it spread to heaven and earth. Everyone in Sangtian City saw heaven and earth turn dark red. When he raised his hand, wisps of air streaked across, cold to the touch, with the smell of blood. What's going on? Li Guo looked at Jie Zun in horror. He had never experienced this kind of power, and it gave him an indescribable sense of foreboding, as if he had come out of the abyss of death. Previously, although Jie Zun's power also gave him this feeling, it was not so obvious, similar to the feeling Qing Hongyuan gave him. Now, Jie Zun's power had more than doubled, and this feeling was infinitely stronger, which made his heart sink. What kind of power was this? Qing Hongyuan stared at Jie Zun, and at this moment, Jie Zun made him feel cold. What did this person do? He was simply a monster. Jie Zun walked out from the ground, looked up, and roared. The deep scarlet light soared and expanded in an instant, drowning the secret formation of the three paths of heaven, earth, and human, and directly blasting the formation apart. Li Guo took a few steps back and looked in horror. How could he break his formation with just the power of cultivation? Impossible. Who else could do it except for the eternal life realm? Impossible. The scarlet power covered heaven and earth, shrouding Jie Zun's entire body, and even his face could not be seen clearly. He looked at Li Guo and raised his hand. Suddenly, heaven and earth seemed to collapse, bringing an unparalleled pressure. Li Guo looked at that hand. I'm dead, I can't resist at all. In the distance, Qing Hongyuan did not move. No matter how he ran, he could not escape from Jie Zun's pursuit. He did not expect to encounter a monster at this juncture. What kind of existence was Wangdi? Such a monster actually appeared. Was there no upper limit to that scarlet power? Other than the eternal life realm, who could be a match for such a monster? Why did he appear here? Jie Zun's palm was aimed at Li Guo. His entire body was enveloped in the dark red light, and his palm was even more red, deep and terrifying. Li Guo looked at the scarlet. This was the last color he saw in his life, and it was similar to his own blood. Unfortunately, he could not take revenge. The leader of Death Hill's Piaoyu Mountain had changed. Lord, I'll take my leave first. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and it was bone-chilling. The earth cracked, and Jie Zun took a few steps back. There was a loud bang between heaven and earth. Li Guo looked at the familiar figure in front of him in a daze. Why are you here? It was Lu Yin who stood in front of Li Guo. Lu Yin looked at his palm, and then at Jie Zun, his expression solemn, a very strong palm, beyond the eternal life realm. Is this universe's Wangdi so powerful? In front, Jie Zun stared at Lu Yin. He clenched his left fist and punched out. The surface of his body boiled and poured out fiercely. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth shook. Even Li Guo and Ming Hongyuan were shaken by the power of the attack. Lu Yin raised his hand, and infinite power flowed. The seal the heaven sequence particles spread out and grabbed. Boom! A crack appeared between heaven and earth. From bottom to top, it pierced the sky of the entire western regions, causing countless people to be stunned. Lu Yin grabbed Jie Zun's fist and did not retreat half a step. Jie Zun's scarlet eyes shrank in disbelief. At this moment, there was actually someone who could stop him. Lu Yin exclaimed, "You are the strongest person I have ever met under the eternal life realm. You have surpassed tomorrow's beast. With your combat strength, even the god of defense may not be your opponent. I am very curious, what have you been hiding for all these years?" Jie Zun wanted to withdraw his arm, but he could not do it. He was caught by Lu Yin and could not even move. Li Guo was also in disbelief. Not to mention the current Jie Zun, even the previous Jie Zun was difficult to resist. They had to join forces with Qing Hongyuan to drown him. Now that Jie Zun's strength had skyrocketed, it was not something they could resist. How could Lu Yin catch him so easily? No wonder it was said that this person was the limit of combat strength under the eternal life realm. This combat strength was too much. Jie Zun's eyes widened, and he stepped back forcefully. With a tearing sound, his arm was torn off. He turned and ran. The bones of his right arm were exposed, and his left arm was torn off. Both of Jie Zun's arms were useless. Lu Yin took a step forward. Jie Zun could not escape. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed his head. You can keep your arm, but let's see how you can keep your head. Speak, where is Wangdi? Where is the eternal life realm? Jie Zun raised his leg and hit Lu Yin with his knee. Lu Yin's palm landed and broke Jie Zun's leg. Jie Zun's whole body fell to the ground, but he did not give up. His other leg stepped on the void, and his body rushed along the ground to the right. However, halfway, a hand fell and grabbed the back of Jie Zun's neck and lifted him up. The scarlet power on Jie Zun's body boiled and roared in the void, but he could not resist Lu Yin. Li Guo was wrong. Jie Zun's power was indeed unfathomable in general. He could also be called the most powerful complete cuckoo adversity, but he had not yet reached the ultimate level of combat power under immortal life. He was only strong in terms of pure strength, but when faced with a powerhouse like Lu Yin, there was no possibility of resistance. Jie Zun was truly unbeatable in his area of expertise. Li Guo stared blankly at Lu Yin as he crippled Jie Zun's remaining leg. He loosened his grip and let Jie Zun fall to the ground. The deep scarlet color of Jie Zun's body was like blood, illuminating Lu Yin like a god or a demon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3942. From the time Lu Yin appeared to the time he completely destroyed Jie Zun, he had only attacked 4 times. The first time he saved Li Guo, the second time he destroyed Jie Zun's left arm, the third time he destroyed his right leg, and the fourth time he destroyed his left leg. It was that simple. Before that, Li Guo and Qing Hongyuan could barely destroy Jie Zun's right arm. Lu Yin looked at Jie Zun lying on the ground. You should be conscious. In Jie Zun's body, the deep scarlet power gradually dimmed, and the sky returned to its original color. His pupils could be seen clearly again, the scarlet vertical eye that Lu Yin was very familiar with. Lu Yin squatted down and stared at Jie Zun. Tell me the answer, and I can bring you back to life. Then, he raised his hand and scarlet divine power appeared in his palm. Jie Zun's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Yin's palm. He did not expect to see such familiar power on Lu Yin's hand. In the distance, Li Guo was also shocked. Mang's power. Lu Yin looked up at Li Guo. You know about it. Li Guo frowned and stared at Lu Yin. How do you have Mang's power? I used it when I destroyed the spring and autumn scroll, but no one recognized it then. Lu Yin said. Li Guo said bitterly, since Mi Jin Shangyu died, Mango has also disappeared. It hasn't appeared in the continent of the 9 clouds for a very long time. Not many people in Death Hill know about it, let alone outsiders. If you hadn't used that strength, I wouldn't have recognized it. There are many people who use red strength, but that doesn't mean it's Mango. So, you were also testing just now. Lu Yin smiled and looked at Li Guo. Li Guo sighed and sat on the ground, exhausted, testing for a bad answer. Are you also one of Mang's people? Lu Yin looked away and did not explain to Li Guo. He looked at Jie Zun. Answer me, where is Mang? That door, where is it? As he spoke, he used karma to penetrate Jie Zun's body. He did not really think he could get an answer from Jie Zun. Neither the everlasting nor Mang had the concept of surrender. Li Gua did not understand what Lu Yin was talking about. What door? The door of Shock Gate. Jie Zun opened his mouth and stammered, traitor. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and was about to ask something when Jie Zun's body surged with a scarlet power that melted him like magma. Lu Yin quickly tried to absorb the power, only to find that it was different from the eternal God's power. It came from the same source, but it was different. It was difficult to absorb, and he could only watch as Jie Zun melted into liquid. Even his spirit seed was melted. Karma did not give him an answer either. Jie Zun's karma only allowed him to see a fixed scene, which meant that Jie Zun had stayed in one place for a very long time. Even though karma didn't allow him to see anything, he still discovered that Jie Zun had 2 spirit seeds. Whether it was the Jiu Shao universe or the spiritualized universe, cultivating with a spiritual seed was just a spiritual seed. There was only one exception, Tianxi in the past and eternity now. With the turbid treasure spirit seed, the heavens gave him an extra chance to molt, which was equivalent to 2 spirit seeds. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. Even the lesser defense god did not have 2 spirit seeds to cultivate. And Jie Zun actually had 2 spiritual seeds. Lu Yin slowly got up and stared at the scarlet ground in a daze. In the distance, Li Gua coughed up blood and exhaled heavily. Lu Yin looked at him. I thought you had a spiritual seed out of your body. Li Gua laughed. Speaking of which, the cultivators of the Jiu Shao universe have 2 lives, but that's at the lower level. When you reach the progenitor realm or even higher, who would have a spiritual seed out of their body? That kind of cultivation is not real at all. Only when you experience a war in the Jiu Shao universe or clearly participate in a fight to the death, will you have a spiritual seed out of your body. If I died just now, I would have really died. Then, he looked at Lu Yin with a pale face. It's the same now. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. Do you think I will kill you? Li Gua asked back, won't you? Because I cultivated the power of Wangda. Wangda deserves to be killed more than a taboo, Li Gua said solemnly. Lu Yin didn't say much to him and looked in another direction. That skeleton is called Hongyuan. Li Gua nodded. You didn't expect it, right? The Qing clan is not destroyed, and Hongyuan is still alive. Yes, I will tell you when I come back. If you don't chase after it, it will really escape. Then, Lu Yin stepped out and disappeared. Li Gua was surprised. Not killing him. What did that mean? Was he testing him? Or was he fearless? No matter what, Lu Yin had used Wangda's power, and this matter had to be reported to the Death Hill. Li Gua wiped the corner of his mouth and took out his vest. Today's fight had been really miserable, and he had almost died several times. Even after using all his trump cards, he still had to be more careful in the future. He couldn't stay here any longer, and he didn't know why Hongyuan wanted to capture him. Wait, the Great Master wouldn't use him as bait, right? Thinking about the Great Master's style, it really was possible. Li Gua sighed. At the same time, even farther away, 2 figures stood quietly, looking in the direction of Pyrolite Mountain. Cultivators could see very far, and the higher their cultivation, the further they could see. However, even a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity could not see this distance. Only a powerhouse who had reached the peak of bitter adversity might be able to see it. My lord's plan is flawless. Lu Yin really did come back. The Great Five Palms Gate caused such a big commotion, and then he led the Great Five Palms Gate and the Spirit Alliance to support the Cosmic Fruit. All of this was just a pretense, Qing Shui exclaimed. The person in front of Qing Shui was the Eternal. Yongheng smiled. I know him too well. Given his style, he wouldn't make such a big show of support and let everyone know about it. Especially since the disciples of the 5 great sects have attracted so much hatred. It's obvious that he deliberately spread the news and let everyone think that he left. Qing Shui was puzzled. Why did he do that? The Eternal said, I don't know, but his actions must be fake. From the results, he succeeded. Not only did he get rid of Jie Zun, but he also tracked down Hong Yuan. This was the Great Master's plan after confirming Lu Yin's whereabouts. If he didn't deliberately expose Jie Zun, then Lu Yin would at most find Hong Yuan. Qing Shui was Hong Yuan's daughter, but she had no feelings for Hong Yuan. The Eternal's gaze was deep. Yes, Hong Yuan. Lu Yin's goal might be Hong Yuan. Qing Shui was puzzled. It's a fact that the Qing clan was destroyed. How could Lu Yin know about Hong Yuan's existence? You're underestimating karma. If he hadn't comprehended karma, I wouldn't have set up such a trap. I just want to use him to help me find deathly stillness and the existence of Slayer. I hope that Lu Yin doesn't disappoint me, the Eternal said. But then again, Zhu is indeed well hidden. I thought you could lead me to it, but I didn't expect that even you don't know where it is. If it was so easy to find, those Eternal Realm cultivators would have found it long ago. Qing Shui suddenly thought of something. Great Master, if Lu Yin doesn't know about deathly stillness, will he think that Hong Yuan is the skeleton that appeared on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll? If so, we won't be able to find deathly stillness after he killed Hong Yuan. The Eternal said slowly, Hong Yuan will let him know the truth, as long as he doesn't want to die. Qing Shui thought for a moment and understood. If Lu Yin really thought that Qing Hong Yuan was the skeleton on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll, then he would not hesitate to kill Qing Hong Yuan. From Qing Hong Yuan's point of view, he had to find a way to prevent himself from being killed. The only way was to let Lu Yin know that he was not the skeleton, and let Lu Yin find the skeleton through him. Only then would he be able to live. This was his value. Everyone had to have their own value when they came to the world. When the value disappeared, there was no need for people to exist. Lu Yin was smart, but Hong Yuan was not stupid. In the western region, above the yellow sand, a city was floating. Lu Yin stepped on the void and kept chasing after Hong Yuan's skeleton. Hong Yuan couldn't hide at all. Either he didn't come out, or he couldn't escape once he came out. He wanted to see what Qing Hong Yuan was planning. The death crisis that the Nine Clouds universe had encountered before was related to the skeleton. So, the so-called Qing Hong Yuan might not be the real Qing Hong Yuan, but the skeleton was the skeleton. If he couldn't do it, he could just kill it. That was Lu Yin's original plan. But when he saw the second skeleton appear and rush towards him, that thought vanished into thin air. Lu Yin saw with his own eyes that Hong Yuan let the skeleton in a person's body tear open the flesh and break out of the body. It rushed towards him as if it had a consciousness. It wasn't a skeleton, but more like a parasitic creature in the body. But it was clearly a skeleton. How could this be? Lu Yin was shocked, and the feeling of horror appeared again. It was like the feeling of seeing the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll for the first time. That kind of horror was unforgettable. Now, that feeling reappeared. Hong Yuan could control the skeleton in other people's bodies. Then, was Hong Yuan's skeleton the skeleton on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll, or was it really Hong Yuan's skeleton? He couldn't kill it. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. He had to find that skeleton. The skeletons rushed towards Lu Yin one by one, fearless of death. Lu Yin killed the skeleton casually, and the karma spiral whistled out, heading towards Hong Yuan's skeleton. He wanted to use karma to see if Hong Yuan was himself and where that skeleton was. As his karma pierced through Qing Hong Yuan's white bones, karma threads appeared one after another. At the same time, Lu Yin was able to see certain scenes, but they were all in the dark underground. The only difference was that he saw a woman talking to Qing Hong Yuan. That woman had called him father. Hong Yuan also had a daughter. If this woman called him father, did that mean that Hong Yuan was really Hong Yuan? Then, the skeleton in front of him was controlled out of the body by the skeleton on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll. He was Hong Yuan himself. At this time, the collision of karma threads also made Lu Yin see the suspicious point of the Battle of Shao Mountain. Actually, Lu Yin didn't wait in the western region from the beginning. He really did leave with Yi Qinglian, but she was too fast, so he was a little far away. When he returned to the western region, Hongyuan, Li Guo, and Jie Zun were already fighting, so he didn't see how Jie Zun appeared. Now, he saw it through Hongyuan's karma. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3943. Jie Zun had clearly appeared by accident. Based on Lu Yin's understanding of the Eternals and the fact that Wang Di had been hiding for a long time, Jie Zun would not be so careless as to suddenly appear in Pyrolite Mountain. There was only one reason for his appearance: someone had deliberately exposed him. Who? Lu Yin immediately thought of the Eternals. Exposing Jie Zun would not benefit Wang Di, and only the Eternals would do that. He knew Wang Di well and was Wang Di's traitor. Up ahead, Qing Hongyuan continued to flee. Lu Yin subconsciously slowed down and stopped staring at him. He wondered why the Eternals had deliberately exposed Jie Zun. What was the point? Did they stop Qing Hongyuan from capturing Li Guo? Or did they let Jie Zun deal with Qing Hongyuan? Or were they waiting for him to make a move? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Eternals understood him, and he understood the Eternals as well. The Eternals had already calculated everything, and Jie Zun's appearance meant a lot. Jie Zun himself did not know how he had been exposed, but Lu Yin was 90% sure that he was from the Eternals. If Jie Zun could not get an answer, then could Qing Hongyuan give him one? What was the Eternals trying to do? Lu Yin used karma again, wanting to see through Qing Hongyuan. At the same time, he spread his consciousness in all directions. If the Eternals had deliberately exposed Jie Zun, then he must be watching somewhere. Lu Yin could not find the Eternals no matter how he spread his consciousness. He kept a close eye on Qing Hongyuan's skeleton and hid himself. Qing Hongyuan could not find the enemy even if the skeleton left his body, so he could only flee on his own. However, Qing Hongyuan knew very well that Lu Yin was watching him, and he could not escape easily. He was facing the peak power of the Eternals. He had experienced Jie Zun's strength, but he could not fight back against Lu Yin. The moment Jie Zun tore off his own arm and retreated, Qing Hongyuan had fled. He knew that Jie Zun was finished, and if he waited any longer, he would be finished as well. He did not know if Lu Yin had seen the Qing clan's secret scroll, but he could only do his best to show his value. Even if he died, he would not die for no reason. Everything he was doing now was based on Lu Yin's knowledge of the Qing clan's secret scroll and his desire to track down the skeleton. Now, it seemed that he had done the right thing. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. Lu Yin could not be detected, but that did not mean that he had lost. Qing Hongyuan guessed that Lu Yin wanted to find the skeleton. In the distance, there was a mortal city. It was pitch black and there were only a few flickering lights. It was already night time and there was a curfew in the city. Only the patrolmen were walking back and forth, giving the ordinary people a sense of security. Winter, there was an orderly knock on the door, and the wooden door slowly opened. 5 or 6 young people in official uniforms were waiting expectantly. Behind the door was a small shop where fragrant glutinous rice balls were being cooked. "Quick, old you, this is too fragrant." "Sir, don't be in such a hurry. No matter how hungry you are, you still have to cook it before eating, hee. You old geezer, we already said that we're eating now, why didn't you cook earlier?" All right, it's here. Please enjoy. It's so fragrant, I haven't eaten this for a long time. My hands are frozen from patrolling in the cold night. Old you, do the people in the 3rd Division often eat this? This old man can't say. The higher-ups are really heartless. They didn't even arrange for us to eat when they were patrolling. I think it would be good to let old you cook for us. What do you think, old you? This old man doesn't have the energy to do that. I'm going to sleep soon. Thank you for your hard work. Alright, here's the money. Go to bed early. We'll eat another bowl tomorrow morning. After that, we'll sleep for the rest of the day. Alright, this old man will prepare more for you tomorrow morning. After that, the wooden door was about to close. Suddenly, the young men turned their backs to old Yu and stopped moving. Old Yu was about to close the door when he saw that they didn't move. He was puzzled. Sir, what's wrong? No one answered. Old Yu frowned. Sir. In the next moment, several people's bodies were torn apart. White bones walked out, bringing with them terrifying blood that flowed all over the ground. Old Yu was horrified and screamed in extreme fear. The lights in the city were constantly turned on, and shrill screams spread through the sky. Outside the city, Qing Hongyuan's white bones rushed in and sneered. He let half of the city's white bones come out to hide. He wanted to see how Lu Yin could find him. Far away, Lu Yin saw the changes in the city. His eyes narrowed, and killing intent rushed to his head. Bastard, this Qing Hongyuan actually did this kind of thing. Farther away, Eternal saw it. He avoided Lu Yin's consciousness and barely saw it at the limit of the vision of a perfect stage powerhouse. Not good, this fool Qing Hongyuan actually did this kind of thing. Qing Shui was puzzled. Sir, what's wrong? Eternal's face was ugly. Let's go, don't follow. Qing Shui looked at Eternal, full of doubts. The Eternal spoke in a low voice. Lu Yin is a ruthless person who takes revenge without mercy. However, he is compassionate. He claimed that Hongyuan had killed half of the city's people. This was something that he absolutely could not tolerate. Even if it was to find me and that skeleton, he would not tolerate it. Tolerating it would only cause more deaths. Qing Hongyuan is finished. Qing Shui said, it's just some ordinary people, and they are from the ninth firmament universe. What does it have to do with him? Compared to these ordinary people, aren't Sir and the white bones more important? He should see the overall situation clearly. Eternal laughed. Why should he see the overall situation clearly? Qing Shui was even more puzzled. The so-called overall situation is just a choice made because he can't control the situation. For the current Lu Yin, unless it involves eternal life, there is no situation that he can't control. With him, we have to hide. This is a very simple principle. Instead of sacrificing those ordinary people to find us and sacrificing his compassion, it's better to follow his heart. Eternal looked at Qing Shui. When you reach his height, you will understand. Qing Shui frowned. Isn't he afraid that Sir will break through to eternal life? But we are more afraid that he will break through to eternal life. Eternal replied and turned to leave. Qing Shui looked into the distance again, then followed Eternal. In the distance, in the mortal city, Lu Yin stood high in the sky, watching the white bones fleeing and killing. He closed his eyes, exhaled, and his consciousness suddenly pressed down. All the white bones turned into powder. Only one white bone still existed. It was originally hidden among the many white bones. At this moment, seeing the surrounding white bones destroyed, it wanted to use the bone language again to let the rest of the white bones out of its body, but it found that chains had descended from the void and bound it. Heaven and earth were locked, locking its cognition and all means, including voice and even emotions. Lu Yin descended and appeared in front of the white bones. Qing Hongyuan stared at Lu Yin. He had expected this person to follow him, but he didn't expect to make a move at this time. Why did he make a move? Did he not want to follow him to achieve his goal? Qing Hongyuan didn't expect that what he did had crossed Lu Yin's bottom line. If not, he could continue to escape, even if it took a long time. he could still escape. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin attacked Qing Hongyuan, he knew that Eternal was no longer around. Eternal understood him and knew that he would attack Qing Hongyuan. But if he left, then so be it. As long as he was here, unless Eternal broke through to the Eternal Life realm, he would not be able to come out. Hide, hide like a mouse, don't let me catch you. You shouldn't have attacked these mortals. What's wrong with them? They just want to live peacefully. 100 years old is already a long life, a life without waves, children happy. You don't understand this feeling, but it is our life's pursuit. Qing Hongyuan was in a daze because of this. Because of these ant-like mortals. Because they gave up on tracking him. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. To be able to cultivate to this level, who wasn't a godlike existence? Why would he care about those mortals? Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, enveloping Qing Hongyuan. In a situation where only Lu Yin could see, karma soared into the sky. The self-illuminating heaven technique. He wanted to calculate Qing Hongyuan's past, calculate the karma of their intersection, and even calculate the future. Karma could be cut off, hidden, and searched. Heaven and earth could not hide. However, this method consumed too much karma. When Lu Yin comprehended the self-illuminating heaven technique, he noticed that someone was watching him. He used karma to calculate, but it was cut off by a sword. Later, in the consciousness universe, he also calculated the possibility of the verbal law, and now he achieved it. Unfortunately, the verbal law was useless on this skeleton. This skeleton had another power to control it. Then he would calculate directly. Qing Hongyuan opened his mouth. What do you want to know? The Qing clan didn't perish. I can tell you. Lu Yin's gaze was extremely cold. The Qing clan. He did not care. What he cared about was eternity and that skeleton. However, Qing Hongyuan could not tell him these things. Karma suddenly pressed down, penetrating Qing Hongyuan's skeleton and turning into a tornado that connected heaven and earth. Unfortunately, only Lu Yin could see this spectacular scene. Only I am not here, I will replace it with benefits. Only I can change, I will replace it with non-existence. My heart is clear, I am not afraid of selfishness, I am as firm as a rock, I am not afraid of myself, I illuminate the heavens. The wheel of karma, I am facing the heavens, looking at the endless distance, protecting the return of all life in the universe. When Qing Hongyuan heard the self-illuminating heaven technique, his body seemed to be transparent. Everything about him was seen clearly, and an inexplicable fear filled his mind. How could this be? What kind of power was this? Karma was constantly consumed like fuel to calculate everything that Lu Yin wanted to know. He saw Qing Hongyuan's past, and under karma, he also understood why he pretended to be dead. It was because he was controlled by the skeleton. Qing Hongyuan really found the skeleton, but the moment he found it, he was controlled. As for the skeleton, Lu Yin also saw it. However, it was not a skeleton, but another person. It was completely different from the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll. The skeleton had new clothes. Qing Hongyuan had always been hiding under the yellow sand of the western region. Qing Shui told all the disciples of the Qing clan to Qing Gong. They were also the ones who led Qing Gong to think of a method to exterminate the descendants of the Qing clan, forcing the Qing clan to fight with Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not care about these. What he wanted was Jie Zun, eternity, and where was the skeleton now? He saw Jie Zun, and karma continued to calculate. Finally, he sensed the connection of karma in the distance. Lu Yin saw it. He stared at the karma and suddenly turned his head. His consciousness spread out and streaked across the starry sky, descending into the distance. At the limit of his vision, eternity was no longer there. As expected. When Qing Hongyuan attacked half of the people in the city, eternity was no longer there. There was another person with eternity. That woman, Qing Hongyuan's daughter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3944. Suddenly, karma was consumed at an accelerated rate, directly consuming 1/10 of it. Lu Yin couldn't care less because karma had been affected. Somewhere, a pair of eyes opened. The empty eyes were deep and dark, looking at Lu Yin through karma. Lu Yin saw the eyes, crossing time and space to look at it. Were those human eyes? No, they were the eyes of death. Those eyes weren't looking at him, but at death, the inevitable end of the existence behind him. Those eyes were more terrifying than a skeleton wearing new clothes. Lu Yin clenched his fists and continued to consume karma. He wanted to see where the skeleton was. Suddenly, the white bones of the Crimson Plains turned into ashes. Everything happened so suddenly. The ashes were blown into the distance by the wind, disappearing without a trace. Lu Yin was stunned. The skeleton disappeared, and so did his karma calculation. Everything happened in an instant. He only looked at the skeleton's eyes for a moment, and a low voice sounded in his ears. Enter my death, give me death. Immortal and indestructible, I will live forever. The skeleton had noticed him. Karma was used to calculate the past and future. Using karma to calculate would be detected. The skeleton either had a shocking cultivation or a unique ability, such as being able to see and even interfere with karma. It was impossible for the skeleton's cultivation to be shocking. Lu Yin was already at the limit of combat power below eternal life, unless the skeleton was in the eternal life realm. If the skeleton had been in the eternal life realm, Lu Yin would have been in trouble if the skeleton hadn't turned to ashes. If the skeleton had been in the eternal life realm, the three from the Zhuxiao universe would have noticed. It could only be said that the skeleton was special enough to detect and interfere with karma. Lu Yin stood in place, the words echoing in his mind. Enter my death, give me death. Immortal and indestructible, I will live forever. Was this a warning from the skeleton, or something else? Death? The master had said that the Zhuxiao universe had encountered a crisis of death. The skeleton had looked at him as if it was looking at death. Could it be that this death was not a state, but an existence? Lu Yin rose into the air and looked around the city. There was fear and sorrow everywhere. These people had not provoked anyone, and they had suffered a disaster for no reason. Who would sympathize with them? Decades later, what happened today would only be recorded in a few lines of words in the city records. But he could see clearly the tragedy that had just happened. The memories of pain and suffering would forever exist in the hearts of the living. Where were the dead? Did they see it? After watching for a while, Lu Yin turned around and left. Back in the Tian Yuan universe, he had said that he would guide people to do good. This was not something that could be done just by saying it. Words were not enough to restrain him. Perhaps one day, with a single thought, he would be able to restrain the cultivators and protect the mortals. This could also be considered an ambition. Born in heaven and earth, how can one be at peace? Not long after, he returned to Pyrolite Mountain. Mount E was already gone, Hidden Heaven City was affected by the battle, many cracks appearing on the earth. People from the Zhu clan and the Yu clan came to Mount E and saw Li Gua. They had a conversation, but they couldn't get any more information. Lu Yin's appearance left everyone at a loss. Hadn't he gone to reinforce the consciousness universe? Why was he here? Lu Yin landed on the ground and found the flesh that had been torn apart by White Bones Ming Hongyuan. He collected the blood, hoping that this was truly White Bones Ming Hongyuan's blood. It was said that Hongyuan had a daughter by eternal side. Then, with this blood, he might be able to find her. But now was not the time. Eternal would definitely be very vigilant. Wait for a period of time. Some things had to be done unexpectedly. What about Hongyuan? Li Gua asked. He waved his hand to disperse the surrounding people, including those from Zhu clan and Yu clan. They were all chased away. Lu Yin said, "He's dead." Li Gua raised his brows. "You didn't capture him for questioning." Lu Yin looked at him. "It's useless." Li Gua frowned. "You can't even find out about his karma." Many people knew that Lu Yin had comprehended karma, and it was no longer a secret. Lu Yin shook his head. He had made a karmic deduction about Hongyuan, which had cost him quite a bit. In the end, all he had done was look at that skeleton, which made his heart ache. How difficult was it to increase karma? He even wanted to throw Li Gua and the others into the hell of general appointment platform. Fortunately, the transparent moth from the full sensory universe had also helped him increase his karma, so his losses were not as great as before. Otherwise, his heart would ache even more. Lu Yin looked at Li Gua. "Have you contacted the master?" Li Gua nodded. "The master said to contact you when you arrived." "Why did Hongyuan attack you?" Lu Yin was not in a hurry to contact the master. Li Gua was helpless. "How would I know? It seemed like he was determined to capture me. I'm not safe right now." "What value do you have?" Lu Yin asked directly. Li Gua was speechless. "I feel like you're looking down on me." Lu Yin looked at him. "This is very important. I have to report to the alarm gate about the skeleton on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll." Li Gua's eyes widened. "You have clues?" "No, so I want to find some clues through you." Li Gua leaned against the stone, looking very tired. He pointed at himself. "I would be dead if I had any clues. Also, talking to you makes my teeth hurt." Lu Yin looked at Li Gua's mouth. "You already have a toothache." Li Gua's chin was pierced by his own bone. It would be strange if he didn't have a toothache. Li Gua was curious. "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be supporting the universe of consciousness? Don't tell me you knew all this in advance and made me suffer so much that I almost died." Lu Yin said casually, "When I killed 100 Kill Tian, I used karma to check on him and found that there were a few descendants of the Qing clan that he didn't know about." Li Gua understood. "So you think there's a problem?" 100 Kill Tian, as the head of the Qing clan, has a domineering personality and full control. There are descendants that he doesn't know about but are known by the Duke. Obviously, there's a problem. There must be someone behind the Duke. Lu Yin said. Li Gua snorted. "I was wondering how the Duke could kill all the descendants of the Qing clan so easily. So that's why." Lu Yin was not interested in this matter. No matter what, even if there were still people alive in the Qing clan, they were just ants. Even if they were not from the Qing clan, there would be others working for the skeleton. He just wanted to know what was the value of Li Gua and why Qing Hongyuan wanted to capture him. "What's your value? Or do you have something? For example, turbid treasure?" Lu Yin asked. Li Gua rolled his eyes. "I have no value, okay? Okay, I'll tell the alarm gate lord." Lu Yin said directly. Li Gua opened his mouth and said angrily, "My value is the spirit treasure array. It's my greatest value and only value. It can be said that, looking at the entire history of the Ninth Heaven universe, there's almost no one who can surpass me in this, except for the superior deity. There are 3 major clans in the Zhangtian city. The Qing clan used the void wall to carve the spirit treasure array. Let's not talk about that. The Zhu clan doesn't have the Zhangtian array. That's a relic of the Zhangtian universe. I've also understood their linear concept. The Yu clan created the scroll array. I can understand it just by looking at it once. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Ligua said proudly, and I created the heaven, earth, and human three-paths scroll array. The Yu clan must have a stronger spirit treasure array, but it's also from the Tsang Tian universe. As for me, I created it myself and almost killed Qing Hongyuan and Jie Zun. Hee, isn't it amazing? Lu Yin saw the heaven, earth, and human three-paths scroll array. It was indeed amazing. He could break this spirit treasure array, but it was more difficult to learn it. It would take a long time to create it himself. Ligua's talent in the spirit treasure Dao was indeed very high, surpassing anyone he had ever seen. No, except for Huizhu. Huizhu's cultivation was low, and he didn't have time to slowly study it. He had planned for thousands of years, and he had to consider far more than just spirit treasure array. If Huizhu was allowed to devote himself to the study of spirit treasure array, it was hard to say what kind of spirit treasure array he could create. At this time, Ligua's pocket scroll vibrated and connected. The great master's voice came out, "Let Lu Yin go to the startling sparrow terrace." Ligua looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and was about to go when a door appeared in front of him. Ligua was envious. Startling Gate Shangyu was personally picking him up. What was this guy's status in the eyes of eternal Gate Shangyu? Lu Yin walked through the door and appeared at the startling sparrow terrace. He thought that the great master was also here, but he found that there was only startling Gate Shangyu on the startling sparrow terrace. Startling Gate Shangyu looked at Lu Yin. "What do you think?" "Senior, you know about the battle in the western region, right?" Lu Yin asked. Startling Gate Shangyu nodded, "Of course." "Then why didn't you make a move?" "It's useless." Lu Yin looked at Startling Gate Shangyu. Startling Gate Shangyu said faintly, "The people of Mangfu have appeared many times. We have also made a move to find the door, but we can't stop the people of Mangfu from dying. As for the people sent by White Bones, yes, White Bones and the people it controls, we call them Dead Silence." Dead Silence? Lu Yin thought and looked into White Bones' eyes, very appropriate. Startling Gate Shangyu said, "Dead Silence's people can't get anything. They are two completely different cultivation methods from the Ninth Heaven universe. One comes from the Eternal Realm powerhouse who died together with me Jin Shangyu. The other comes from the cosmic civilization that almost brought death to the Ninth Heaven universe. They are not easy to deal with. There is darkness in the Ninth Heaven universe and a threat that even we can't remove." Speaking of this, she looked at Lu Yin. "You have ridden the Night Pillar twice. What do you think of the square-inch distance?" Lu Yin said solemnly, "It's very dangerous. The Ninth Heaven universe made the right choice. We can't be exposed. We have to deal with all the existences that may be exposed. Is that all? Also, the civilization is fishing." Startling Gate Shangyu looked at the starry sky. Her gaze could penetrate the Ninth Heaven universe and look at the vast and deep square-inch distance. "We have encountered a fishing civilization. It's the same for the springboard and the spirit treasure. Any civilization that dares to fish in the universe is extremely terrifying. We don't want to come into contact with such a civilization. That White Bones originated from the spirit treasure, and the spirit treasure was bait released by a certain civilization. At first, we didn't pay attention to it. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and deceived the civilization. We are well prepared. That civilization, we call it the Death Universe." Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Death Universe? He thought of the words that White Bones had said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3945. Stargate Shangyu said slowly, "Death brings death to other civilizations. When we first noticed that civilization, we knew that the ninth heaven universe was in trouble. If we couldn't avoid it, we could only fight to the death. Fortunately, we avoided it. Can we win? Lu Yin asked. Stargate Shangyu laughed. Win? You think too much. At that time, we were thinking of throwing the Tianyuan universe out. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. When a civilization encounters an unsolvable disaster, what we have to do is find a way to continue. I believe that in the Tianyuan universe, you also encountered a situation where you needed to continue a certain force or family. Raising this situation to the entire human race was what we were thinking at that time. Even the killing maniac Xueta didn't plan to fight. All he could do was throw the Tianyuan universe out as far as he could. Stargate Shangyu looked at Lu Yin. In fact, compared to spiritualization, the Tianyuan universe is very fortunate. It's neither robbed of resources nor changed of cultivation methods. It's also not bound together for good or ill. The Tianyuan universe seems to be the furthest, but it's also a barrier and sometimes the last chance. Lu Yin, you can carry the Tianyuan universe to spiritualize and break into the ninth heaven. We admire this very much, and this is also why we have always supported you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have tolerated you just because of your understanding of karma. Lu Yin remembered that Gu Duanke had said that other than the eternal ruler, no one in the ninth heaven universe could keep the Tianyuan universe's eternal ruler, including the lesser gods. At that time, he wondered if the three superior gods were too good to him, as if the Tianyuan universe was their own son. At that time, he knew that the eternal ruler's vision was on the entire human race and not limited to the ninth heaven. But now, it seemed that his understanding of the eternal ruler was still too low. They not only had a realm of cultivation, but also a realm of thought. This realm could only be achieved by transcending everything. Immortality was not divided into good and bad. Senior, although I couldn't find the skeleton in Wangda, I know that there was a mastermind behind the Battle of Mount Shao. It was the Eternal, Lu Yin said. Stargate Shangyu was surprised. That traitor. Lu Yin nodded. Stargate Shangyu pondered. After a while, she said, the Eternal is very special. He is a traitor to humanity and Wangda. In fact, he is also a traitor to deathly silence. Lu Yin knew that the Eternal was a traitor to humanity and Wangda, but he didn't know that he was related to deathly silence. What happened? Yonggong is a mysterious person. He's existed for a very long time. People say he's a human, but he's different. People say he's not a human. At first, nobody could tell. He betrayed the human race, then he betrayed Manchuria, then he disappeared for a while. When he reappeared, he was already with the deathly silence. But not long after, he betrayed the deathly silence. At that time, he was very famous. The whole continent of the Nine Clouds wanted to catch him, but he managed to escape. Back then, no one knew where he fled to. As news of the Tianyuan universe spread, we learned that he had established the Eternals in the Tianyuan universe. He planned on using the Eternals to replace the Tianyuan universe and dominate it. And the reason why he was able to hide was because of Master Qing Chao. You asked Master Qing Chao about the Eternals, but he refused to tell you. I don't know much about this person either. He has always been hiding in the dark. Lu Yin felt that this was absurd. He controlled Tianyuan, had transformed into a battle spirit, suppressed his consciousness, and rushed into the nine firmaments. He had seen the eternal ruler before, but he had only been hidden away by an eternal. It was like a thorn in his side. It wasn't just a thorn in his side, it was a thorn in the continent of the Nine Clouds, and even Mango and deathly silence. What was going on with this eternal? Jingmin Shangyu interrupted Lu Yin's thoughts. The Battle of Mount Shao allowed you to see the hidden dangers of the continent of the Nine Clouds, but we don't have to worry about them for the time being. We haven't been able to find them for so many years. We wanted to see if you could break through with your karma, but it seems like it was in vain. I'll take this opportunity to tell you something so that you don't have to make wild guesses." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Wild guesses? What did she mean? Jingmin Shangyu was pointing at him. Did she see something? Lu Yin had indeed had his suspicions. Ever since Qing Xing had reminded him, he had another guess about the three eternal rulers. Although it was mostly due to his vigilance, he hadn't been so vigilant in the past. The Nine Firmaments universe had used practical actions to dissolve Lu Yin's vigilance about restarting Tian Yuan. It had made Lu Yin subconsciously stop being hostile to the Nine Firmaments universe. But Qing Xing had made Lu Yin return to his original vigilance. Jingmin Shangyu slowly spoke, recounting the past. A person once appeared in the Nine Firmaments universe. Her name was Qi Su. She was the fourth eternal ruler of that era. I wasn't even born at that time. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Eternal ruler. Jingmin Shangyu recalled, but she wasn't from the Nine Firmaments universe. No, how should I put it? She wasn't human. She was a collection of emotions. At first, Qing Lian Shangyu didn't know. Although her arrival in the Nine Firmaments universe made them vigilant, the battle of eternal life was no trivial matter. They didn't kill her immediately, which led to a disaster. Qi Su spread her emotions to the Nine Firmaments universe, magnifying the greed and desire of countless people, causing them to kill each other. By the time they found out, at least 1/5 of the cultivators in the Nine Firmaments universe had fallen into hatred. In desperation, Qing Lian Shangyu and the others launched a series of battles with her. Qi Su was very strong, but in the face of 3 eternal life cultivators, she had no choice but to retreat. She was constantly injured and tried to escape, but she didn't leave the Nine Firmaments universe. Instead, she hid. After that, Wang Mi appeared. Then, a long chase ensued. Qi Su brought disaster to the Nine Firmaments universe because of her unique ability to control emotions. Against Qing Lian Shangyu and the others, she was fine, but against other cultivators, even those who had reached the peak of Ku Ai couldn't escape. Luckily, Mi Jin Shangyu created a skill called the Great Dream of 1,000 Years. People who practice the Great Dream of 1,000 Years don't have a corpse, they don't have a spiritual seed, they only have a dream spirit. Dream spirits can track people's emotions, just like how sentient creatures can see emotions. Dream spirits can also see emotions. Because of the power of dream spirits, Qi Su can't bring disaster to the continent of the 9 clouds. In the final battle, Qi Su died. She and Mi Jin Shangyu perished together. At that time, it wasn't that they didn't want to help Mi Jin Shangyu, it was that they couldn't. Only Mi Jin Shangyu could catch Qi Su. Lu Yin understood now. No wonder Qing Xing had said that 2 people would run away and 1 would fight to the death. He didn't doubt Jingmin Shangyu's words. The immortal Shangyu wouldn't be so despicable. He just didn't understand. The 3 Shangyu had already severely injured Qi Su. Why did Mi Jin Shangyu perish with her? Jingmin Shangyu smiled bitterly. Do you think it's so easy to die in the eternal realm? Not to mention at that time. She paused and didn't say anything else. Instead, she said, it's difficult for an eternal realm to die completely. Qi Su hasn't died yet. Lu Yin was shocked. Didn't you say that they perished together? Yes, they perished together, but Qi Su's power still remains in the 9 firmaments. Lu Yin stared at Jingmin Shangyu in a daze. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. 7 fairies. Jingmin Shangyu nodded and looked at Lu Yin. Qi Su and Mi Jin perished together. Before her death, Qinglian Shangyu divided her control over her emotions into 7 parts and hid them in the karmic celestial phenomenon. But as time passed, these emotions continued to dissipate. If this continued, it would have been discovered one day. So, he had no choice but to extract the 7 emotions and integrate them into the bodies of 7 women. They are the 7 fairies now. So, the 7 fairies more or less have some personality flaws. They bear this flaw in the 9 firmaments. Wait. Lu Yin interrupted Jingmin Shangyu. He didn't care about being rude. He had too many questions. Are the 7 fairies from the 9 firmaments universe? Also, who noticed? Senior, you seem to have something you didn't say just now. I don't have to know. I just want to confirm it again. It's best if I know. Jingmin Shangyu smiled faintly. There are some things that I don't want to say, so don't ask. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's not the right time. You already know more than everyone in the 9 firmaments universe, including the Great Master. You should be content. As for the 7 fairies, one of them does not belong to the 9 firmaments universe. At that time, one of them lost control of her emotions and escaped from the 9 firmaments universe. Fortunately, Qinglian Shangyu caught her in time. In a limited time, she integrated into the body of a woman from the 9 firmaments universe. So, that woman was brought back and became one of the 7 fairies. As for who noticed it, her face was solemn. Do you think Chi Su came by accident? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There's someone behind her. She's an eternal realm cultivator. Jingmin Shangyu clasped his hands behind his back. I can also say that there are people behind me. Qinglian Shangyu and Xueta Shangyu are older than me, aren't they? Immortality doesn't mean supremacy. Lu Yin looked at Jingmin Shangyu. Then who's behind her? Jingmin Shangyu said, I said, there are some things that I don't say, so don't ask. You will know what you should know. In short, you have to know one thing, Chi Su's death must not be spread out. It must be sealed in the 9 firmaments universe. For this reason, Qinglian Shangyu paid a huge price and used the karma celestial phenomenon to preserve Chi Su's ability. It's not easy. It can be said that the news of Chi Su's death is equivalent to bait, a bait that can catch danger. Lu Yin was speechless. There are too many baits in the 9 firmaments universe. Jingmin Shangyu was helpless. There's no other way. The more contact there is, the more bait there is. Any bait here is enough to make us suffer. It's very likely to bring disaster. Now, do you still want Tian Yuan to integrate into the 9 firmaments universe? To be honest, Lu Yin hesitated. He felt that the 9 firmaments universe was more dangerous than Tian Yuan. He had encountered many dangers in the Tian Yuan universe, but at least he knew who the enemy was. However, in the 9 firmaments universe, he didn't even know who the enemy was. The distance of a square inch was like a lake. Nothing could be picked up. If you picked it up, you would lose your life. The speechless suffocation in his heart made Lu Yin very uncomfortable. Of course, there's no need to be too pessimistic. We humans are not weak. We have 3 immortal stage warriors, and that is enough to rule the universe. We just need to be careful not to run into those fishing civilizations. Haven't we wiped out a few space civilizations as well? In other words, we are not good people, alarmed Gate Shangyu said. Senior, your words don't make me happy. On the contrary, I believe in karma, Lu Yin said quietly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3946. After hearing Lu Yin's words, alarmed Lord was speechless. He glanced at Lu Yin. This kid really didn't know how to talk sometimes. No wonder Green Lotus was so thick-skinned that she wanted to give him the 7 fairies. Then what about his daughter? But from another perspective, such a person was more reliable. For a moment, she looked at Lu Yin with even more admiration. Lu Yin thought of someone else, Yuya. Yuya's consciousness was also at the eternal realm. When the matter involved an eternal realm, it was strange. Qi Shu, Yuya, Yi Tianke, and so on. He rubbed his head. Only by attaining eternal life could he sweep through everything. Right, he suddenly thought of something. Senior, that Qishu can control human emotions, and full sensory creatures can see human emotions. Could they be related to each other? Lu Yin asked. Alarmed Lord pondered for a moment. I don't know. According to what you said, those full sensory creatures originated from the transparent moths. The transparent moths have been hiding in the full sensory universe for too long and have never been willing to come into contact with other universe creatures. Then, it should be unrelated to Qishu. But it's really a coincidence that they have similar abilities. She then sighed. Qishu is a strong enemy that was carefully selected for us humans. Humans have emotions, and even if they attain eternal life, they can't be completely erased. Qishu is too suitable to deal with us. This is the cruelty of the universe. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Selected. This was not a good word. What was behind this Qishu? Inexplicably, he thought of the meteorite and Che. Could it be related to him? Previously, at the startling Sparrow Terrace, Master Grass had said that eternal realms could not enter the area covered by the karmic phenomenon. Otherwise, it would be a provocation, except for the immortal master of the insectoid nest. Then, what was up with Che? How did he come in? After thinking about it, Master Grass must have some understanding of the insectoid nest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. Then, why didn't he take action when the insectoid nest was first discovered in the Tianyuan universe? This Master Grass had his own ideas, and Lu Yin felt that his ideas were very cruel. Senior, where did Qinglian Lord and Shueta Lord go? You won't know even if I tell you. Then, what about me now? Supporting the universe of consciousness. After all, I don't have the confidence to find white bones and Wangda. Jingmen Shangyu nodded. For the time being, deathly stillness and Mangda have appeared because of the battle at Mount E. They were even taken care of, so things will be quieter now. That's good. During this time, you should focus on taking care of the bugs. It's not just the consciousness universe. Maybe other places will need your help too. Lu Yin replied, it might not be quiet. Jingmen Shangyu was surprised. What do you mean? Lu Yin looked down and said, eternity is still here. The Battle of Pyrolite Mountain is related to him. I don't know what he's planning. Maybe he'll succeed, maybe he'll fail. But when I'm not in the ninth heaven universe, he'll definitely do something to achieve his goal when I return. At this point, Lu Yin suddenly felt that something was amiss. It sounded like he was looking down on Jingmen Shangyu, as if eternity only cared about Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly said, this junior is not being disrespectful to senior, and I have no intention of disregarding senior. However, this junior understands this eternity too well. Jingmen Shangyu raised his hand. There's no need to explain. I'm not a narrow-minded person like Shueta. Lu Yin. Jingmen Shangyu said indifferently, there are some hidden schemes that I can't see. The eternity realm is not omniscient. Otherwise, how could deathly stillness and Wangda exist? Ever since we entered the ninth heaven universe, we deliberately learned about the past of the Tianyuan universe. The establishment of the Eternals was completely under the glory of the celestial sect at its peak. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Your ancestors can't see this, and we may not be able to see it either. The history of the Tianyuan universe has reminded us. You can do whatever you want. Use your understanding of the eternity. Although this person is not in eternity realm, he's very special. We can't say when he'll break through. Lu Yin nodded. This junior understands. I also have a question that I'd like to ask. Speak. Is there a way to cultivate 2 spirit seeds directly? Jingmen Shangyu frowned. You saw it. From the body of Mangda. Yes. Normally, there's no way. Even us eternity realm cultivators can only cultivate 1 spirit seed unless the spirit seed is special. However, no matter how special it is, it will eventually lead to the same destination. Using 1 spirit seed to step into immortality is unchangeable. Thus, the 9th heaven universe has never pursued cultivating 2 spirit seeds, except for Wangda. They don't seek immortality, they only seek to increase their combat power. That method is not something we can achieve with our strength. Lu Yin pondered. Was it something that could only be done by external forces? We've known for a long time that Wangda cultivates 2 spirit seeds, so be careful when you meet them. Their limit may not be 2 spirit seeds, Jingmen Shangyu reminded. Lu Yin thought of the terrifying combat power that Jie Zun had displayed. It had made Li Gua and Qing Hongyuan breathless. If he had 1 more spirit seed, what level would he reach? Where did they get so many spirit seeds? Wangda is the forbidden force that has robbed cultivators the most since ancient times. Lu Yin understood. He thought of the box in the spring and autumn bamboo slip that could block the perception of the spirit-seeking technique. The word reminded him that it was related to the mysterious eternity realm, and that mysterious eternity realm was related to eternity. The relationship between eternity and Wangda was too complicated. He wanted to tell them about the mysterious eternity realm, but in the end, he didn't. Eternity, these secret forces without eternity realm cultivators couldn't solve it, let alone a hidden eternity realm cultivator. Moreover, if the 9th heaven universe knew that there might be a hidden eternity realm cultivator in the Tianyuan universe, no one knew how it would affect the Tianyuan universe. At least for now, the eternity realm cultivator didn't stop him from cultivating. Then, the only thing he had to do was to step into the eternity realm. That would be the time to flip the cards. There's more. Jingmen Shangyu looked at Lu Yin. You don't have to worry about the 7 fairies. Qinglian Shangyu is just idle. Don't worry about it. Lu Yin blinked. Right, if Jingmen Shangyu hadn't reminded him, he had forgotten that 2 of the 7 fairies hadn't mentioned anything. Idle. A door appeared in front of him. Lu Yin bowed deeply to Jingmen Shangyu, stepped through the door, and left. Jingmen Shangyu looked at the empty startling sparrow terrace and muttered to himself, I hope you can clear the haze. Even if you want to hide, let the human race hide more thoroughly. There are too many baits. Somewhere in the 9th heaven universe, the Eternity Master looked up at the starry sky and looked in the direction of the startling sparrow terrace. During the battle on Mount Shao, he wanted to use Lu Yin to find the location of CG's skeleton. He deliberately exposed Jie Zun to see if he could find the location of the rest of the Wangfu. Anyway, no matter which side Lu Yin found, it would be beneficial to him. However, he didn't find anything. Each of them hid too deeply. He expected that he would expose himself to Lu Yin. As long as he made a move, there would be traces. However, the result was not good. Master, will Lu Yin leave? Or is supporting the universe of consciousness a cover from the beginning? Qing Shui asked. The Eternity Master said faintly, he will leave. He is not a clairvoyant and can't know that the battle on Mount Shao will happen. The reason he turned back is just to take a look. If there is a problem, he will take action. If there is no problem, he will leave. The universe of consciousness will definitely need his support. Qing Shui heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Lu Yin gave her a lot of pressure. She knew Qing Shui Yuan's strength very well. Qing Shuiyuan would have been at a disadvantage in the battle with Li Guo if not for the initial plan. The two of them together couldn't defeat Jie Zun, but Lu Yin easily defeated Jie Zun. Lu Yin's combat power was too overwhelming. Qing Shui's departure made her breathe easier. The Eternity Master exhaled. During Lu Yin's absence, he had to find CG and complete the plan. Otherwise, when the bugs were dealt with and Lu Yin returned, he would have nothing to do. If he really couldn't deal with CG, he would have to find Wang Fu. There had to be a breakthrough. Now, he turned to Qing Shui. You, change your clothes. The one green lotus moved towards the universe of consciousness through the core space. Many cultivators sat calmly on the lotus. Even those who were forced here by the Great Five Palms sect could only calm down. What awaited them was the magnificent universe battlefield. At the front, Mr. Tide Listener looked at the core space. He had followed Pillar of the Nine Heavens on an expedition to the outer universe and was no stranger to the core space. The only difference was that it had been an expedition in the past, but now, it was a defense. He hoped that there wouldn't be too many enemies in this battlefield that he couldn't understand. Humans grew from weak to strong, and some universe creatures were extremely powerful from birth. The end of most people's cultivation was just their starting point. There were many such creatures in the universe. Who knew how many of these people would be able to return alive? A door appeared in front of him, and Mr. Tide Listener's eyes trembled. Lu Yin had followed the one green lotus to the universe of consciousness, but he had suddenly left halfway, saying that he wanted to go back and take a look. Back then, Mr. Tide Listener had known that the one green lotus's massive support was part of Lu Yin's plan, but he didn't know how it was now. That plan was definitely related to the startling gate. Lu Yin walked out of the door, smiled at Mr. Tide Listener, and sat down cross-legged. The door slowly dissipated. Sir, did you deal with it? No, it was quite troublesome. Mr. Tide Listener was puzzled. Who in the Nina Firmament's universe could make Lu Yin feel troubled? Senior, have you heard of CG? Mr. Tide Listener shook his head. No. Then what about Wang Fu? Mr. Tide Listener was surprised. You went to deal with Wang Fu? Sort of, Lu Yin answered with his back to Mr. Tide Listener. Mr. Tide Listener sighed. Wang Fu are killers that have existed in the darkness for a long time. They violate the rules, plunder cultivators, and wantonly slaughter cultivators. They are the biggest target of Death Hill. Why did you find them? I ran into them by accident. Senior, how much do you know about them? Mr. Tide Listener thought for a moment. Not much. There are records of them in the Great Five Palms. The first master of the Great Five Palms killed several of them, but he left a warning to contact Death Hill immediately if you run into them. Don't attack without permission. I've never run into them. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. If you run into them, contact Death Hill immediately. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3947. He recalled the battle at Pyrolite Mountain. That Jie Zun was already very powerful, and he had even undergone spiritual cultivation to become a perfected Ku adversity transcendence cultivator. The divine power that he had released was completely different from eternity, allowing him to explode with unparalleled strength. Afterward, he had borrowed the power of two spirit seeds to explode with unparalleled power, and he had suppressed Li Guo and Qing Hongyuan to the point of suffocation. How had he done it with two spirit seeds? The alarmed protector reminded them that there might not only be two spirit seeds, but that the upper limit might be even higher. The two remained silent as they calmly looked ahead. The one azure lotus leaf headed towards the consciousness universe. From the one azure lotus leaf, it would take more than half a year to travel the distance. It was outside the consciousness universe, and it was 3 degrees north. Countless insects flooded the heavens. Most of them were the most basic insects that had been born from the hives, but there were also many that had never appeared in the Tianyuan universe before. Some of them shuttled through the void, constantly flickering. Every time they flickered, they would leave behind a burning dot in space. These dots connected to one another and formed a flat surface that covered a certain area, burning all the cultivators in that area to death. Some of the insects carried enormous arrows on their backs that were incomparably sharp. Some opened their mouths and spat out beams of light that obliterated the void. Some of the insects combined to form a giant that grasped the heavens. Even further away, countless insects combined to form weapons that resembled warships. They launched countless attacks that covered a large area. Similarly, the human cultivators on the other side also launched countless attacks that clashed with the insects. Swathes of insects were obliterated, and swathes of cultivators died as well. The Showu were the weakest of the insects participating in the battle, but they still had the strength of a hunter. 100,000 of them combined into a weapon that was enough to obliterate a peak emissary. Qianli caused many cultivators to howl in grief, and some could not help but commit suicide. Qianli had become the most terrifying insect on the battlefield. The stone dragons were powerful, and when 10,000 of them combined, they were like a disaster that swept through the heavens. The heptastar sword moved at a speed that was close to parallel time, and when combined with its unparalleled impact, it continuously obliterated cultivators. Phrygia continuously transferred the energy it had devoured to Ghost Orchid, and it rapidly multiplied in the void. Ghost Orchid obtained Phrygia's strength and continued to grow, and even progenitors were devoured along with their flesh. The brocade azura was everywhere, and its strength as a half-ancestor became a nightmare on the battlefield as it tore cultivators apart. Blood spilled across the heavens. It was a nightmare for humans. All kinds of insects made the cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds retreat. If they hadn't used the spiritual treasure deployment spell, they would have died long ago. At the very back of the worm, there was a huge square stone floating in the air. There was an eye on the stone, lively but full of killing intent. It was called the longevity steel. It was a type of creature that was also born from the worm nest, Qing Xian. The green immortals were the most terrifying creatures that the hive had ever produced. They were formed based on the strengths of all the creatures in the universe they had been born in. They had outstanding cultivation talent, terrifying cultivation speed, and superb intelligence. Any one of the green immortals was equivalent to a genius among humans. The longevity monument was born in a universe filled with stone lifeforms. There were only stone lifeforms in that universe, and after the longevity monument appeared, it became the most talented stone lifeform in that universe. It personally destroyed that universe, and the monument suppressed the galaxy. Sitting above the longevity stele was a young man with a smile on his face. That's right, he was a person. However, this person was also Qing Xian. His name was Dan Zhu, and he was from the 3rd stronghold. Behind the longevity stele was another Qing Xian. It was a purple spherical life form that looked like a planet. Its size was comparable to a planet, and it was incomparably huge. It rotated slowly, and its surface was full of protrusions. 2. Go and play. I can't wait to see another human. I really want to see if it's one of those fellows who escaped before, said the man sitting on the longevity stele with a smile. Behind him, the purple planet rotated faster. It went around the longevity stele and headed towards the battlefield. On the other side of the battlefield, many spiritual souls appeared. From time to time, blood would spurt into the sky. Howls of anguish never stopped. Qianli made all the cultivators afraid. They would rather die than endure that kind of pain. Zhu Rou's face was pale. She looked at the battlefield in front of her. Was this a battle with foreign creatures? The universe wasn't as beautiful as she had imagined. Those cultivators she was familiar with died one after another. Their corpses floated in the air, but they were smashed by the worms and even eaten. This scene made her tremble. Was this what she had to accept? Second miss, be careful. Someone pushed Ju-ro away. Brocade Azura appeared in her place. This jade-colored centipede was very exquisite, but it was also very deadly. It was unharmed when faced with a cultivator's sword. It turned around and tore apart the cultivator who pushed Ju-ro away. Ju-ro attacked. She gritted her teeth, remained silent, and endured. This was what she had to bear. Brocade Azura was killed, but Ju-ro wasn't weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen as the next clan head of the Ju clan. She also had the cultivation of an ancestor, but her battle experience was much weaker. There was a battlefield in all directions. The anguished howls of those cultivators made her even more silent. She could only attack silently, unleashing a large number of attacks to kill as many worms as possible. However, there were too many worms. There were too many of them. They came from all directions. Not far away, Ju-ling retracted his gaze and sighed. This girl had finally grown up. Ju-ling, we can't go on like this. We will be torn apart sooner or later. Look at the furthest distance. That thing is coming again. Yu Jing's voice transmitted over. Ju-ling looked towards the back of the battlefield. There, a purple planet had appeared. It was Qing Xian. Tuesday 2's appearance made Ju-ling's expression turn ugly. This thing could spit out poison. Anyone who touched it would die. Even if it was an expert of the sequence laws, they would die without a doubt. That thing had the battle strength to cross the bitter calamity. Its poison was extremely strong and rare. It could also change continuously. There was no way to deal with it. Everyone, retreat. Ju-ling shouted. On the battlefield, the cultivators stood back to back, constantly retreating. Those who cultivated the soul shock gate blocked the outermost area. If it weren't for the souls, the casualties would be even more tragic. Outside the cultivators were the Shi. All kinds of Shi blocked the outside. The number of Shi's deaths far exceeded the cultivators. Yu Jing, how many scrolls do your Yu clan have left? Ju-ling asked. Yu Jing's expression turned ugly. There aren't many left who can use the scrolls. Ju-ling said solemnly, how long are you going to hide? If this continues, we will all die. Do you see the end of the sea of worms? There are still worms that haven't attacked. Moreover, I see a person. These words made Yu Jing's expression turn ugly. I see it too. How can a person be with worms? Where did that person come from? Now is not the time to study this. Your Yu clan's many years of accumulation is not limited to this. It's time to use it. Ju-ling said. Yu Jing stared at Ju-ling, then what about your Ju clan? Do you still want to hide? Ju-ling squinted his eyes. I have brought the unmovable sky concealing formation. However, now is not the time to use it. I promise you that if we meet with danger, we will use it. Yu Jing sighed. It really is the unmovable sky concealing formation. You have hidden it well. Then what about your Yu clan? Heaven and earth unification. Ju-ling's eyes narrowed. The heaven and earth unification of the hidden sky universe? Yu Jing looked at Ju-ling with a smile that was not a smile. Heaven and earth unification and the unmovable sky concealing formation, aren't they the best combination? Back then, even Xue Taoxiangyu was injured. Ju-ling nodded. Then, make your move. Yu Jing looked into the distance. He took a step forward and disappeared. Ju-ling arrived in front of Ju-ro. At that moment, Ju-ro's expression had changed. She looked completely different from when she had been in Hidden Sky City. She looked much stronger and colder. Watch carefully. You will see the Yu clan's hidden strength. Whether or not Hidden Sky City can remain one of the 4 influential groups of the continent of the 9 clouds will depend on how we use our hidden strength. Zhu Rou gazed into the distance. Hidden strength. A moment later, they saw an incredible scene. In the starry sky of the universe, there was a boundless sea of insects. A beam of light had condensed into a line. It was a boundless line. That light had become an eternal symbol in many people's hearts. It was as if it could lead them to the light and disperse the darkness. That light had destroyed the enemy. Paw! The line broke. Then, countless insects' corpses fell from the sky. It looked like a rain of insects was falling from the sky. Zhu Ling's pupils shrank. This was the unification of heaven and earth, the most powerful array formation in the garnering heaven universe. It was also the foundation formation of the unmovable heaven hiding formation. The Yu clan had really hidden it well. Zhu Rou was astonished. Surprisingly, there was such a powerful spell. In the distance, above the longevity stele, Dan Zhu was astonished. You can do that. Tu is already dead. Then, he smiled and said, how cruel. As expected, humans are good at hiding. But how many times can you do that? Did you see the longevity stele? Be careful. Next time, don't get killed. Humans are despicable. Then, the longevity stele turned around and left. There were still insects in the starry sky, but there was only 1% of them left. Following Yu Jing's order, cultivators rushed out and killed the remaining insects. Yu Jing had used the heaven and earth unification technique to turn the tide of the battle. All the cultivators admired the Yu clan's strength. The Yu clan had hidden such an invincible technique. All the cultivators' confidence had increased. They had decided to rely on the Yu clan when they went back. Some people also talked about how when Lu Yin had destroyed the Qing clan, the Yu clan had made an alliance with the Qing clan, but they hadn't done anything. If they had used that technique, the Qing clan wouldn't have been destroyed. Some people also wondered whether Lu Yin would have been able to resist the heaven and earth unification technique. Some people thought he would have been able to, while others thought he wouldn't. No matter what people said, the battlefield quieted down. She was sent out to clean up the battlefield and find an insect nest. Yu Jing and Zhu Ling met up to discuss what to do next. They knew that the insects wouldn't be defeated so easily. When they first came to the battlefield, there weren't as many insects as before. That was because their numbers had increased in a short period of time. Next, they had to clean up all the insects. Otherwise, they would have to face a sea of insects again. Especially the person sitting on the cube. They had to find out where he came from. The remaining bugs were easy to deal with, but they couldn't find the person sitting on the cube no matter how hard they tried. After a few months, Yu Jing and Zhu Ling discussed whether or not they should report back to Zhou Shao. The bugs that blotted out the sky and covered the earth appeared again. Half a year, it had only been half a year. How can it be so fast? Yu Jing's expression turned ugly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3948. Zhu Ling said in a low voice, "Can we use heaven and earth unification again?" Yu Jing stared at Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling said, "It's not that I don't want to use the immovable sky concealment formation, but I feel that it's not that simple. These bugs are definitely not part of our strength. You don't have to say anything, I understand. However, the opponent is definitely prepared this time. It won't be easy to use heaven and earth unification to deal with them." Yu Jing said. Behind Zhu Ling, a figure walked out. His face was filled with vicissitudes of life. He looked into the distance and said, "Let me help you." Yu Jing looked at that person and was shocked. Zhu Huang. That person was an old woman. There was a smile in her eyes as she looked at Yu Jing. In terms of seniority, you should call me ancestor. When you were young, this old woman even hugged you. At that time, you said that one day, you would definitely marry a girl from the Zhu clan. Have you forgotten? Zhu Ling was shocked. There was such a thing. If the Yu clan wanted to marry the Zhu clan, some people would not be able to sleep at night. Yu Jing smiled. Senior, please don't talk about what happened when I was young. Zhu Huang retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. I'm about to die. I won't be able to live for long. Before I die, I will help you and try my best to drag that guy over. It's impossible for him to survive. Let's all die in heaven and earth unification. Let me experience the strength of the Yu clan. Ancestor. Zhu Ling wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhu Huang. Protect the Zhu clan. Even though the Yu clan and the Zhu clan competed with each other, he did not feel comfortable seeing Zhu Huang die. If the Yu clan was destroyed, Zhu Huang would die. It was like the end of an era. I will go with you. Another person walked out from Yu Jing's side. Yu Jing looked at him. Ye go. The person who came was the path protector of the spiritualized universe, Ye go. He did not die but entered the 9 heavens and hid in the Yu clan. Now, he also stood out. No one thought that he would choose to die. Ye go looked at the endless bugs. Even though I'm not about to die, the injuries I suffered in my early years have been tormenting me. If I wasn't sealed in ice all year round, I wouldn't have been able to take it. This time, if I can survive. He looked at Zhu Ling. I hope that the Zhu clan and Yu clan will report to the god and ask him to help me heal. This is something I risked my life to do. Zhu Ling looked at Zhu Huang and nodded. All right. The insects continued to approach. Tens of thousands of cultivators and even more. She stared fixedly at them. Fighting the insects was too painful, but they had no choice. Behind the worms, on the cube, Danzhou's smile was full of playfulness. He did not care about the previous batch of worms that had been destroyed. This time, there were too many worm nests. The immortal master had decided to destroy these humans. He originally thought that there was only one universe, but he did not expect there to be more here. However, this bug tide was enough to last until the immortal master arrived. Go extinct, humans. Just as he was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. The cube suddenly rotated, forming a huge force that spread out in all directions. Zhu Huang walked out, and the soul blood pagoda slashed down from above. Are you a human or an insect? Danzhou raised his head and looked at the blood pagoda falling down. He sneered and patted the cube. The cube quickly turned into countless fragments that wrapped around Danzhou. The blood pagoda slashed down on the cube, creating a metallic sound, but it was unable to harm the cube at all. Zhu Huang's expression changed. Although she was skilled in linear concepts, she also had the ability to kill. Although she had undergone spiritual cultivation and reached the great circle of crossing calamity, it was not to the extent that she could not harm this monster. How could his defense be so strong? Just as she was thinking, the surface of the cube fell off, instantly condensing into a whip that lashed towards Zhu Huang. Zhu Huang waved her hand, and behind her, the blood pagoda slashed horizontally, colliding with the whip. The starry sky distorted, and an arc of ripples spread out, shattering a group of worms. Hey, human woman, you deliberately threw the aftermath of the battle at the cute worms. That's not right, be careful of retribution. Danzhou mocked. Zhu Huang's gaze was cold. Are you a human or not? Danzhou laughed. If you beat me, I'll tell you. However, the prerequisite is that you don't kill me, human. After saying that, the cube slammed towards Zhu Huang. No matter how Zhu Huang attacked, she could not break the cube. Danzhou kept provoking Zhu Huang, but he did not attack. In the distance, Yu Jing and Zhu Ling watched anxiously. There is less than half an incense stick of time before the worms arrive. If we cannot throw that cube monster into the range of heaven and earth in half an incense stick of time, we will have failed. There is no point in killing these worms. Zhu Ling's eyes narrowed. Ancestor will not disappoint us. Zhu Huang kept attacking, but not only was she unable to hurt the cube, she could not even move it. Defense and power were not on the same level. Helpless, she could only use her linear concept. Why is it ineffective? Zhu Huang was shocked. Her linear concept had no effect on this cube. Inside the cube, Dan Zhu laughed. Human, you are really interesting. Using your concept to attack a rock. Ha 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 ha, do you know that this is a real rock? Although it has life, it is only instinctive. It is like giving intelligence to a machine, but it cannot give birth to emotions. You seem to be saying words of love to a rock, and you still want the rock to respond. Ha ha ha. Zhu Huang's expression was ugly. This bastard did not attack, but he kept provoking her with words. Thinking about it, she suddenly dispersed the blood pagoda soul and rushed towards the cube. Dan Zhu was confused. Are you looking for death? The cube whipped Zhu Huang's body fiercely. Zhu Huang suppressed her desire to resist. The moment the whip was close, she grabbed it. Now! Yigu appeared. His vast aura cooperated with Zhu Huang to grab the whip. Throw it over. Dan Zhu sneered and patted the cube. The cube caused the small cubes on the whip to shatter into even smaller pieces, but it could not get rid of Zhu Huang and Yigu. Dan Zhu did not understand. What was going on? The cube shattered again, but it could not get rid of it. Zhu Huang had her own methods. She realized that no matter how the cube attacked, no matter how the small cubes were shattered, they could not leave the original cube. In other words, it was like a person's arm could not leave the body no matter how long it stretched. As such, as long as the countless small cubes formed by the whip were in her hand, she could control the big cube. Zhu Huang and Yigu worked together and threw the cube towards the worms. Dan Zhu sneered. Child's play. After saying that, he stepped out of the cube and pointed at Zhu Huang. Human, don't hurt my cute mount. Zhu Huang did not move. She let Dan Zhu's finger pierce through her shoulder. She turned around and coughed blood. Let's die together. Then, the blood pagoda enveloped them. Zhu Huang spat out blood. Outside, Yigu let go of the whip and pushed the blood pagoda. Their goal had never been the cube, but the Dan Zhu. Powerful creatures were a threat, but intelligent creatures were even more so. Dan Zhu's expression changed. He wanted to break out of the blood pagoda, but he realized that it was unimaginably sturdy. I don't know what you worms are, but the blood pagoda is the power of the Supreme God. You can't break it without reaching the eternal life realm. Zhu Huang smiled bitterly. She pushed two of her fingers, and the linear intent swept towards Dan Zhu. Dan Zhu took a few steps back. His eyes were unfocused. I underestimated you. Even if I die, I will take you away. Zhu Huang spat out blood again. She forced herself to spit out blood to water the blood pagoda and strengthen its defense. Outside, the cube pushed Yigu back and hit the blood pagoda. Just like how Zhu Huang could not do anything to it, it could not do anything to the blood pagoda. The blood pagoda was thrown towards the worms. Far away, Zhu Ling was sad. She shouted, now. Yu Jing sighed. Heaven and earth, return to one. The light appeared once more. This time, it swept across the group of cultivators. This light brought hope to all the cultivators. Now, they were relieved. They could solve the problem again. Inside the blood pagoda, Zhu Huang looked at the light approaching. She smiled. Her face was pale with blood stains. This is the power of the Yu family. It is indeed strong. If the Yu family is not destroyed, I wonder if the three families can restore the glory of the Garbatian universe. On the opposite side, Dan Zhu looked at the light approaching. His face was terrifyingly calm. He raised his hand and a card appeared in his palm. 7-star ancient card, barrier. The universe was dark all year round. The light flashed and took away countless worms. Yu Jing closed his eyes. It was over. Zhu Ling looked ahead sadly. Farewell, elder. Zhu Rou's eyes were red. Farewell, elder. Many cultivators from the Zhu family bowed. Farewell, elder. As the light dissipated, the worms were gone. The blood pagoda was gone too. However, a wall appeared. It was an ancient wall. There were various carvings on the wall. There were also dried black blood stains. Yu Jing and the rest looked at the wall. What was that? The wall collapsed and turned into powder. What appeared in front of everyone was an unharmed Dan Zhu and Zhu Huang, who was hanging in the air. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Everyone was silent. They looked at this scene in fear and disbelief. Yu Jing's pupils shrunk. Impossible. How can he block the return to one? Zhu Ling trembled. Elder. On the other side, Yigu covered his shoulder. Half of his body was smashed by the cube. He looked at it in disbelief. From his angle, he could see that Zhu Huang was not dead. His eyes were half open and his flesh was badly mutilated. Dan Zhu smiled. He grabbed Zhu Huang and looked into the distance. You humans are really interesting. You always do such self-righteous things. Who told you that you could kill me with that move? Who told you? I wasn't lured here by this woman on purpose. I just didn't want my cute mount to be hurt. That's all. What about you? You think you can kill me? After he finished speaking, he turned his arm and changed the angle. He let Zhu Ling and the rest see that Zhu Huang was not dead. Look, this woman really wants to die with me. She even sighed before she died. Interesting. I haven't felt this in a long time. Zhu Ling clenched his fist. Elder, Zhu Huang forced his eyes open and looked into the distance. He said intermittently, don't care. I will kill him. He is not human. Dan Zhu was unhappy. Hey, why are you still scolding people? This is not good. Slap him. After he finished speaking, he slapped Zhu Huang's face. Blood splattered into the sky. Zhu Ling was furious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-49. Zhu Rou covered her mouth and glared at Dan Zhu. Her eyes were filled with hatred as tears flowed down her cheeks. She had a special relationship with Zhu Huang. Everyone in the Zhu family thought that he was dead. Only she and her sister knew that he was still around and had been teaching them since they were young. Compared to Zhu Ling, they were closer to Zhu Huang. Seeing Zhu Huang being tortured, grief and anger filled her mind. She jumped out and said, "Let him go." Zhu Ling stopped her and said, "Go back." Zhu Rou glared at Dan Zhu and roared, "Let him go. Kill me if you want. Go back." Dan Zhu raised his head and took a deep breath. Comfortable. This is the feeling. This is how humans feel before death. Reluctance, sadness, and fear. It's perfect. This feeling is addictive. Back then, I suggested not to kill those people. Instead, I suggested keeping them alive and letting them continue to torture me emotionally. It's too satisfying. That's it. More, more, more. As he spoke, he tore off Zhu Huang's arm. Zhu Rou roared like a madwoman. Zhu Ling trembled and her eyes were bloodshot. Kill. She charged at Dan Zhu. Dan Zhu raised his eyebrows and raised Zhu Huang higher. Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll eat her. Zhu Ling stopped abruptly and looked at Dan Zhu in shock. Eat. This word made the battlefield horrifying. The battlefield was full of killing and death. But the word eat brought the cruelty of war to another level. This was no longer war, but predation. They had all forgotten that Dan Zhu was not a human. They had always been fighting insects. Dan Zhu's lips curled into a cruel smile. He stared at Zhu Ling and the other cultivators with one eye and Zhu Huang with the other. He was enjoying the sadness, the screams, the despair, and the feeling of having everything under his control. Zhu Huang looked at Dan Zhu and said with difficulty, kill me. Dan Zhu smiled even more brightly and licked his lips. This request is very rude. You're stopping me from enjoying. Humans should be polite. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed towards the other side. There, Yigu walked out with a spear piercing through the starry sky. Time seemed to stop as the tip of the spear connected life and death. This was a stunning spear, and it was the strongest spear that Yigu had unleashed to win. Even a powerhouse who had broken through to the great circle of crossing bitter disaster wouldn't dare to ignore this spear. However, he was caught by a hand. Dan Zhu slowly turned his head and looked at Yigu. Human, have you forgotten that I am different from you? As it spoke, the back of its head wriggled and opened a pair of eyes. Qing Xian, you were born from the best of the creatures in the current universe. You humans may be able to rule a universe, but you are not the most outstanding creatures in the universe. I have one more eye than you. With a loud bang, the spear shattered. Dan Zhu grabbed Zhu Huang with one hand, and used the other to press down on Yi Ji's head. He stared in the direction of Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling was just about to attack when he suddenly felt a bone-piercing coldness, and was unable to move. Behind Dan Zhu, a cube slowly floated. Humans, let me continue to enjoy. These two humans aren't enough. I want more. Come, let me enjoy. Let me feel your pain and despair. Bastard. Someone gritted his teeth and wanted to rush out. At this moment, even Yu Jing couldn't help but want to kill Dan Zhu. The battlefield was a matter of life and death, but no one had ever humiliated them like this, torturing the losers. However, Dan Zhu wasn't a human, but an insect. Dan Zhu laughed. Aren't you touched? I'll give you one more chance. Behind him, the cube cracked open, and he threw Zhu Huang and Yigu inside. He made an inviting gesture. They are inside. I won't do anything. Go ahead and snatch them. They are yours. Zhu Ling rushed out without hesitation and attacked the cube. Immediately after, Yu Jing and the other cultivators all attacked. The insect was wiped out by the unification of heaven and earth. Now, there were only two enemies in the starry sky, Dan Zhu and the cube. They didn't believe that all of them couldn't do anything to them. The starry sky was overturned. Countless attacks landed on the cube, but it was unharmed. As for Dan Zhu, no one dared to provoke him. They only wanted to save Zhu Huang and Yigu. They didn't dare to attack Dan Zhu. Dan Zhu laughed maniacally. This was what he wanted to see. On one hand, the humans hated him. On the other hand, they didn't dare to touch him. On the other hand, they were toyed with by him. He knew that these people couldn't break the cube unless they used the numinous treasure array again. But did they have more? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time passed day by day. Zhu Ling and the others gritted their teeth and attacked the cube silently. The cube didn't run away either. It just tangled with Zhu Ling and the others. From time to time, it would attack and kill a group of cultivators. As for Dan Zhu, he fully enjoyed the game of fear he brought. Zhu Rou stared at him with hatred. He saw it. It was this kind of gaze that he enjoyed. The more such gazes, the better. He was thinking if he should capture more humans. It would be a pity to kill them. He wanted them to save him so that they would feel more despair. At this thought, Dan Zhu became even more excited. The eyes at the back of his head became brighter. 5 days later, a green lotus leaf appeared in the distant starry sky. It arrived in an instant. The green light replaced the dark sky and attracted everyone's attention. It also attracted Dan Zhu's attention. His eyes lit up. He was excited. Another new one. Here comes the fun, hee hee. Zhu Ling and the others surrounded the cube and watched as the green lotus landed. They saw many cultivators walk out. Their expressions turned ugly. Who had come to help? Would it be useful? They had fought for so long that they knew how terrifying the cube's defenses were. Dan Zhu hadn't made a move yet. They couldn't think of anyone who could break through this dangerous situation. In the continent of the 9 firmaments, there were indeed a few who could surpass them in terms of power. But those people were either out on a campaign, fighting the insects elsewhere, or guarding the continent of the 9 firmaments. Who else would come? It would be great if Lu Yin came. With his power, he would be invincible under the immortal realm. But he was out on a campaign and hadn't returned. Even if he did. Wait, who was that? Zhu Ling's eyes widened. He stared at the figure standing on the green lotus leaf. It was so familiar. It was a figure that he didn't want to have too much contact with in the continent of the 9 firmaments. Was that Lu Yin? Yu Jing stared blankly at the green lotus leaf. Lu Yin. Why was he here? An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He was excited, sullen, and speechless sullen. The fire in his heart was about to explode. It was a pity that this fire couldn't deal with the cube monster, nor could it deal with Dan Zhu. But now, it could. Zhu Rou wanted to cry. The moment she saw Lu Yin, she felt wronged. The pain and darkness of the past few days were dispelled by that green light. She felt as if she had been bullied outside, and her family had come to take revenge. Why did you only come now? All of the cultivators had forgotten that they were attacking the cube as they stared blankly at Lu Yin. Their backs were facing Dan Zhu, so he couldn't see the light in their eyes that was growing brighter and brighter. That was the hope that had been dispelled. The cultivators who had come down from the green lotus leaf stared at the cube in front of them strangely. What was that? Mr. Tide-Through narrowed his eyes. Zhu Huang. She was still alive, but why was she in such a miserable state? Atop the one green lotus, Lu Yin surveyed the battlefield. He saw the cube, the miserable Zhu Huang and Yigu within, and the grinning Dan Zhou in the distance. He also saw the loathsome Dan Zhou, who did not match the atmosphere of the battlefield at all. He couldn't understand why Dan Zhu was still smiling on this battlefield. Why didn't he help deal with the cube? That cube was a worm, so strange. Lu Yin stepped down and approached Zhu Ling and the rest. Is there only one worm left? Just as Zhu Ling was about to answer, Zhu Rou stepped forward and whispered to Lu Yin with red eyes. Lu Yin listened and his face gradually darkened. He glanced at the cube and looked at Dan Zhu in the distance. A terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. The cultivators of Tsangtian City had experienced Lu Yin's killing intent before, but this killing intent gave them a great sense of security. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Zhu Rou. He raised his hand and wiped away her tears. I know, leave it to me. Zhu Rou pursed her lips. Thank you, thank you. You must save the ancestor. I beg you, thank you. Lu Yin smiled and patted her head. He turned to look at Dan Zhu. You like to play? Dan Zhu stared at Lu Yin and sized him up. You don't seem to be ordinary. These people have hope. Human, what is your name? Lu Yin said indifferently. What about you? What's your name? You are a little rude. I asked you first. But I want to know your name more. Why? Dan Zhu was curious. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, because it is polite. Dan Zhu stared at Lu Yin in a daze and then laughed. Human, you are very interesting. I can feel that you are not afraid of me. Why would I be afraid of you? Didn't they tell you about me? That girl was crying. She looked at me with the most hatred and sadness. I enjoyed it a lot. Now that you're here, this enjoyment is gone. So, you have to pay the price. Dan Ji's voice was full of coldness as he spoke, and his face darkened. Lu Yin nodded. I agree. Then, how do you want me to pay the price? Dan Zhu narrowed his eyes and scanned the battlefield. Hope. He saw hope in the eyes of these human cultivators. Not only had they destroyed his enjoyment, but they had also given him a sense of danger. Humans were not weak, and he had been warned before coming. If this human could change the attitude of others, there was definitely something wrong with him. Human, you also want to save those two, right? Unfortunately, your appearance has interrupted my enjoyment. So, I will kill one of them first. Dan Zhu looked at the cube. Kill. Inside the cube, countless small cubes suddenly formed a sword and slashed towards Zhu Huang. Zhu Rou's eyes narrowed and she shouted, no dash. The sword fell, but it was still a cube. No matter how Zhu Ling and the others attacked, they could not move it. Dan Zhu stared at Lu Yin. What can you do? He wanted to use the cube to test Lu Yin's strength. If he could not even break through the cube's defense, then there was no need to waste time and he could continue enjoying himself. Where was he? Suddenly, Lu Yin disappeared from Dan Zhu's eyes. He looked at the cube immediately. Time slowed down as Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the sword. The blade was less than a centimeter away from Zhu Huang. Dan Zhu could not believe it. So, easy. The web version is slow. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Henyi Translations Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Editor, Henyi Translations. Why are you only here now? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3950. It wasn't just Dan Zhu, even Zhu Ling, Yu Jing, and the others were in disbelief. They had been attacking the cube for so long and had not been able to harm it at all. Lu Yin was much stronger than them, but it shouldn't be this exaggerated. They weren't even on the same level. The cube trembled, and the rocks where Lu Yin had pierced kept pressing down, trying to crush Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin didn't seem to move, but the cube shattered and scattered. Lu Yin grabbed Zhu Huang and Yi Gu and threw them to Zhu Ling and the others. He then turned to Dan Zhu and smiled. Are you satisfied with this price? The broken cubes quickly reconnected, but some of the fragments were severed from the main body and really broke apart, drifting away. When the cube was reassembled, it was almost half its original size, and Dan Zhu was clearly afraid. Dan Zhu's face sank. Human, what's your name? Lu Yin looked at him with a smile. Then, what's your name? They had asked the same question twice, but their moods were completely different. Danju. Lu Yin's expression changed. Danju. Danju frowned. You seem surprised. Lu Yin nodded and looked deeply at Danju. Your surname is very unique. Danju's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Yin and laughed. You know this surname and the lost race. Are you from the lost race? Or have you met them before? I have, and I know where the lost race is. Lu Yin did not deny it. Danju licked his lips, and his eyes burned. Interesting. The previous battle with those people made me certain that they had never heard of the lost race or the power of the card. I didn't expect you to know. This is great, human. You've brought us great news. Lu Yin did not understand. The lost race is a failed civilization. Why is the insect tide still targeting them? Or rather, you're the one targeting them. You were born in the lost race's universe, which is why you're in human form. There was also something strange. The hive had appeared in the Tian Yuan universe because of the ancient card that Lu Yin had used to summon the lost race. Since the hive had arrived, the hive civilization should have known where the lost race was in the Tian Yuan universe, but it seemed like they did not. Danju valued the lost race so much. If he knew that the lost race was in the Tian Yuan universe, he would not have given up on the Tian Yuan universe and attacked the spiritualized universe. Something must be wrong. That's right, the Azure Lotus defense, the karma great celestial phenomenon, could it be because of this? Although the hive had landed in the Tian Yuan cosmos with the ancient card, the Tian Yuan cosmos was within the range of the karma constellation. As a result, the immortal master was unable to sense that the lost race's card had lured the hive over. After all, the hive civilization had definitely destroyed more than one universe. Any civilization that had been destroyed could have lured the hive over. It was even possible that the hive had not been thrown over by the hive civilization, but had entered the karmic constellation's range with the lost race a long time ago. If that was the case, as long as the hive did not give birth to insects, it would not attract the hive civilization. The third stronghold. That universe is called the third stronghold, said Danji. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The third stronghold. I want to know more. Please tell me. Danju grinned. All right, if you continue to let me enjoy the pain and despair of humans, I will tell you everything you want to know. Lu Yin agreed, if you want to enjoy pain and despair, fine. He then took a step forward and disappeared. Danju's gaze turned cold, and he immediately retreated into the cube. The next moment, Lu Yin appeared, raised his hand, and grabbed at the cube. The cube spun wildly, and an indescribable toughness that could be seen with the naked eye extended outwards. It was more desperate than any of its previous defenses. However, it was still torn apart by Lu Yin, and his hand reached out towards Danju. Danju stared at Lu Yin's hand and raised his hand. A card appeared. Stronghold. The next moment, a wall suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin, blocking his hand. Lu Yin slammed his hand on the wall, and a terrifying rebound tore the cube apart. Danju retreated step by step and spat out blood. He looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. What a terrifying strength that could almost rival that of a hoe. How could a human possess such terrifying strength? Danju's injuries were purely due to the rebound from the wall, but the wall itself was unaffected. Danju waved his hand and tore through the void to escape. Suddenly, his consciousness descended, and Lu Yin's voice sounded in his ears. Come here. Danju paused, turned around, and looked at Lu Yin. He subconsciously walked towards Lu Yin and even put away his card, causing the wall to dissipate. Why? Why was he walking towards this human? It was impossible, but he was willing to do so. What kind of power was this? He felt that he should be walking towards this human, but this human was clearly an enemy. He was supposed to send news of the lost clan back, so how could this be? Dan Zhu approached Lu Yin step by step, and under the shocked gazes of Zhu Ling and the others, he stopped in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not ask any questions. Instead, he used his karma to search for everything related to the third stronghold. Karma pierced through Dan Zhu, and his karma lines collided with each other. At the same time, various images appeared. Lu Yin saw the Lost Clan's universe, and he saw the great battle that had once taken place. It was all related to Dan Zhu. He saw Dan Zhu join the Lost Clan in his human form and betray them, causing the deaths of countless Lost Clan members. He saw the entire third stronghold, and it really was a stronghold. Using the universe as a stronghold, who would be so generous? He saw Dan Zhu's card, a 7-star ancient card, stronghold. That wall was one of the strongholds, and it was no wonder that its defenses were so terrifying. It had actually blocked his power. He saw countless experts of the Lost Clan dying in a sea of blood, wave after wave of them. He also saw all kinds of bugs, all kinds of Azure immortals, and even the Immortal Master. The Immortal Master was standing there, but Dan Zhu could not see him clearly. He was high up in the sky and had ascended to the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his karma line broke. The image distorted, and a cold, emotionless gaze appeared, staring at Lu Yin. It was like a sharp sword that had crossed the distance between them to look at him. Lu Yin's karma backfired, and he was constantly pushed back. Dan Zhu woke up and wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but greed overtook him. He attacked Lu Yin with the power of void transformation, wanting to defeat Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up, and his consciousness fell. Dan Zhu was heavily suppressed and almost fainted. Lu Yin panted heavily and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This feeling was the same as when he had used karma to pry into the Eternal. There was a hand behind the Eternal, and behind Dan Zhu was the Immortal Master. Was the Eternal Realm so unreachable and difficult to pry into? Even karma could not be seen. No matter how far away one was, one's karma would be severed, and even karma would backfire. However, Grandmaster Grass and even the Alarmed Lord had not given Lu Yin such a feeling. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Perhaps he had just touched upon something that caused the distance that seemed unreachable to him to not be considered a distance at all to an Eternal Realm cultivator. On the other side, the cube was trapped. Zhu Ling and the others had blocked its escape route and were waiting for Lu Yin to deal with it. Lu Yin did not hold back and pressed the cube into the general platform hell. Since it was a living thing, it did not matter if it was in the form of a stone or any other. It had karma and could increase karma. As expected, after the cube entered the general platform hell, the heavenly path of karma began to increase, making up for the karma that had been used up, although it could not be completely replenished. However, there was still Dan Zhu. Zhu Rou and the others glared at Dan Zhu. Their hatred for Dan Zhu surpassed life and death on the battlefield, and they wanted nothing more than to kill him. However, Lu Yin had actually spat out blood. Was this Dan Zhu really that difficult to deal with? Dan Zhu was half squatting in the void. Under the bombardment of his consciousness, he was dizzy and could not even stand up. Lu Yin looked at him. Pain and despair. You can enjoy others, and others can enjoy yours. How do you want to die? Dan Zhu did not care. Do you think life and death mean anything to a blue immortal like me? Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he took out Furball from his cosmic ring. Furball Blue Immortal had always been kept in Mount Supreme by Lu Yin because it was a bit special. It belonged to the insectoid civilization, and Lu Yin was afraid that it would run away one day and cause a disaster. Furball Blue Immortal's strength had always been increasing, but it did not dare to increase too quickly for fear of provoking Lu Yin. After coming out, it immediately looked at Lu Yin and greeted him with a flattering tone, "My lord." My lord, you finally remembered me. Furball has been waiting for you for a long time and thought that you had forgotten about me. Thank you, my lord, for still thinking of me. Thank you, my lord. As it spoke, it suddenly sensed something. Blue immortal. The same aura. There was a blue immortal here. That's why this human let me out. What is he doing now? Testing me. Furball suddenly turned around and searched like a tiger. It stared straight at Dan Zhu. My lord, it's blue immortal. There's no mistake. This is a blue immortal. Dan Zhu stared at Furball. What the hell? A blue immortal. This human had already fought with the insectoid hive civilization, or else there would not be a blue immortal. Furthermore, from blue immortal's posture, it seemed that it had been captured for quite some time. Could this person have come from that universe that had been temporarily abandoned? The insectoid civilization had traversed the cosmos and constantly released insectoid hives to search for new universes. After a long time, they had indeed found many universes and nurtured many powerful insects. There was also a blue immortal. A few decades ago, the insectoid hive civilization had also sensed the appearance of a set of coordinates. They had been heading in that direction, but along the way, another set of coordinates had appeared, which was the universe that they were currently in. That was why they had started fighting here. Once they dealt with this universe, the next would be that one. There was more than one set of coordinates in that universe, and with Blue Immortal constantly calling out to them, there was no need to rush. Now that Lu Yin had taken out Furball, Dan Zhu immediately thought of the universe where Blue Immortal had called out to them. That was the only universe that was adjacent to this one. While the Tianyuan universe, the spiritualized universe, and the sentient universe were very far apart, and it would take a progenitor a long time to travel between these two universes without the help of a springboard, they were actually just inches apart. Dan Zhu recalled that Lu Yin had seen the Lost Clan and immediately knew where they were. They were in that universe that had been temporarily abandoned. His eyes flashed. He had to think of a way to send this information back. After Furball released Blue Immortal, Lu Yin did not say anything and simply put it away. He then looked at Dan Zhu with a playful expression. Is there any meaning to this now? Dan Zhu's expression changed. You did that on purpose. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3951. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. I'll ask, and you'll answer. This is your chance, and perhaps also your civilization's chance. The way Dan Zhu looked at Lu Yin changed again. Previously, he had been shocked by Lu Yin's combat strength, but now, he was afraid of Lu Yin's scheming. As a green immortal, they only listened to the immortal master's orders. Death was not scary to them. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that some green immortals did not want to die, but any green immortal who had experienced the war with the immortal master would not be afraid of death. He could die, but humans could forget about getting any information from him. However, Lu Yin had given him a reason to not want to die. The Lost Tribe was very important to the insectoid nest civilization, but until now, the insectoid nest civilization had not been able to find them. Now that he knew where they were, he had to think of a way to send the news back and expose them. This was more important than his life. Even though this human would not give him a chance, even if it was 1 in a billion, it was worth it for him to think of a way. He had to live on and fight for a chance. Humans were humans, and insectoids were insectoids. They were different species, and humans might not be able to stop him, especially since he was born in the Third Stronghold's Lost Tribe. He understood humans too well. Humans would also conquer each other, have internal strife, and have many traitors. If he took advantage of this, he might have a chance. Everyone had to live for a reason. At this moment, Lu Yin had given Dan Zhu a reason to live, and this reason made Dan Zhu not want to die. Where's the insectoid nest civilization? Lu Yin asked the core question. In the distance, Zhu Ling, Yu Jing, and the others heard him and stared at Dan Zhu. They also wanted to know. Once they confirmed the location of a foreign civilization, they could also go on an expedition to the ninth firmament universe. The insectoid nest civilization had taken the initiative to conquer the humans. Their desire to attack was extremely strong, and such a civilization had to be destroyed. Dan Zhu said in a deep voice, "It's far away, and there's no fixed location. Stay wherever it's safe." My current location. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold with killing intent. Dan Zhu thought for a moment. Since you know about the insectoid hive civilization, you should know that our ruler is the immortal master. Wherever the immortal master is, the civilization will be there. Right now, the immortal master's position is calculated according to the distance of the 4 points where we attacked the humans. It's more than double the distance of the 4 points. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. The 4 points were quite far apart from each other. From the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe, then to the 9 firmaments universe, and finally to the empty universe, the distance between these 4 points was extremely far. It exceeded the limit of the 9 firmaments universe's Hefeng Mountains probing range, and it also exceeded the range of the 9 firmaments universe's expedition to the outer universe. It was double this distance. The immortal master's position was truly quite far from the 9 firmaments universe. Your target. All civilizations other than the hive civilization are our targets. Dan Ji did not hide anything. Why did you change directions? Lu Yin asked. The first place that had been exposed was the Tian Yuan universe. Disaster had brought the hive to the spiritualized universe, which had caused the spiritualized universe's location to be exposed as well. The hive civilization had then changed their target from the Tian Yuan universe to the spiritualized universe, which Lu Yin did not understand. After all, there were so many Zerg nests in the Tian Yuan universe, and their coordinates had been exposed. They should have been the Zerg nest civilization's priority target. Dan Ji said, "Closer." Lu Yin was surprised. "Closer." Dan Ji rubbed his head, which had an eye at the back of his head. Whether you believe it or not, proximity is the biggest reason for us to attack foreign civilizations. The hive civilization wants to destroy all foreign civilizations, and they will attack whoever is closest to them. This is the most basic principle. Lu Yin looked at Dan Ji deeply. He did not doubt Dan Ji's words, not because he trusted him, but because this so-called principle seemed to be child's play, but it was the most obvious. Wasn't the law of the universe to destroy whoever was closest to them? The 9 firmaments universe was the same. Any foreign civilization that was close to them would be destroyed. If the humans were like this, there was no need to talk about the Zergs. In the distance, Yu Jing and the rest were deep in thought. The hive civilization was the same as them. Then, the other civilizations in the universe were even more so. There were even fishing civilizations, which were cruel. What's the hive's plan of attack for the current target? Lu Yin asked. Dan Ji did not hesitate. Use all the hives to reproduce and then attack continuously. Unless you humans destroy all the hives, the attacks will always be there. Since the coordinates have been exposed, the Immortal Master will continue to send waves of insects to attack. At this point, he looked at Lu Yin. Human, the insectoid nest can accept you, but your human race will not be able to withstand the boundless insectoid sea. Unless the entire insectoid nest is destroyed, the insectoid sea will be your eternal enemy until your human race is destroyed. These words made the hearts of the cultivators sink. They had seen how terrifying the sea of insects was. In just half a year, they had been able to reproduce so many insects. If they were given more time, who knew how many more insects they could reproduce? Those insects were not easy to deal with. Qing Xian even had a human form. Once this human form increased, it would be enough to topple the entire human race. What's up with the strongholds? Why are you looking for the lost tribe? I don't know what's up with the strongholds. When we first learned that the lost tribe was the third stronghold, the hive civilization specially searched the surroundings to find the first, second, and other strongholds, but they could not find them. It wasn't until we were lured here that we guessed that you humans might be from the other strongholds. Lu Yin's consciousness was still enveloped by Zhu Ling and the other cultivators. When they heard the word stronghold, they did not react. Did that mean that they did not know what a stronghold was? The hive civilization could not find the other strongholds because they were too far away. If they were so far away that even the hive civilization could not find them, then what was the point of having a stronghold? However, the word stronghold itself had an extraordinary meaning. It was like a war fortress. The Lost Tribe's technique was also called the third stronghold. This stronghold definitely had something to do with it. For some reason, Lu Yin thought of the few people he had seen when he had gone against the flow of time when he had broken through to the primordial realm. Those people had existed for an unimaginable amount of time. Did this stronghold have something to do with them? Dan Ji interrupted Lu Yin's thoughts. As for searching for the lost tribe, it's because they have an ultimate card, a primordial ancient card. If we find it, our civilization will gain another eternal powerhouse. This is very important. A primordial ancient card. Lu Yin was surprised. Dan Ji nodded and did not hide anything. That's right. It corresponds to eternal life. No one in the Lost Tribe can control the primordial ancient card. They don't even know that it's a primordial ancient card. Those who know are all dead. It's because of that primordial ancient card that they were able to escape. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape at all. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Was that card a primordial ancient card? It was no wonder that the true God heaven-switching technique had been broken just by descending. He had originally thought that it was just a primordial ancient card and that there was no need to pay too much attention to it. At most, he would gain another eternal life powerhouse. But now, it seemed that the card was rather important. Even the hive civilization was concerned about it. The Lost Tribe could not control that card, but he might not. Back when he was still very weak, he had drawn out a corner of the card. He had an affinity with that card. It was a pity that Elder Dan Gu did not know that the card was a primordial ancient card. Otherwise, he would have kept trying in the Tian Yuan universe. Once he drew it out, he would have transformed. Even the Lost Tribe can't control the primordial ancient card. Can you? Lu Yin asked. Dan Zhu said, how would we know if we don't try? Moreover, the Divine Master is here. Even if we can't control it, the Divine Master can capture it. Maybe he can create an even more powerful insect. Lu Yin said lightly, how many eternal life realm creatures does the hive civilization have? Everyone stared at Dan Zhu. This answer was the key. Dan Zhu was puzzled. How many? Human, don't tell me that your civilization has more than one eternal life realm creature. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm the one asking you. Dan Zhu's attitude told him something. The rest looked on nervously. Although they had guessed it, they had to confirm the answer. Dan Zhu's eyes narrowed. 1. Suddenly, countless people heaved a sigh of relief. One eternal life realm creature. That was great. It was just one eternal life realm creature. Lu Yin also heaved a sigh of relief. Divine Master, right? The hive civilization only has one eternal life realm creature, the Divine Master. Dan Zhu could not believe it. You have more than one human. How is that possible? If you have more than one eternal life realm creature, you should have destroyed us long ago. You should have even killed the Divine Master. Why do you need to defend from all sides? Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean? Are you trying to say that an eternal life realm creature can easily slaughter you? Is that not the case? Lu Yin took a step forward and stood in front of Yu Jing and the other cultivators. He stared at Dan Zhu, raised his arm, and drew a karma chain on his wrist. Have you seen this before? Dan Zhu stared at the karma chain and shook his head in confusion. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I mean, have you seen this on the Divine Master's wrist? Dan Zhu looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Divine Master, you have a wrist. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Divine Master, you don't have a wrist. Dan Zhu looked at Lu Yin in confusion, as if they were talking about a different topic. Lu Yin moved closer to Dan Zhu. What form is the Divine Master in? Dan Zhu shook his head. I can't see clearly, but it shouldn't be a human form. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. It was impossible. The Lost Tribe's Grand Elder Dan Gu said that during the last battle of the Lost Tribe, he saw the karma chain on the Divine Master's wrist with his own eyes. That was why they could find the weakness of the Grass Grandmaster, which was that he could not attack recklessly. Otherwise, the karma would increase. This had become common knowledge. Although he occasionally thought of this because he went on an expedition to the full sensory universe, he did not understand why the Divine Master was in human form. But now he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The Divine Master was not in human form. Then who was the one that Grand Elder Dan Gu saw? Dan Zhu had never seen a karma chain, which meant that there was no eternal life realm with a karma chain in the Hive civilization. Then, the Divine Master should be the only eternal life realm. But how could Grand Elder Dan Gu explain what he saw? Lu Yin suddenly looked at Dan Ji. Was this guy really telling the truth? Dan Zhu felt goosebumps from Lu Yin's stare. He felt like he was being seen through. I'm not lying to you. What you asked is not important. It's not worth lying to you. Lu Yin did not ask anymore. He waved his hand and asked Yu Jing and the other cultivators to step back. He wanted to find the answer himself. If he used karma to find the answer, it would be easy to backfire. Then, he would use another method. Unfortunately, he could only control the actions to find a reasonable explanation. He could not completely control the thoughts. Otherwise, he would have answered all the questions. Due to various problems, the address has changed. The web page version is slow. Translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation The answer is free. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3952. Yu Jing and the rest looked at each other, and Mr. Tidehardner ordered everyone to retreat without hesitation. Soon after, all the cultivators retreated, and the heavens fell silent. Lu Yin released the space in his heart, and the heavenly Tao of karma enveloped Dan Zhu. This was the second time, but this time, he did not plan to use karma to investigate. Besides karma, he also had the ability to create karma with his words. The Divine Seal catalogs light connected to the wordless heavenly book, flickering with images. Lu Yin casually waved his hand to create karma, and at the same time, he used his words as a brush to paint the world. Everything moved according to his will, and he moved according to his will. Dan Zhu watched Lu Yin's hand descend, and his mind almost collapsed. He did not want to die. He wanted to send news of the Lost Tribe back. He did not want to die. The stronger his will to live, the more his mind collapsed. As Lu Yin's hand descended, it stopped half a finger away from Dan Zhu. In that instant, the Divine Seal catalog inserted karma, and Lu Yin's voice entered Dan Zhu's ears. "We won this war." Dan Zhu's pupils dilated as various scenes appeared in his mind. In the war, he had destroyed the human race, and he had been invincible. The longevity steel had suppressed everything, and an endless sea of bugs had devoured the heavens. He had also seen the lost tribe and that ancient card. Everything could be obtained. The hive had won this war. "Tell me, how did we win?" Lu Yin asked again, and Dan Zhu did not hesitate to tell him everything he knew, whether it was in his plans or in his fantasies. Regardless of whether it was in his plans or fantasies, they were all based on the hive's current strength. Lu Yin wanted to know what Dan Zhu believed to be the most likely reason for the war. Because of this reason, the hive's victory meant that the humans had lost. Dan Zhu fervently revealed everything, and Lu Yin's karma continued to deplete. In the distance, Yu Jing and the rest could vaguely see Lu Yin's back. They could not understand what he was doing, so they could only wait. Zhu Huang and Yigo were recuperating. They were lucky not to have died. Zhu Rou pursed her lips and looked into the distance worriedly. Mr. Liu was not invincible, and he had just spat out blood. At that moment, she was reminded of the words recorded in her family's ancient books. No civilization could be easily destroyed. The Panasonic universe thought that it could be easily dealt with, but in the end, they still sent reinforcements to the fifth night pillar and Mr. Liu. Civilization itself represented will and endless possibilities. Humans were far from being invincible. At this moment, she had grown up. Not long after, Lu Yin threw Dan Ji into the hell of the general appointment platform to increase his karma. At the same time, he took away his lost clan card. The card's name was Stronghold, and the trap was an imitation of the third stronghold's starry skies. Dan Ji had managed to do just that, as he had used his rampart to defend against the heaven and earth convergent spirit treasure array formation. It was considered extremely powerful, but it was nothing in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's words were law, and Lu Yin did not even need to break through his rampart to defeat Dan Ji. The information he'd obtained from Dan Ji made his heart heavy. The hive civilization only had one immortal master, and that was the immortal master. So what? Could this war really be won? Dan Zhu and the others were just the first batch of insects to test the combat power of the Nine Clouds universe. The real attack was the second batch. The insect nest civilization's insect sea was endless, and there were also many green immortals. There were quite a few green immortals who had reached the great circle of crossing bitter adversity, like Dan Zhu. Above them were the four insect lords, who the immortal master called the ultimate fighting force. So far, none of the four insect lords had appeared. In the battle scene that Dan Ji saw, the four insect lords were the second batch to arrive, and they were also the main force of the attack on the spiritualized universe. Against them, humans had no chance of winning. The four insect lords were Ho, Time of Avicii, Dan Shao, and Luo Chan. In Dan Ji's knowledge, Ho was a terrifying creature with enough power to overturn the starry skies. The hive civilization had never seen a creature that could surpass Ho in terms of power. Even the immortal master said that under the immortal master, no creature could surpass Ho in terms of power. In the battle scene that Dan Ji saw, he had said something fanatically. On that day, Ho descended and tore the universe apart, displaying a power that made humans despair. That power overturned everything and buried all the will of humans. It was the last straw that determined the outcome of the war. Time of Avicii was a strange creature. The sun and moon alternated, and the universe was like a needle. It was a creature that controlled time. No creature had ever been able to leave alive in front of Time of Avicii. The hive civilization had endless battles, and Time of Avicii was the controller of time. In any battle, they could hand over the strongest enemy to Time of Avicii. Time of Avicii had never been defeated. In the battle scene that Dan Ji saw, Lu Yin's death had come from Time of Avicii. Dan Xiao was born in the third stronghold in human form, just like Dan Ji. She was a beautiful girl with thick yellow curly hair and wore a princess dress. However, it was this girl who had stolen the power of the lost tribe's strongest powerhouse, Xia Di. That power that made everything beneath him, and that power that could not be looked directly at, had allowed Dan Xiao to surpass all the other immortals in a short period of time and become one of the 4 insect lords. Even if Dan Ji did not fall into the illusion of winning, Lu Yin still knew about Dan Xiao. When he used karma to investigate Dan Ji, he had seen Dan Xiao. Dan Xiao was the greatest traitor in the history of the Lost Tribes War. If not for her, the Lost Tribe would have already launched their final battle. Of course, they would still be defeated by the Immortal Master, but the time of their defeat would be much earlier. Dan Xiao could be considered a pure member of the Lost Tribe. This was because she had left the hive after she was born and was adopted by the Emperor. She was the Emperor's adopted daughter and was also the most hated person by the Lost Tribe. The last insect lord was called Luo Chan, and it was also the direct reason why Lu Yin felt that it would be difficult to win this war. In Dan Ji's illusion of winning the war, Luo Chan had played the greatest role. Lu Yin had previously found it strange that the hive civilization had split into 4 in such a short period of time and attacked the spiritualized universe from 4 different directions. They were so far apart that even the one-leaf blue lotus would take years to arrive. However, the hive civilization had arrived very quickly. The answer was Luo Chan. Luo Chan was a strange life form in the universe. Dan Ji's understanding of it was beyond the understanding of all other life forms. It did not exist in karma and jumped out of the long river of time and endless space. This was because it could teleport. The Luo Chan could teleport in the boundless universe within a square inch. This was an extremely terrifying innate gift. Even an eternal realm powerhouse could not achieve this, but Luo Chan could. It could also give other life forms the ability to teleport, allowing them to travel freely in space within a certain range as long as its aura was left behind. That was why there were 4 different directions to attack the spiritualized universe. That was why Dan Ji believed that they would definitely win this war. Imagine that when Luo Chan arrived, it would constantly shift the position of the insects. Wherever the humans had the strongest defenses, the insects would move to another direction, and the humans would not be able to react in time. The sea of insects could completely shake off the humans and directly attack the spiritualized universe or the 9th heaven universe. At that time, even an eternal realm powerhouse would not be able to catch up. And Luo Chan could arrive at any time. It felt like the hive civilization had spread throughout the entire universe. How could the humans fight it? They would always face air. No matter how they defended, it was impossible to stop the hive in the entire 9th heaven universe. As long as there was a gap, it would become a key point for the hive civilization to attack. Lu Yin was very strong, but he could not defend against the entire universe. If Luo Chan was here, it could just take the insects away, and Lu Yin would not be able to catch up to it. Even if he spent some time to catch up, it would be as easy as playing with a child. These were the 4 insect lords of the hive civilization. Even without an eternal realm powerhouse, Lu Yin still felt heavy pressure. Even if there were eternal realm powerhouses in the 9th heaven universe, and even if the immortal masters had not arrived, he still felt that it would be difficult to win. The hive civilization was too special. They had too many strange innate gifts, an unfathomable reproduction speed, and a power that was constantly transforming. If they had 1 or 2 more eternal realm powerhouses, they would definitely be qualified to be a fishing civilization. No, they did not have a fishing civilization. Instead, they went directly for food. Master Grass's thinking was too simple. He wanted to use Tian Yuan as a barrier to stop the hive civilization. What a joke. If the hive civilization was lured over, it would not be Tian Yuan that was in danger, but rather the entire human race. The key was that Qinglian Shangyu and the others were not here. Lu Yin believed that he was invincible below the eternal realm. Even if he faced the 4 insect lords one-on-one, he would not be afraid. He did not think that the 4 insects could defeat him, but this was a war, not a one-on-one fight. Luo Chan was too important in this war, and it could determine the success or failure of a civilization. Lu Yin was not confident that he could find it. Only an eternal realm powerhouse could do so. However, the Hive civilization had been through many wars and must have faced eternal realm powerhouses before. They would not be without vigilance. The heavy pressure caused the heavens to darken even further. Even with his back to the group, they could still see that Lu Yin seemed to be greatly suppressed. They did not disturb Lu Yin and waited quietly. Not long after, Lu Yin found Mr. Tide Listener, Zhu Ling, Yu Jing, and a group of other powerhouses who had reached the primordial realm and the crossing calamity realm. He told them about the Hive civilization. Everyone was shocked. They could not believe that the Hive civilization was so powerful. Dan Zhu could already ignore the attacks of Zhu Ling and Yu Jing, who were at the peak of the crossing calamity realm. Even a supreme spirit treasure array like heaven and earth could not deal with it. They had thought that the Hive civilization was second only to the immortal masters, but now they were told that there were 4 even more powerful insect lords. In particular, Luo Chan's existence left them in disbelief. They knew that the universe was boundless and that there were many mystical creatures, but they did not believe that there was such a creature that transcended their knowledge. The existence of such a creature was too illogical. Lu Yin said in a low voice, "I know you don't believe me. In fact, if not for my karma, I wouldn't have believed it either. But this is the truth." Zhu Ling's eyes flashed. Had it been announced? He had already admitted that he comprehended karma. Yu Jing and the others were not surprised at all. In fact, as time passed, the news of Lu Yin comprehending karma had already spread among the top cultivators. The only thing missing was for him to admit it himself. Now that he had admitted it, no one was surprised. However, there was an indescribable shock that was difficult to suppress. They did not know if it was envy or jealousy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3953. Mr. Liu, according to your description, the 4 insectoid lords are almost invincible. Our 9th heaven universe has experts who can fight them one-on-one, but there are very few. Now that the insectoid nest is attacking and we're defending, we're too passive. Especially this Luo Chan. If that's really the case, how are we going to defend? They now understood why Lu Yin had been in such a heavy state. No one would have an easy time facing a strange creature like the Luo Chan. It was like an absolute external force on a battlefield that could directly interfere with the situation without being affected by either side. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of external force was a god. Although the Luo Chan wasn't an eternal realm expert and couldn't become a god in the eyes of cultivators, its innate ability was similar to that of an eternal realm expert. An eternal realm expert was invincible, and the Luo Chan was invincible. Lu Yin said, "The most important thing right now is to tell this information to all the cultivators who are dealing with the insectoid nest. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage if we encounter the 4 insectoid lords. It'll be difficult to think of a way to deal with the Luo Chan. We can't contact anyone else, not even the 9th heaven universe," Yu Jing said helplessly. Lu Yin frowned. He knew this as well. It was too difficult to send information back to the 9th heaven universe from their current location. Unless someone from Yifang's Han came and saw them, he could send the information back to Yifang's Han. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to send anything back. There was another way, and that was to go back. Lu Yin looked at the one-leaf lotus in the distance. It would take a year to return to the 9th heaven universe and bring back the information, but could they afford to wait a year? If the Luo Chan wasn't there, he could be at ease. The insectoid nest's second wave of attacks would take some time to arrive, but the Luo Chan's existence made this distance no longer an issue. It could appear at any time, which was the most troublesome. Zhu Ling and the others obviously thought of this and felt uneasy. They already couldn't deal with the insectoid lord, and if another insectoid lord came, they would definitely die. Someone needs to go back to the ninth heaven universe and bring the information back. The person who should go back is Mr. Liu, but if you leave this place, give up on this place, Lu Yin said, shocking the others. When they heard that the insectoid nest had 4 insectoid lords, especially a strange creature like the Luo Chan, they instinctively wanted to give up on this place and return. It wasn't that they didn't dare fight, but there was no point. If they met with Luo Chan, they wouldn't even be able to fight. To the Luo Chans, they wouldn't even be able to fight an enemy. Was Luo Chan? But no one dared to say this. If they did, they would have to take responsibility for it, to Luo to them to Luo Chan too. After all, Lu Yin was from the Tianyuan universe. If something happened to him, the responsibility would be small. If they really gave up on this place, they would have to bear the responsibility. They belonged to the Ninefall universe, and they couldn't escape. Lu Yin looked around. Luo Chan's existence makes distance meaningless, but there are also people on our side who make distance meaningless. Alarmed Gate Superior Imperial Guard. Several people cried out in alarm. Lu Yin nodded. The upper defense of the Gate of Wonder can also make distance meaningless, but the range of the upper defense of the Gate of Wonder is limited. However, as long as it is within the range of the Gate of Wonder, Luo Chan will not be able to use its advantage. Wherever it leads the insects, the Gate of Wonder can be opened. Also, setting the battlefield here is too far from the ninth heaven. We won't be able to send any information, and reinforcements won't be able to come in time. The insectoids don't care about death, and they reproduce very quickly. We don't know how many insectoids there are, but we can't afford this. Yu Jing agreed. You're right, but it was the god of defense who set the insectoid nest here. I'm afraid if we go back rashly, Lu Yin said, I'll tell them. Yu Jing, Zhu Ling, and Mr. Tide Listener looked at each other and nodded. We'll listen to Mr. What about the consciousness universe? Zhu Ling hesitated. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw the consciousness universe. There are no creatures there. Zhu Ling didn't understand. No creatures. Yu Jing interrupted her. Mister, when are we going back? He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. He had a feeling that the insectoid sea could appear at any time, and he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Lu Yin gave the order and left immediately. Do you know where the limit of the Gate of Wonder is? We don't know about that. That's the power of the god of defense. We can't pry into it. Lu Yin thought about it. Torch City. They were shocked. Torch City. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Torch City isn't far from the spiritualized universe and the ninth heaven universe. There's a springboard there, and its speed is second only to the one-leaf green lotus. I'm guessing that the limit of the Gate of Wonder shouldn't be too far from Torch City. We'll go to Torch City and drop you off. Torch City had a springboard that allowed them to go in any direction, not just to the 3 universes. They could go in any direction, but no one had ever used it before. Torch City also had a way to communicate with the spiritualized universe, so it was the most suitable place. When the God of Wonder had brought Lu Yin back to the ninth heaven from the space-time worship, it wasn't too far from Torch City. That definitely wasn't the limit, so Lu Yin guessed that Torch City was likely the limit of the Gate of Wonder. Even if it wasn't too far off. Yu Jing and the rest couldn't return directly since they were going out to war. It was most suitable for them to stay in Torch City. Yu Jing and the rest also thought of this and didn't object. Going to Torch City didn't count as returning to the ninth heaven. At most, they would be retreating from the battlefront, but it had nothing to do with escaping. They would also have less responsibility and could advance or retreat. It was the most suitable choice. Lu Yin also had another plan, which was to inform the people of Torch City to immediately return to the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, once the Hive civilization attacked, Torch City would definitely not be able to hold on, and the entire human battlefront would shrink. Luo Chan had completely changed the way they fought. Lu Yin was glad that he had known about Luo Chan's existence in advance. Otherwise, the Sea of Insects would have directly bypassed the battlefield and charged into the ninth heaven. Even with the God of Wonder standing guard, the existence of the karmic chain might have caused the God of Wonder to be dragged to death by the Sea of Insects. Without the karmic chain, whether it was the God of Wonder or the Grass Grandmaster, they would have been annihilated with a wave of a hand. This was how the universe was, everything had its weakness. Even if the Eternal Realm was invincible, they couldn't casually attack. At the same time, Lu Yin also thought of another problem. Could this battlefield have been deliberately chosen by the Hive civilization? Humans couldn't possibly know about Luo Chan's existence, so if the Hive civilization could borrow Luo Chan's strength to get close to the spiritualized universe and the ninth heaven universe, then why was it so far away from the ninth heaven universe? Under the premise of knowing about Luo Chan's existence, there was one possibility that made one's hair stand on end. The Hive civilization was using distance to gain an advantage in battle. The further the battlefield was from the ninth heaven universe, the greater Luo Chan's effect would be. This was definitely not a last-minute decision by the Hive civilization. They were probably used to this method of battle. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he boarded the one-leaf lotus. He definitely couldn't stay on this battlefield, but before that, he had to go to the consciousness universe to take a look. The progenitor and Yu Sang Tian were both concerned about Tian Ke, and he wondered how they were doing. The one-leaf lotus carried all the cultivators and left the consciousness universe, sinking 3 degrees to the north as it headed towards the consciousness universe. The battle in this direction was very difficult to deal with, but what about the other 3 battlefields? The reason why he had come to support this place was because the western region where the Yu and Zhu families were located was weak. After all, they had lost the Qing family, so the other 3 regions should be doing much better. Outside the spiritualized universe, sinking 2 degrees to the southeast, the Sea of Insects drowned out the starry sky. Above the stars, streaks of sword intent slashed out and tore through the Sea of Insects, but they were instantly drowned by the Sea of Insects. The abyss continued to erupt, bombarding one side from time to time. Ku Cheng, your bitter abyss is really busy. First, you guard the heavenly gate, and now, you're attacking the Sea of Insects. You've been quite busy recently, Lu Xizhan swung his sword and killed a group of insects as he laughed at Ku Cheng. Ku Cheng replied helplessly, the heavenly gate is in the north, which is within our bitter abyss territory. No one can avoid this Hive civilization, so we're just one step ahead of them. He then looked at Lu Xizhan in surprise. Brother Lu, your sword intent has changed. It's more ruthless than before. Lu Xizhan was surprised, you can even tell. Ku Cheng smiled, it must be from watching the rebirth of the Orchid universe with the 7th night pillar. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Lu Xizhan smiled, you can't compare to me now. If you want to compete, you have to ask your senior. Ku Cheng didn't refute, Brother Lu, you've become the leader of the 4 great swords, and your sword intent has changed. You've already reached the peak of the Ku adversity level. Now, you've even comprehended your own sword intent. You've fused the 4 sword intents together. In the entire continent of the 9 clouds, there aren't many people who can compete with you in terms of sword intent. Lu Xizhan rolled his eyes, don't say such nice things. If it weren't for your bitter abyss, I would have died already. Look at that thing, it doesn't move. Ku Cheng and Lu Xizhan looked at the Sea of Insects at the same time. There, a gigantic snail-like creature was crawling slowly. Each time it moved, it would shake the void and shatter the stars, but nobody attacked it. It wasn't that they didn't dare, it was that it was useless. That snail's name was Hui. It was a green celestial creature. It seemed to move slowly, but it could destroy anything it touched. The shell on its back could absorb physical energy and release invisible energy. Lu Xizhan attacked it with his sword intent, but it absorbed it and released invisible sword intent. If the people of Bitter Abyss hadn't attacked, he would have been in trouble. Lu Xizhan was one of the strongest cultivators on the battlefield, but even so, he couldn't break Hui's defense and was injured. The others couldn't do the same. The strong cultivators of Bitter Abyss joined hands with Lu Xizhan to attack it once, but they didn't plan to attack it again. It was like they were just giving it away. If they couldn't defeat it, they would just avoid it. Fortunately, it was slow, so everyone could keep an eye on it. In the empty universe, a gigantic blood-red pavilion was lying in the starry sky. Behind the pavilion were many cultivators, and in front of it was a sea of insects. The sea of insects kept attacking the blood-red pavilion, but it didn't move at all. Suddenly, the blood-red pavilion expanded again and blocked the path of a cultivator. In front of the cultivator, outside the blood-red pavilion, there was a sharp thorn. It pierced deeply into the blood-red pavilion, causing cracks to appear. The cultivator was shocked. If the blood-red pavilion hadn't blocked it, he would have died. Due to various problems, the address has changed. The web page version is slow. Please. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 393, Battle, Translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Editor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3954. The spikes came from behind the sea of insects. It was a monster with 8 arms and sharp fangs. It was the Green Immortal, and its name was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu could turn the spikes in its body into arrows and shoot them out of its arms. Its vision was much greater than that of a cultivator at the top of the Dooku AI layer. It could fold empty space and use empty space as a string. Any creature targeted by Xiaoyu couldn't escape from being killed. Only something with a large area of effect could block the attacks. There wasn't only one Xiaoyu. A nest of insects had come to the area where Xiaoyu was and absorbed the advantages of the creatures there. That was how Xiaoyu was born. At the same time, there were insects in the nest that absorbed the advantages of the creatures there and gave birth to insects similar to Xiaoyu. They were called Xiaoyu bugs. They could fold empty space and use empty space as a string to kill all creatures. There were 18 Xiaoyu bugs. They had already caused the 8th Night Pillar to suffer heavy losses. If the 8th Night Pillar hadn't used his weapon, the blood-red pavilion, the humans would have already lost the battle. The strongest cultivators had been assassinated, and the others had been reduced to cannon fodder. "Brother, we can't fight anymore. Let's retreat," shouted Gon Imo. He ground his teeth and looked at the sea of insects. The Xiaoyu bugs were extremely strong, and nobody could find them when they were hidden. They could only be live targets. Each spike could fold empty space. They could kill cultivators at the top of the Dooku AI layer. The blood-red pavilion had blocked them too many times. A middle-aged man was standing in the blood-red pavilion. His name was Xuelu, and he was the 8th Night Pillar's leader. He was also the great imperial disciple of the Blood-Red Tower. People called him Blood on the World. He was the strongest imperial disciple of the Blood-Red Tower. He had created the 8 strikes of the Blood-Red Tower. He had once killed 2 cultivators at the top of the Dooku AI layer. After that, the 8th Night Pillar had meditated in seclusion for a long time. He hadn't appeared for a very long time. His legends had disappeared in the continent of the Nine Clouds, but once Xue Lu came out, his name would still spread throughout the continent of the Nine Clouds. He and Qing Xing were of the same generation. 4 degrees west of the continent of the Nine Clouds, a monster was painting. The monster had 18 eyes on its head. Its head was 1 meter high, but its body was less than half a meter. It was very uncoordinated. 9 tentacles grew out of its body, and each tentacle held a brush. It drew different scenes on the 9 canvases. There were people, there was the void, and there was also the she. One of the scenes was the 3rd night pillar. The monster was dressed in formal attire, and there was a cup of tea beside the canvas. Steam rose slowly, and soothing music covered the noise of the battlefield. It was very elegant. That's right, this monster gave off an elegant vibe. Even though it looked ferocious and terrifying, it still looked very elegant. It was called Painted Yen, a green immortal. It did not like killing and only liked to paint. The world in the painting was its world. Of course, using painting to replace reality and having fun was also its hobby. The battlefield was the reality that had been replaced. In front of the canvas, there was a boundless sea of bugs fighting with humans. Blood splattered across the starry sky. Hua Yan raised his brush and crossed out a painting he had just completed. At the same time, a primordial realm expert's body was ripped to pieces on the battlefield. If one looked closely, they would discover that his body had been ripped in the exact same direction as Hua Yan had crossed out the painting. There was no difference at all. Very soon, another painting was completed. Hua Yan stared at a corner of the battlefield. The person in the painting was a woman. With a wave of his brush, the woman's head and body were separated. On the battlefield, the woman's head was directly sent flying. She could not resist at all. Hua Yan raised his brush again, and the space became dark. It had been painted black by the brush. The dark starry sky swallowed up everything. After destroying 3 paintings in a row, Hua Yan was in a good mood. He tore off the 3 canvases and replaced them with new ones. He had countless canvases prepared for the countless creatures in the starry sky. Suddenly, Hua Yan disappeared, along with the canvases and the cup of tea. The space collapsed and a figure walked out. It was the head of the 3rd night pillar, the publicly acknowledged ruler of strength in the continent of the 9 clouds, carrying heaven. Carrying heaven clenched his fists and gazed into the distance. There, Hua Yan turned his head and looked at him. One of his tentacles raised a cup of tea, and the other 8 began to paint at the same time. In the blink of an eye, half of Carrying Heaven had been painted. Carrying Heaven narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. He raised his fist and punched out. Hua Yan disappeared and the space collapsed. How long can you hide? Carrying Heaven grit his teeth and casually waved his hand. A terrifying power tore through the void and swallowed up the sea of insects. In the 9 clouds universe, at the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Shangyu's expression was calm. The appearance of the hive civilization had caused the 9 clouds universe to lose its calm. However, they had long since predicted that this day would come. Too many civilizations in the universe had been destroyed. If they could destroy others, others could destroy them as well. It would be great if 1 or 2 more eternal realm cultivators could be born. He Fangshan had already investigated the situation in the 4 battlefields. He Fangshan had not gone to the consciousness universe, and Lu Yin had already sent reinforcements. The battlefield outside the spiritualized universe was fine, but the people He Fangshan had sent to investigate the other 2 battlefields had disappeared. He Fangshan had investigated the universe, and it was normal for people to disappear. However, they were facing a war right now. In the consciousness universe, the one-leaf lotus floated in and headed straight for Etion, Quebec. Lu Yin was apprehensive, and he hoped that nothing had happened to the progenitor. Not long after, the lotus stopped in the void. Lu Yin looked around. Where was Tian-Ke? Where had Tian-Ke gone? This was the correct direction, but Tian-Ke was gone. Lu Yin's consciousness spread out and searched the entire consciousness universe, but he could not find Quebec. The consciousness universe was far smaller than the spiritualized universe, the Nine Heavens universe, and the Tian Yuan universe. However, Tian-Ke had disappeared. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. How could Tian-Ke disappear? What about the progenitor? Was it related to Mo Shang? Had she gone to a parallel universe? Or was there some external interference? Yu Jing and the rest looked at each other. Mr. Liu, as far as I know, Tian-Ke can be moved. Lu Yin said, there is no Tian-Ke in the entire consciousness universe. Could it have gone to a parallel universe? Zhu Ling guessed. This seemed to be the only reasonable explanation, but who had moved Tian-Ke? The 13 celestial phenomena were gone, and Mo Shang was trapped in Quebec. Who else could have moved Tian-Ke? If Tian-Ke had been moved in the main universe, it was still reasonable. However, if it was in a parallel universe, then it must have been an external interference. In the current universe, where else could there be an external force that could have interfered with Tian-Ke? It was impossible for it to be in the Tian Yuan universe, as no one had come to the consciousness universe. It was also impossible for it to be in the spiritualized universe. The experts had either died or left, and the last few had been dragged to the Tian Yuan universe. Even Sang Tian could not be found. Even Sang Tian could not have interfered with Tian-Ke, unless it was Grandmaster Grass. Lu Yin tried to break through the various parallel universes to search, but it was useless. There were too many parallel universes, and finding Tian-Ke was like finding a needle in a haystack. Helpless, he could only give up. There was no time to waste. The war between the hives could erupt at any time. Lu Yin sighed deeply. He could only leave behind traces in the void. If the progenitor was still in the consciousness universe, she might be able to see it. Otherwise, Lu Yin looked at the deep starry sky. No matter what the progenitor had done, they would have to pay the price, even if they were in the eternal realm. The one-leaf green lotus turned around and headed towards Torch City. It quickly left the consciousness universe. Lu Yin's heart was heavy during the journey. No one disturbed him, and he only recovered a few days later. At the same time, he learned that Yu Jing had used heaven and earth to wipe out the sea of insects. When Lu Yin found out, Yu Jing was a little embarrassed. Back then, Lu Yin had specially gone to the Yu family, and Yu Jing had told him that the Yu family's strongest spell was the moon and sparse stars. They had concealed the secret of the array scroll formation. Now that they had used heaven and earth, Yu Jing was afraid that Lu Yin would find trouble with them, so he had specially asked for forgiveness. Lu Yin did not care. It's fine. It's all the same. These words made Yu Jing feel complicated, and he felt insulted. Was it the same? The moon and sparse stars were completely different from heaven and earth, especially since heaven and earth was a large-scale attack. How could they be the same? But to Lu Yin, it was the same. Yes, it was the same. He sighed and sat back in his seat. He had thought that heaven and earth were amazing since it was one of the strongest spirit treasure arrays in the Garnery Sky universe. Now, it seemed that they had underestimated this universe. Although the Garnery Sky universe was more difficult for the Nine Heavens universe, there were no eternal realms in the Garnery Sky universe. It was not on the same level as the hives, so heaven and earth naturally could not reach that level. Zhu Ling saw Yu Jing asking for forgiveness and thought about it before finding Lu Yin. Thank you for saving us in time, sir. Otherwise, Ancestor Zhu Huang would have died tragically. Lu Yin said, I'm here to help. You don't have to thank me. Sir, my Jew family also has a foundation called the Immovable Sky Concealment Array. Shweta Shangyu was injured by the Immovable Sky Concealment Array when he attacked the Garnery Sky Concealment Array. Zhu Ling confessed, but she was still a little nervous. Not far away, Zhu Rou also came over and looked at Lu Yin carefully. Lu Yin looked at Zhu Ling. I know. Zhu Ling was surprised. How did you know? Lu Yin did not care. The Lingbao Chamber of Commerce is also your Zhu family's. Is it very secretive? Zhu Ling was stunned. Not secretive. At least for so many years, the Qing family and Yu family had guessed it but could not prove it. The outside world was also completely unaware. She understood Yu Jing's feeling of being insulted. In this person's eyes, their foundation seemed to be worthless. But that was the Immovable Sky Concealment Array that even Xue Taoshangyu was injured. Why was it worthless? In order to protect their position in the western region, the three major clans have harmed many people openly and secretly. You think you are doing it secretly, but in fact, there are many eyes watching you. Some people only need to give them time to suppress you. What's so strange about that? Lu Yin said lightly. Zhu Ling blurted out, Li Guo. Lu Yin looked at her. In the future, restrain yourself. Don't be so overbearing. It's better not to think too highly of yourself. Zhu Ling was speechless. She wanted to say who could be more overbearing than you. But in the end, she did not dare to say it. This Immovable Sky Concealment Array is just a shell. The stronger the Lingbao Array is, the more powerful it is. Shouldn't the unification of heaven and earth be hidden in it? Lu Yin asked. Zhu Ling looked at Yu Jing. Yu Jing quickly said, yes, the reason why the Garnery Sky Concealment Array could injure Xue Taoshangyu was because the Immovable Sky Concealment Array hid too many Lingbao arrays similar to the unification of heaven and earth, which caused a qualitative change. In fact, the Immovable Sky Concealment Array itself is not powerful. Zhu Ling raised her eyebrows. The unification of heaven and earth is far from being able to injure an immortal. Yu Jing did not refute. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3955. Lu Yin nodded. That's good. Just do it. I hope that the Zhu family's many years of accumulation will bring some unexpected surprises to this war. Zhu Ling and Yu Jing exchanged glances. They felt that Lu Yin was mocking them, but it didn't seem to be the case. They left Lu Yin and began to research how to incorporate heaven and earth into the unmovable sky concealing formation. Zhu Huang came to find Lu Yin and thanked him profusely. Not for the war, but for herself. The insects have no humanity. I would rather die than become a tool for them. Mr. Lu, you've not only saved my life, but also the Zhu family's face, and even the human race's face. Zhu Huang bowed again. Lu Yin waved a hand. You're exaggerating. Zhu Rou, take your ancestor to rest. Zhu Rou nodded and left with Zhu Huang. Nate Song came right after and bowed. Lu Yin was speechless. I've saved many people in this war. There's no need to thank all of them. I'm not in a good mood. Nate Song smiled bitterly. Sorry to disturb you, mister. I'm Night Song. Thank you for saving my life. He bowed deeply and turned to leave. Wait. Night Song turned around and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin stared at him. You're Night Song. Night Song nodded. Yes. The path protector of the wisdom domain, Night Song. Lu Yin asked again. Night Song said, yes, I was once the path protector of the wisdom domain. By the way, you've entered the 9 heavens from the spiritualized universe. That's why you know my name. Lu Yin nodded. I've heard of you, but your seniority seems to be quite high. It's a miracle that you're still alive. He had once mentioned the wisdom domain scroll to the Plain sect. The Plain sect had wanted to test the wisdom domain scroll 15, but had been stopped by the path protector of that generation. That path protector was Night Song. At that time, Night Song had lived for a very long time, and his seniority was even higher than Yu Sang Tian's. The Plain sect had said that Night Song was definitely dead. Otherwise, he would have lived close to an eternal realm powerhouse like Master Grass. Night Song sighed. Originally, I wouldn't have been able to live that long. Coincidentally, I had a hidden injury in my body, so I froze myself in my early years. The duration of the freeze was much longer than anyone could imagine. That's why I've been able to live until now. However, I won't be able to live for much longer. This time, I wanted to contribute to the war against the insects and see if I could ask the immortal god to heal my hidden injury so that I can live a little longer. At this point, he mocked himself. Sure enough, there's a reason why everyone pursues the eternal life realm. Who doesn't want to live a long life? It was no wonder why Yi Gu had been able to survive until now. His survival time without being frozen might not even be comparable to that of an ordinary expert who had crossed the bitter calamity. If he didn't have any internal injuries, he might still be able to live, but the internal injuries had sped up his death. Night Song asked curiously, "Why have you heard of my name?" "I was the path protector of Jikong domain a long time ago." Lu Yin asked, "Do you remember the Plain Master's path?" Night Song pondered for a moment before remembering. "Was he the one who told you about the junior who wanted to test the scroll array?" "Yes. When we talked about the scroll array, he mentioned you. At that time, I had some enmity towards Jikong domain, and I was afraid that you would still be alive and ruin my plans." Lu Yin spoke frankly, as there was nothing to hide. Night Song rejoiced. "Fortunately, I didn't stay in Jikong domain. Otherwise, I would have become your enemy and died a long time ago." Lu Yin laughed. "That's not necessarily true. Perhaps I would have died at your hands." Night Song coughed and hurriedly said, "Don't joke around, sir. I'm no match for you." These words could only be said now. If Night Song had really stayed in Jikong domain, then Lu Yin might not have been his match at that time. No matter what, Night Song was someone who was qualified to join forces with Zhu Huang to deal with Dan Zhu. He had completed the bitter calamity realm, and he definitely hadn't cultivated it on his own. In other words, he had received spiritual cultivation. In that case, he originally belonged to Joshua universe and was not a true cultivator from the spiritualized universe. Yu Sang Tian knew about the difference in cultivation between Joshua universe and the spiritualized universe, so had he ever thought about changing it? The Eternity's thoughts were profound, and he had stolen Tianxi's turbid spirit seed to change his cultivation method. Then, what about Imo Shang? Did Imo Shang not know that Tianxi's spirit seed was a turbid treasure? Thinking about Imo Shang reminded him of the primogenitor and Yi Tianke, and Lu Yin's mood became even more gloomy. If an expert like you had existed in the Tian Yuan universe back then, the spiritualized universe wouldn't have dared to target it. Speaking of which, I was quite lucky. I was almost sent to deal with the Tian Yuan universe, but in the end, it was primordial. Night Song sighed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked at Night Song. It was primordial. Night Song nodded and recalled, the spiritualized universe wanted to weaken the Tian Yuan universe's future scale in preparation for restarting it. They sent experts to assist the Eternity in eradicating the Tian Yuan universe's top powerhouses. At first, there were several candidates, and I was one of them. At that time, they didn't know that I belonged to Joshua universe, and the Jikong domain couldn't say anything. After all, Sending people to the Tian Yuan universe wasn't just a matter of one or two people from Yusang Tian or the Zhikong domain, but the entire spiritualized universe's strategy. However, it was said that at that time, the Eternity took the initiative to ask Primordial to go to the Tian Yuan universe, and Yusang Tian also wanted Primordial to go. In the end, Primordial really did go, even though he was unwilling. Speaking of which, Primordial being sent to the Tian Yuan universe caused quite a stir. After all, Primordial was Sang Tian, and no one knew how long it would take for Sang Tian to return. Some people suggested stripping Primordial of his position, while others suggested it. Before he could finish, Lu Yin interrupted him. The Eternity wanted Primordial. Does that mean that the Eternity was in the spiritualized universe at that time? Night Song wasn't unhappy about being interrupted, and he subconsciously treated Lu Yin as if he was facing an Eternity realm expert. Yes, the Eternity came to the spiritualized universe once. It takes a long time to go from the Tian Yuan universe to the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin said. Night Song smiled. That amount of time is meaningless to a cultivator, especially an absolute powerhouse like the Eternity. Even 10,000 years is nothing more than a snap of a finger. Sir, if you say that in terms of time, the Eternity might not have had time to return to spiritualization and return to the Tian Yuan universe. Actually, everyone's speed is different, and the Eternity might have other methods. In any case, as far as I know, the Eternity first went from spiritualization to the Tian Yuan universe, which was even earlier. Then, he went from the Tian Yuan universe to spiritualization, which was the time when he wanted Primordial. Finally, he went from spiritualization to the Tian Yuan universe, and the Primordial also went to the Tian Yuan universe after that. Lu Yin frowned. No, there was a problem. He knew a bit about the history of the Tian Yuan universe, including the cultivation history of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and the time that the above heaven sect had been established. There was no way that the Eternity could have gone back and forth between the Tian Yuan universe and spiritualization. If the Eternity wanted Primordial from the Tian Yuan universe, which went against the time of the Tian Yuan universe, then there was only one possibility: he didn't go there on his own. The time it took for him to go back and forth between the Tian Yuan universe and spiritualization was definitely different from the Primordial. The Primordial had taken a long time to reach the Tian Yuan universe, and if not for the fact that he was afraid of being erased after discovering Imo Shang's secret, he wouldn't have been willing to travel this distance. What about the Eternity? Had the Eternity deliberately gone to spiritualize just to ask for Primordial? No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right. There was only one answer: the Eternity had gone back and forth between the spiritualization and the Tian Yuan universe as an eternal realm cultivator. This trip hadn't been done by himself, but by the mysterious eternal realm cultivator behind him. Or perhaps, it had been Grandmaster Grass. At that time, the Eternity and Grandmaster Grass had definitely reached an agreement. The Primordial really did have a secret. The Eternity had deliberately used the Eternal Realm Cultivator's power to go to the spiritualized universe to ask for Primordial. It wasn't because of the Primordial himself, but because of the other consciousness in the Primordial's body at that time. That consciousness knew that the Primordial had been cuckolded. The Eternity, no, it could also have been the Eternal Realm Cultivator behind him. But what was the meaning of the Primordial leaving the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin suddenly looked at the one-leaf lotus beneath him, and then looked in the direction of the spiritualized universe. Was that the case? Yigu didn't know that his lamenting words had caused Lu Yin to see a possibility that made him shudder. He saw that Lu Yin was deep in thought, and he kept recalling what he had just said. What was the problem? The only problem was definitely related to the Tian Yuan universe. The Eternity must have done something in the Tian Yuan universe that conflicted with what Yigu had said, which was why Mr. Lu had found the contradiction. But the Eternity hadn't said anything secretive. Lu Yin looked at Yigu again. The eternity went to the spiritualized universe to ask for the primordial, but the primordial wasn't willing to go. Yigu was more careful with his words now, but he didn't know what Lu Yin was concerned about. There was no point in being cautious. Yes, the primordial refused. Even when Yu Sang Tian asked him to go, he still refused. But Sang Tian is still Sang Tian, and he couldn't withstand Yu Sang Tian's pressure. In the end, he still had to go. Lu Yin stared at Yigu. Before the primordial went to the Tian Yuan universe, Mo Shang pressured him. Yigu nodded. Was this pressure before or after the eternity came? Lu Yin asked again. Yigu knew that his answer was very important, and Lu Yin's expression made him think carefully. Lu Yin slowly said, "There's no rush. Think carefully before you answer. This answer is very important." Yigu regretted it. It would have been better if the eternity had just left. What was there to lament about? This was how old people were. They liked to reminisce about the past, and now they were in trouble. Lu Yin waited quietly. He wasn't afraid that Yigu would lie, as Yigu didn't even know what was going on. This answer was very important to Lu Yin, but it didn't matter to an outsider like Yigu. After a while, Yigu said, "Before." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Are you sure?" Yigu nodded. "I'm sure. I recalled that when the eternity asked for the primordial said something. Yu Sang Tian put in a lot of effort to get me to go to the Tian Yuan universe. Even you came. I remember this clearly. The primordial had clearly rejected the eternity, but I don't know why he went to the Tian Yuan universe in the end. But ever since then, there has been news that Yu Sang Tian wants to attack primordial Sang Tian. Many people believe it to be true, because Yu Sang Tian wants to send primordial Sang Tian to the Tian Yuan universe more than once." Lu Yin looked deeply at Yigu and nodded. "I understand. Thank you." Yigu felt relieved. "You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Lu Yin looked at the sky with an unfathomable expression. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3956. Yuanqi was right. Yu Sang Tian had spent a lot of effort to send him to the heaven universe. He had purposely used the God-governing mountain spacetime as a cover to make Yuanqi think that he had discovered a huge secret and had no choice but to escape to the heaven universe. In fact, Yu Sang Tian had done it on purpose. His goal was to get Yuanqi to go to the Tian Yuan cosmos. In the past, Lu Yin had never understood why Yu Sang Tian would do such a thing, but Night Song had told him that even eternity wanted primordial. Why did Yu Sang Tian and Eternal do the same thing? There was only one answer. Their interests were aligned. There was a mysterious eternal realm behind the eternal realm. What about Yu Sang Tian? In the past, Lu Yin had always believed that Yu Sang Tian was backed by Grandmaster Grass, and that she had made many plans to spiritualize the universe. Now, however, he no longer thought that way. Was Yu Sang Tian related to the mysterious eternal realm behind the Eternals? Or was this all planned by Master Green Grass from the beginning to the end? Was it also Master Green Grass who led the eternity to ask for the origin? It could be both of them. Lu Yin hoped that it was the latter. He would rather confirm that his enemy was a Grass Grandmaster than have another enemy behind the Eternals and Yu Sang Tian. Until now, he still hadn't seen who the enemy was. Half a year later, the one-leaf green lotus arrived at Torch City. Lu Yin looked at the half-destroyed city and sighed emotionally. If it wasn't for this springboard, he would have died. If he met an Eternal Life Realm monster again, he wouldn't let it have an easy time. At this moment, Yi Xia was stupefied. Looking at the numerous cultivators descending from the one-leaf green lotus, as well as the various she felt as if divine soldiers had descended from the heavens. He couldn't understand where these powerful cultivators came from. He was only at the level of the laws of the sequence. There were a bunch of experts like that from the one-leaf azure lotus, and there were even primordial realm experts who had crossed the bitter calamity realm. In particular, there were quite a few people who made him feel like he was struck by lightning from a single glance. This was a feeling he only felt when he looked at Yu Sang Tian. These people couldn't be at the same level as Yu Sang Tian, right? Impossible. Everybody in Torch City was astonished. They were dumbstruck. They suddenly thought of the continent of the 9 clouds. Were those people from the continent of the 9 clouds? The truth about the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe had long spread. Torch City had also received the news. In particular, for space-time battleships had headed for the Tian Yuan universe. This made Yi Xia and the others even more aware of what had happened in the spiritualized universe. Now that he saw so many powerful cultivators, he immediately thought of this. Lu Yin walked out and allowed the people of Torch City to see him. When they saw him, they heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Lu Yin was from the Tian Yuan universe, he gave them a greater sense of security than the unfamiliar cultivators from the 9th heaven universe. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Yin was their leader. Yi Xia. Yes. Yi Xia was shocked and quickly agreed. Lu Yin looked at him. Immediately bring everyone from Torch City onto Green Lotus and return to spiritualization. From this moment on, Torch City will be under their control. War has come. These words caused Yi Xiao's heart to sink. He knew that Lu Yin was currently representing the 9 heavens universe, and even the 9 heavens universe had to deal with this war. Torch City was just a speck of dust that had been easily crushed by that monster. He did not dare to hesitate. He immediately arranged for everyone in Torchfire City to board the one-leaf green lotus and head to the spiritualized universe. The people who had left Torch City were not qualified to participate in the war. They were too weak, and staying behind would only result in death. Lu Yin could not bear for them to die here. However, not everyone went. A group of qualified cultivators stayed behind to assist Yu Jing and the others. This war did not only belong to the 9th heaven universe, but also to the entire human race. From the very beginning, the goal of the Hive civilization had been the spiritualized universe. The cultivators from the 9th heaven universe were participating in the war. If the spiritualized universe retreated, they would feel uncomfortable. The spiritualized universe had to participate in the war. This included Yi Xia. Yi Xia stared blankly at the one-leaf green lotus as it left. He and the 2 vice city lords had been left behind to assist in the war, but until now, he did not even know who the enemy was. Someone from the Great Five Palms sect gloated. When you see the enemy, you won't be far from death. These words made Yi Xiao's expression turn ugly. It was true that one had been sitting at home, but disaster had fallen from the sky. After leaving Torch City, the one-leaf green lotus headed for the 9th heaven universe and arrived half a year later. Lu Yin put down the spiritualized universe and had someone bring them back to the spiritualized universe. He then went to the startling Sparrow Terrace to meet with Startlegate Shangyu. When Startlegate Shangyu heard about the Hive civilization, even an Eternal Realm powerhouse's heart sank. Luo Chan's existence was too troublesome. What do you want to do? Lu Yin asked. Senior, can the Startlegate be opened at will within a certain range? Startlegate Shangyu met Lu Yin's eyes. The range is half a degree around the 9th heaven. Half a degree around the 9th heaven. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as it was roughly in the direction of Torch City. Senior, if you want to deal with Luo Chan, you can only do so within the range of the Startlegate. Then, you have to compress the defensive line and use top experts to protect the important positions. Even if the experts do not participate in the war, it will be fine as long as you defend it. This way, you will not be led by the nose by Luo Chan. I suggest that you get as close to the ninth heaven universe as possible. Startled Gate Shangyu looked into the distance. Pull it into the ninth heaven. Lu Yin raised his brows. What? Startled Gate Shangyu's expression was solemn. Pull the battlefield into the ninth heaven. Lu Yin was amazed. He felt that his idea was bold enough. It was risky to let the hive civilization get close to the ninth heaven universe. If they were not careful, the insects would invade en masse. Even if they were finally dealt with, there would be a lot of hives left behind. The coordinates of the ninth heaven universe would be exposed to the hive civilization forever, and the immortal master could come at any time. For the ninth heaven universe, this was quite dangerous. It meant that the hive crisis could erupt at any time. Startled Gate Shangyu was even bolder. He wanted to directly lead the hive civilization into the ninth heaven. This was the worst outcome that Lu Yin had considered. If the battlefield is led into the ninth heaven will suffer an unprecedented disaster, Lu Yin reminded. Startled Gate Shangyu frowned. The larger the battlefield, the easier it is to be dragged to death. Our ninth heaven universe has been constantly conquering foreign universes, exterminating one civilization after another. When it is our turn, do we not even have the courage to fight? Everyone in the ninth heaven universe enjoys the fruits of exterminating foreign civilizations. They have to accept the fact that they are exterminated by other civilizations. After all, humans do not reproduce as fast as insects. This is the biggest advantage of the hive civilization. Lu Yin understood. He had thought of leading the battlefield into the ninth heaven before, but he did not belong to the ninth heaven universe. This proposal would only make him the target of public criticism and be suspected by the people of the ninth heaven universe. The decision to compress the battlefield and retreat to the back line was actually very risky. Leading the ninth heaven universe to the ninth heaven universe could only be proposed by the people of the ninth heaven universe. Startled Gate Shangyu's suggestion was the best. The most important thing now is to keep an eye on the hives. If we can destroy all the hives in the ninth heaven universe, we will have won half the war, Lu Yin said. Startled Gate Shangyu said, do you know the meaning of the ninth heaven pillar's existence? Expedition to foreign universes and hide the ninth heaven universe itself, Lu Yin said. Startled Gate Shangyu nodded. The ninth heaven pillar is a spiritual treasure array. Lu Yin had heard of this before. It made the ninth heaven universe look chaotic and similar to a state of rebirth. In fact, it came from the ninth heaven pillar's spiritual treasure array, and this array came from Jin Shangyu. When Lu Yin had first heard of this, he had thought of Huizu. Huizu had used a limitless power source box array to resist the Eternals and give the humans a chance to breathe. Jin Shangyu had used the ninth heaven pillar spiritual treasure array to hide the ninth heaven universe, allowing the ninth heaven universe to survive. The two were very similar. The ninth heaven pillar spiritual treasure array can not only hide itself, but it can also form a special protection. As long as the hives are included in the protection, any hive that wants to enter will have to tear through the protection, and we will be able to sense it. You don't have to worry too much about this, Startled Gate Shangyu said. She then looked at Lu Yin. Actually, leading the hives into the ninth heaven universe is exactly what you want. This way, the Tianyuan universe will not have to worry. A single battle will be enough to cripple the hives. Lu Yin did not deny it. Yes, the Tianyuan universe does not have to worry. I will represent the Tianyuan universe and fight to the death in the ninth heaven universe. Startled Gate Shangyu smiled. Thank you. I will contact Green Grass now and inform the other 3 battlefields to retreat and determine the positions that we need to defend. Lu Yin nodded. Although leading the hives into the ninth heaven universe was a disaster, the ninth heaven universe had an advantage that no one else could compare to: spirit seeds. The cultivators of the ninth heaven universe could release their spirit seeds to fight, which meant that everyone had 2 lives. This was not an advantage in a foreign war. This advantage was equivalent to offsetting the hive's advantage in numbers. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had enough spirit seeds. When the time came, it would depend on their foundation. Very quickly, Startlegate Shangyu disappeared. Lu Yin stood on the startling Sparrow Terrace and looked down. In the end, he was the one who had caused this war, so he had an obligation to participate in any war against the hives. The more the hives were beaten, the less of a threat they would pose to the humans. It would be best if they could get rid of the immortal master. Unfortunately, this was only a dream. The immortal master was definitely more powerful than Master Greengrass. Master Greengrass did not dare to act recklessly within a small area, but the immortal master could dominate the universe. Lu Yin did not know when he would be able to break through to the eternal realm. Lu Yin stood quietly and waited for the Startlegate Shangyu to return. At the same time, his consciousness swept towards the western region. Although it was impossible to find any traces of the eternal realm, he had nothing to do. Perhaps there would be a pleasant surprise. After a few days, Lu Yin did not wait for the Startlegate Shangyu, but Qing Yun and Granny Yin did. Qing Yun did not expect Lu Yin to be here. Didn't you reinforce the consciousness universe? Why are you here? Lu Yin smiled. There have been changes in the war. The consciousness universe is fine for now. Qing Yun smiled. Since you're here, it's naturally easy to resolve. Can you tell me what those hives are like? There are 4 battlefields, and many experts have been dispatched. I'm very curious. Lu Yin nodded and told her about the hive situation. He was quite grateful to Qing Yun. This woman had helped him in several battles. Sometimes, her words of support were more important than her actions. After all, she represented the Startlegate Shangyu. The hive's strangeness shocked Qing Yun and Granny Yin. They did not expect such a species to exist in the universe. They could give birth to powerful hives and reproduce very quickly. Qing Xian, in particular, shocked them even more. The web page content is slow. Please. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 396, Startlegate. Lu Yin decided to read it for free. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3957. If a hive fell into Zhou Shao universe without being discovered, does it mean that Qing Xian might be a human? Qing Yun asked. Lu Yin nodded. I've met more than one Qing Xian in human form. Granny Yin's face was solemn. No wonder Shangyu values this war so much. This civilization is definitely a great enemy of Zhou Shao. Qing Yun said, the changes in the war that you mentioned are related to Qing Xian, right? Lu Yin praised, smart. Qing Yun smiled. Only Qing Xian can be a variable on the battlefield. The universe has rules that can be found. There are many of them, and their individual combat power is bound to be weak. A hive can only give birth to one Qing Xian, and it can gather the advantages of the current universe creatures. Every Qing Xian is terrifying. Lu Yin and Qing Yun chatted for a long time while waiting for Jingmen Shangyu. This time, Granny Yin didn't stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin had helped Zhou Shao universe several times, and the people of Zhou Shao universe were grateful. Can you tell me more about Mi Jin Shangyu? Lu Yin changed the topic. Qing Yun was surprised. Mi Jin Shangyu. Lu Yin nodded and praised, Mi Jin Shangyu's talent is great. Night Pillar, Lingbao Array, Tianzuo, and he knows his own limits. There are inheritances of Mi Jin Shangyu everywhere. I'd like to know more about this senior. Granny Yin suddenly said, have you seen Qing Xing? Lu Yin looked at her. Yes. Granny Yin understood. So Qing Xing fought with you before? Lu Yin smiled. I want to know more about Mi Jin Shangyu. It has nothing to do with Qing Xing. Granny Yin didn't say much. Qing Yun said, what do you want to know about Mi Jin Shangyu? I don't know much. Lu Yin said, just say it, I want to know more. Qing Yun thought for a moment. Then I'll tell you what I know. Mi Jin Shangyu is also a senior that I respect very much. For the next half of the day, Qing Yun talked about Mi Jin Shangyu. She admired Mi Jin Shangyu's research on Lingbao Array and traveled all over Jiu Shao universe to see more clearly. She admired Mi Jin Shangyu's invention, and Tianzuo was a tool that she often rode. She worshipped Great Dream Thousand Years created by Mi Jin Shangyu, so she often looked for people from Great Dream Sky to spar with. She especially worshipped Mengling. If it weren't for Mi Jin Shangyu's Great Dreams Millennium Dream, which gave birth to a dream spirit, the Nine Clouds continent would have faced a calamity. She paused and looked at Lu Yin hesitantly, as if there was something she shouldn't say. Yinpo also quickly changed the topic. Miss doesn't know much about Mi Jin Shangyu. If you want to know anything, you can ask Jingmen Shangyu directly. Lu Yin replied, Qishu. Qing Yun and Yinpo were surprised. Master knows. Lu Yin nodded, alarmed Lord Shangyu told me. Qing Yun heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Since Mr. Even knows about this, then there's nothing worth hiding. That's right, Senior Yu Mijin is extremely talented. Only Meng Ling is able to track Qi Su's emotions. If it wasn't for that, everyone knows that Mi Jin Shangyu created the Great Dream Millennium, but does Mr. know how he created the Great Dream Millennium? How did you come up with such a creature like Dream Spirit? Lu Yin was curious. How? Qing Yun smiled. Only a few people know about this. When Mi Jin Shangyu was still around, this was one of the biggest secrets of the Nine Clouds universe. But now that Mi Jin Shangyu is no longer around, this secret is no longer worth keeping. She paused and continued, Mi Jin Shangyu is an ancient powerhouse in the history of the Nine Clouds universe, second only to Qinglian Shangyu. His seniority is much higher than Shuata Shangyu and my mother. Mi Jin Shangyu has a special cultivation method called the Lost Path. Those who are lost will not know, but they will experience the various forms of life. I have always wanted to experience the various forms of life because of Mi Jin Shangyu. Only by understanding the various forms of life can one comprehend their own life. But this lost path has a shortcoming. The longer you cultivate, the easier it is to lose yourself. Mi Jin Shangyu's title is actually self-deprecating. Mi Jin Shangyu thought that he was often lost, so he gave himself this title. Once lost, it is like losing your essence. My mother said that it was not lost, but attached to someone to experience the various forms of life of that person. That was why Mi Jin Shangyu was able to create a series of unimaginable things because he understood life the most and the human race the most. Qing Yun spoke more and more, but most of it was her guess about Mi Jin Shangyu. But what Lu Yin heard was different. Lost, essence, spirit, attached. The first thing he thought of was Yuanqi. Could it be that the consciousness in Yuanqi's body that knew he was being cuckolded was Mi Jin Shangyu? This conjecture was similar to Lu Yin's conjecture on the one-leaf blue lotus. Yuanqi was sent to the Tianyuan universe, causing Mi Jin Shangyu's essence, spirit, and spirit to be further and further away. It must have affected his body. Only an immortal realm powerhouse was qualified to be schemed against by Yu Sang Tian and Eternal at the same time. Lu Yin's eyes were solemn. He could not hear what Qing Yun was saying. He only knew that he might have seen the truth. Mi Jin Xiangyu's death was not that simple. Qing Xing thought that 2 retreated and 1 died. Maybe it was not what he saw. That 1 did not die. He knew that he was going to die, so he dragged Qixu along to end it. Was that so? Then, was it Master Qingchao or the mysterious immortal realm that schemed against Mi Jin Xiangyu? After a while, alarmed Gate Xiangyu returned. Qing Yun and Granny Yin left. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu told Lu Yin that he had asked Master Qingchao to inform the other 3 battlefields. He said, Master Qingchao said thank you. Lu Yin did not care. He thanked you for protecting the spiritualized universe. There is no need for him to thank you. We are all humans. How can we give up? Alarmed Gate Xiangyu did not say much about this. The spiritualized universe's 36 domains needed to be guarded by powerhouses. Even if Luo Chan shifted the position of the insects, the powerhouses guarding the 36 domains could stay put. Jiuxiao universe also had some regions that needed to be protected. Lu Yin did not need to worry about this. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu and Jiuxiao universe would make the decision. Lu Yin hesitated whether to tell them the truth about Mi Jin Xiangyu's death. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. It was all his conjecture. There was no proof, and now was not the right time. If Master Qingchao was the one who plotted against Mi Jin Xiangyu, revealing the truth now would only make Master Qingchao side with the Hive civilization. At the very least, it would affect the direction of the war. If it was the mysterious immortal realm, it would not draw him out. If an immortal realm appeared, it would be hard to determine his stance. It was already difficult for Jiuxiao universe to face the Hive civilization. He could not complicate matters. Besides, Mi Jin Xiangyu died because Yuanqi went to the Tianyuan universe. How could the Jiuxiao universe's god of defense not know? According to Lin Fang's guess, even if Mi Jin Xiangyu lost his way and left the continent of the 9 clouds, he didn't lose his consciousness. He took the initiative to die with Qi Su, so he could have told Qing Lianyu and the others about it. Therefore, Qing Lianyu and the others might have known about it. According to this line of thinking, it was not his turn to reveal anything, especially since he did not know who was behind it. There was one last doubt. Were the 3 gods of defense completely trustworthy? They seemed trustworthy at the moment, but Lu Yin had experienced too much, especially when the Lu family had been schemed against and exiled. Sometimes, those who schemed against you did not necessarily have bad intentions or revenge. It was just for the sake of the bigger picture. This kind of high-sounding reason had become an excuse for many to take action. With such an excuse, one could not sense any hostility. That was the most terrifying thing. If he had not been vigilant, Lu Yin would have died many times over. It was better to wait for Qinglian Xiangyu and the others to return. At the same time, outside the spiritualized universe, Ku Yuan and Lu Xizhan had received Master Qingcao's notification that they could shrink the battlefield. Their next battlefield was to protect the 36 filaments. Protect the 36 filaments? Isn't that where the spiritualized universe is? Why do we have to protect the spiritualized universe? Our current battlefield is actually protecting the spiritualized universe, but I don't understand why we have to shrink the battlefield and only protect the 36 filaments. This means that the insects can rush into the spiritualized universe. What are the higher-ups thinking? The person who notified us was Master Qingchao. He was actually willing to give up on the spiritualized universe and only protect the 36 filaments. It's too strange. Ku Ji looked at the giant Tian as Lu Xizhan walked over from behind him. No matter what, since the order has been given, we have to carry it out. I know. It looks like this war won't end anytime soon. It's only been 2 years since Ku Yuan brought people to the spiritual universe. It looks like this trip will be delayed for a long time. Ku Ji sighed. Liu Xizhan recalled that Ku Yuan would bring a group of people to the spiritual universe every 40 years to comprehend Ku Yuan's cultivation method, which could only be completed in the spiritual universe. I heard that Mr. Liu also plans to follow you to the spiritual universe to comprehend Ku Yuan's cultivation method. Ku Ji smiled. That's right. Unfortunately, we don't know how long it will be delayed. Even if we can go, Mr. Liu won't be there. They did not know that Liu Yin had already returned from the full sensory universe and thought that he was still supporting the full sensory universe. Soon, the situation on the battlefield changed. All of the human cultivators, including the Shi, kept retreating. The Shi was at the bottom, bearing the brunt of the insect sea's attacks. Tian Ho and a few other green immortals attacked, but they could not stop them. They could only watch as they climbed onto the one-leaf lotus and headed for the spiritualized universe. A month later, Kongming received Master Qingcao's notification and returned to the ninth heaven. The battlefield would be compressed inside and outside the ninth heaven pillar. Shuolo was shocked. Inside and outside the ninth heaven pillar. How could this be? Although he was curious, he could not disobey the order. Shuolo's people were the best at obeying orders because they had participated in the most battles. On the battlefield, unless one had overwhelming strength, they had to follow the overall situation. In this war, Shuolo had always been on the defensive. If they retreated and returned to the ninth heaven, there would undoubtedly be other experts helping them. Those who belonged to the eighth night pillar, returned to the ninth heaven. I will cover the rear. Shuolo's voice traveled to every cultivator's ears. Gon Mo was shocked. Senior. Shuolo said coldly. It's fine. These insects can't do anything to me. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3958. All the cultivators headed towards the eighth night pillar. There were many holes in the eighth night pillar, which were caused by Spiniger and its subordinate Spiniger bugs. Seeing that the eighth night pillar wanted to escape, the sea of insects surged and charged at the blood-colored pavilion. Thorny sarcoma continued to shoot out spikes. Xuelu's face became paler and paler, but he still persisted. When the eighth night pillar rushed towards the continent of the nine clouds, he withdrew the blood-red pavilion. The blood-red pavilion was filled with blood chi. He looked ferocious and crazy. You guys have fought enough. It's my turn now. Blood-red pavilion 8 strokes. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red color filled the starry sky and engulfed the sea of insects. After executing the bloody 8 styles, Xuelu's body was dragged towards the eighth night pillar by an invisible force. It was the spirit thread that bound him to the eighth night pillar. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the eighth night pillar. If he stayed here, he would only be waiting for death. Blood-red 8 styles covered heaven and earth. Xuelu took the opportunity to climb up the eighth night pillar by following the spiritual threads. Gon Mo and the others hurriedly supported him, only to see 5 sharp thorns deeply inserted into his back. They almost tore Xuelu's head apart. Although he was not dead, Xuelu was still seriously injured. Luckily, the eighth night pillar managed to get rid of the sea of insects and flew towards the continent of the 9 clouds. The 9 clouds universe floated up 4 times. This was the battlefield of the third night pillar. Even with the speed of an immortal realm grass master, it would still take some time to transmit a message across the vast universe. At this moment, the third night pillar had yet to receive the order to retreat from the battlefield. They had to wait for this order for at least a few months. On the battlefield, Sky Bearing was still chasing after Hua Yan. Hua Yan had killed human experts one after another, causing Sky Bearing to be filled with hatred. Other than the experts from the third night pillar, there was also the Death Hill Fourth Summit who came to the battlefield with the third night pillar. The overall strength of the third night pillar was not comparable to the eighth night pillar. The eighth night pillar had several Blood Tower Upper Imperial disciples, especially Shuolo, who were extremely powerful. On the other hand, the third night pillar only had one heaven bearer and one Kuo consummate who had accepted spiritual cultivation. They couldn't support the entire battlefield, which was why they had the support of Death Hill. The leader of the Death Hill's fourth peak was Gu Jing. His sword swept across the battlefield. If it weren't for the experts of the fourth peak, the third night pillar wouldn't have been able to hold on. After several months, Grandmaster Greengrass finally approached the battlefield of the third night pillar. However, what he saw was a calm starry sky and a calm sea of insects. There was no fighting, nothing. It was peaceful. The third night pillar retreated. No, Grandmaster Grass saw the third night pillar floating in the starry sky. There was a gigantic creature coiled around the third night pillar, the Ho. One of the four insect lords of the insect nest civilization, Hui, was wrapped around the third night pillar, and all life in the third night pillar disappeared. Grandmaster Greengrass stood in the distance and watched in a daze. The third night pillar had been completely destroyed. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, the seventh night pillar was called the Holy Land of the Sword Dynasty. Since ancient times, many strong cultivators had carved sword skills there. As long as the seventh night pillar was in the continent of the Nine Clouds, many cultivators would come there to study sword skills. Unfortunately, most of the sword moves were not something that these people could see. It was not that seventh night pillar was holding back, but that there were some sword intents that they could not withstand. They couldn't even reach the place where the sword moves were carved. Gudwanka sat in front of the stone wall, looking forward. The stone wall was filled with sword moves. Every move was infused with the blood and sweat of a cultivator. There was no one around. They had all been chased away by him. A few days ago, news came that the third night pillar had been completely destroyed. On the third night pillar, there was a lonely silence. Since he had received the news, he had been sitting in front of the stone wall and watching. Nobody had disturbed him. Nobody knew what Gudwanka was thinking. It was not until 10 days later that Gudwanka pulled out his sword and held the hilt tightly. The long sword spun in his palm, and as he struck out with his palm, the sword penetrated deep into the stone wall. Strange patterns were cut around the sword edge. They were not deep, far from the depths of the engravings of the surrounding sword moves on the stone wall. However, it was these shallow strange patterns that made all the sword wills on the stone wall dim, as if they were suppressing everything. Gudwanka was recognized as the best swordsman in the continent of the Nine Clouds. He was called the first swordsman of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Nobody had ever seen his real sword intent because nobody could make him use his sword a second time. Some people could see the difference in strength at a glance. When facing people who were stronger than him, Gudwanka would not use his sword. When facing people who were weaker than him, nobody could make him use his sword a second time. That was his sword intent, the Zen sword. The world only knew that Gudwanka had the sword intent of the broken sword. He gave all creatures the profound meaning of the broken sword. He could break the sword, seal the blade, erase the shape, and break the meaning. In fact, the broken sword intent came from the Zen sword intent. His sword did not kill people, but only broke moves. At this moment, he put the Zen sword and the broken sword into the stone wall, waiting for the fated person. At the same time, he pushed the stone wall out of the seventh night pillar. Night Chief! Jian Hong shouted. He did not understand what Gudwanka was doing. Many cultivators of the seventh night pillar looked at Gudwanka. Gudwanka sighed. The sword intent above should not be limited to the seventh night pillar. If one day, the seventh night pillar does not return, the efforts of these predecessors will be gone. From now on, I am no longer a member of the seventh night pillar. The seventh night pillar is no longer the holy land of the Sword Dynasty. After saying that, he smashed the stone wall into the ground outside the seventh night pillar. He stepped into the void and disappeared. Gudwanka went up the startled sparrow terrace. In the past, the imperial land could not be entered unless absolutely necessary. However, it was different now. With the arrival of war, the startled imperial lord had ordered that anything related to the war could be reported to the startled sparrow terrace. Lu Yin was sitting on the startled sparrow terrace at this moment. From time to time, he would scan the ground with his consciousness. This place was very convenient for him to check with his consciousness, even though it was a little far from the ground. This place was also convenient for the startled imperial lord to inform him of the news at any time. Gudwanka came and sat down beside Lu Yin. He looked very casual. Lu Yin did not look at him. He knew that Gudwanka would come because Gu Jing was dead. When the news of the third night pillar's destruction spread to the 9 heavens, it caused a huge uproar. The Death Hill's fourth peak also spread along with the news of the third night pillar's destruction. Gu Jing and Gudwanka were definitely related. Even though Gu Jing wanted to surpass Gudwanka to become the 9 heavens sword head and even kill Gudwanka, their relationship was not ordinary. Mr. Lu, can you do me a favor? Speak. Go to the battlefield and drag the third night pillar back. Lu Yin's eyes moved. Do you want to drag the third night pillar back or Gu Jing back? Gudwanka said, it's the same. Since she is dead, the third night pillar has to come back at least to give him an explanation. Lu Yin looked at Gudwanka. What's your relationship with Gu Jing? Gudwanka pondered for a moment and said slowly, how many friends can a person have in their life? Lu Yin did not answer. This was a question that did not need to be answered. Not many, especially for cultivators. They have even fewer friends. Do you have a friend that you can entrust everything to? I have one. Her name is Jing. She is a very straightforward woman. She is not scheming and has a bad temper. She likes to punish evil. Such a person can't survive in the cultivation world. Fortunately, she has an extremely high talent in swordsmanship. Whenever an enemy comes looking for her, she can always break through faster than them and kill the enemy with her own hands. In her words. Gudwanka laughed and reminisced. It saves me the time to look for you. Thank you. You finally did something good before you died. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. These words instantly made him think of the woman called Serenity. She was clearly such a person, but why was she called Jing? Jing as in Gu Jing. It was a misunderstanding that I met her. We were both swordsmanship geniuses. We fought and killed each other until the misunderstanding was resolved. Finally, we became siblings. Lu Yin was speechless. He could not help but look at Gudwanka. Jing's talent in sword Dao is high, and she's able to adapt to the circumstances. As for me, I'm obsessed with sword Dao. We've known each other for a long time, and we've sparred for a long time. Gradually, she couldn't give me any help in sword Dao, so I crazily looked for people to test my sword. Sometimes, I couldn't hold back, and the blood debt grew. The cultivation world doesn't care about right or wrong. Gudwanka closed his eyes and was full of regret. Who said that it does not care about right or wrong? Did she deserve to be killed by you? Just to fulfill your swordsmanship? She also had her own life. There was no hatred. Why did she kill you? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Jing helped me pay for this mistake. I won a swordsmanship test, and she lost a swordsmanship test. She followed in my footsteps. Under the premise that I did not know, she adopted a child. In order to pay the debt, she took the initiative to accept the cultivation spirit and used it to pay the debt for me. When I found out, it was too late. She bore all the sins for me to make up for my mistakes. In the end, she died under the sword of others. Gudwanka was silent. Luine was silent too. Such a woman was admirable, even though she was stupid. Everyone had their own way of dealing with things. She was stupid, but she succeeded. When I found out about this, I had a great realization. I put down my sword. I put it down for 1,000 years. When I picked it up again, my swordsmanship had changed. I did not need to test my swordsmanship against others. I improved every day. My swordsmanship became stronger every minute and every second. I became the leader of the continent of the 9-cloud sword. In the entire continent of the 9 clouds, nobody can compete with me in swordsmanship, except for the unfathomable supreme God. But I was not happy at all. I was tired. I wanted to put down my sword and live in seclusion. If I had let go of the 7th night pillar, I would not have persisted until now. Until I found out about his existence. Luine said, Gu Jing. Gudwanka nodded. His real name was not Gu Jing. He was adopted by Jing. He saw Jing test her swordsmanship again and again for me. She failed miserably again and again until she died. He hated me to the core. I knew about him, but I pretended not to know about his background. I praised his talent in swordsmanship and accepted him as a disciple. I gave him the name Gu Jing and nurtured him. Unfortunately, before I knew about him, he had already started cultivating. Otherwise, his future would not have been like this. Luine did not understand. Then why did he join Death Hill? Gudwanka said, because he thought that he would not be able to improve from me. I don't even know how I became stronger. I abandoned my sword for 1,000 years and gained enlightenment. He could not understand this kind of mentality, so he joined Death Hill. He wanted to walk the same path as I did. He did not look for people to test his swordsmanship on, but he could kill people who violated the rules of Death Hill. Those who violated the rules were not weak. These people were just there to test his swordsmanship. He hoped that one day, he could surpass me and even kill me to avenge his foster mother. I am also waiting for that day. Luine gazed into the distance. This story was very heavy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3959. In fact, he had heard many people's stories. Everyone had their own stories. Comedies and tragedies happened every day. Did these stories happen naturally or were they planned? Why did people have to have stories? Wasn't it good to live peacefully? Wasn't it good to live a smooth life? Perhaps this was the life Gudwanka wanted. Gudwanka looked up at the sky. Gu Jing won't forgive me. Since he wants me to die, I'll die in front of him. Luine couldn't help but look at him. But you can't drag me down with you. Gudwanka smiled. His tiredness was gone. Mr. Lu, you won't die so easily. It's difficult for an immortal realm cultivator to kill you. I just hope that Mr. Lu can send me to the 3rd night pillar. If Mr. Lu can send me on my last journey, that would be great. Luine shook his head. You overestimate me and underestimate the insect nest civilization. Do you know what our attitude towards war is now? Retreat, retreat to the 9th night pillar. We even give up the spiritualized universe and only protect the 36 regions. Gudwanka was surprised. Why? He really didn't know. In fact, apart from the people on the battlefield, not many people in the continent of the 9 clouds knew because the impact was too great. This decision was equivalent to admitting defeat. It would greatly affect the morale, so this decision could only be made by the god of defense. Lu Yin told him about the situation of the 4 insect lords. Gu Duanke was shocked. No wonder the third night pillar was destroyed. Even though Gu Jing's achievements in swordsmanship could never be compared to his own, he was enough to laugh proudly in the continent of the 9 clouds. He was close to the peak of human existence. Gu Duanke was called the ruler of strength. He represented the peak of strength in the continent of the 9 clouds. These 2 people were completely destroyed. This was the battle strength of the insect nest civilization. Master Qing Chao only told you that the third night pillar was destroyed, but he didn't say that the one who destroyed the third night pillar was Hui, one of the 4 insect lords. It was recognized by the Immortal Realm Master as the limit of strength under the Immortal Realm. I think that my strength is invincible. Ordinary Immortal Realm cultivators can't compare to me. However, the Immortal Realm Master brought the insect nest civilization to the universe and destroyed one civilization after another. The limit of strength that he recognized is different from the limit of strength that I know. Lu Yin looked solemn and stared at Gu Duanke. Maybe I can't compare to Hui. Not to mention the other 3 insect lords. Since Qi is here, the other 3 should be here as well, especially Luo Chan. Even if you have the upper hand, he can reverse the situation in an instant. Gu Duanke understood, that's why we decided to compress the battlefield inside and outside the pillar of the 9th heaven, in order to use the power of the alarm gate to offset Luo Chan's talent. Lu Yin nodded. That's why there's no point in going to the battlefield with you to drag the third night pillar down. If you really want to die, just wait for the final battle to start. The Hive civilization will definitely invade the 9th heaven universe. Eternal realm experts have their limits, so it's difficult for them to fight. Gu Duanke smiled bitterly. What a waste. Yes, it would be a waste if I died outside. From the perspective of the entire human race, the ultimate combat power of an individual could be described as a waste. Whether it was Gu Duanke, Lu Yin, or the immortal realm, they all existed for the continuation of the civilization. Lu Yin looked down at the ground. Before you, there were already people who wanted to leave the 9 firmaments and drag the third night pillar back. Gu Duanke said, Death Hill. Lu Yin nodded. The people of Death Hill also wanted to bring back Gu Jing's body. Even if there was no body, they wanted to drag it back to the third night pillar, but they were stopped by the Great Master. Gu Duanke took a deep breath. I didn't object to Gu Jing joining Death Hill. Although it was useless to object, at that time, he didn't know that I knew his background. Death Hill has a special status in the 9th heaven universe. It specializes in killing offenders, maintaining the stability of the 9th heaven universe, and accommodating people with deep hatred. This is related to the Great Master's character, so at that time, I also guessed that the Great Master should know about Gu Jing's background. Lu Yin was curious. What kind of person is the Great Master? He had communicated with the Great Master and received help from him, but he had never seen the Great Master clearly. Gu Duanke got up. Let the Great Master tell you himself. It's not convenient for me to say more about other people's affairs. If there's anything you want me to do, just tell me. This life, I don't plan to live until after the war. At this time, Chao Yi stepped onto the startling Sparrow Terrace, followed by a bearded old man. When he saw Gu Duanke, he stared at him. Old man, you don't need to care about Gu Jing's affairs. Lu Yin was puzzled. Who was this old man? Gu Duanke glanced at the old man. Death Hill, Fallen City Mountains Mountain Lord, Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu looked at Lu Yin and smiled. I think this must be Mr. Lu Yin. I'm Death Hill's Fallen City Mountains Mountain Lord, Yi Xiu. I don't need that old man to introduce me. Lu Yin was polite. I'm Lu Yin. Yi Xiu said, I've heard of Mr. Lu's name long ago. Seeing you today, I really can't beat you. Gu Duanca said, you can't estimate Mr. Lu's strength. He's just a failure in spiritual cultivation. Yi Xiao was not angry. He sneered. Unlike you, who owes a lifetime of debt. So what if you're the 9-cloud sword head? Is it useful? Gu Duanca did not refute and looked at the opposite side calmly. Lu Yin heard that Yi Xiao and Gu Duanca definitely knew each other. He also knew Gu Jing in the past. Then, Gu Jing going to Death Hill might be related to him. Chao Yi looked at Lu Yin and nodded. Lu Yin nodded back as a form of greeting. Old man, I'll say it again. You don't have to care about Gu Jing. He only has a grudge with you and nothing else. He has never sincerely worshipped you as his master. We will deal with the third night pillar. Yi Xiao repeated. Gu Duanca said indifferently, the great master didn't ask you to deal with it. Yi Xiao snorted. That's because the great master wants to deal with it himself. This is definitely not possible. With that, he walked towards the door that connected heaven and earth. He took a deep breath and bowed. Junior Yi Xiao seeks an audience with the Alarmed Gate Lord. Chao Yi also bowed. Junior Chao Yi seeks an audience with the Alarmed Gate Lord. There was no response. Yi Xiao and Chao Yi shouted again, but there was still no response. Go back. If the Alarmed Gate Lord wanted to see you, he would have seen you long ago. Gu Duanca said. Yi Xiao turned back and glared at Gu Duanca. He continued to ask for an audience. He did it again and again without any intention of giving up. Dragging the third night pillar back was easier said than done, but it was risking their lives. Gu Duanca was willing to risk his life outside, but he still wasn't confident that he could reach the third night pillar. He still needed Lu Yin's help. The people at Death Hill weren't as strong as Gu Duanca. Even if there were more of them, Qing Xian's numbers were not few. Gu Duanca would die if he went, and so would the people of Death Hill. Even the great master would die. The Alarmed Gate Lord didn't respond, so Yi Xiao and the rest kept asking. Soon after, Long Yin came along with a cultivator that Lu Yin didn't recognize. Lu Yin had never seen that cultivator before, but that cultivator knew him. His name was Ming Jie, the second peak master of Death Hill. After that, Li Gua came as well. His injuries hadn't recovered and he was dragged here. The person who dragged him was the seventh peak master of Death Hill, Wei Er. So far, 6 people had come from the 3 mountains and 7 peaks of Death Hill. Including Gu Jing, who had died, there were only 3 people who hadn't come. It wasn't because they were unwilling, but more likely because they had a mission. The people of Death Hill wanted to drag the third night pillar back not only because of Gu Jing, but also because they sensed that the great master might go alone. They couldn't stop him, so they could only ask the Alarmed Gate Lord for help. However, there was no movement from the Alarmed Gate Lord for several days. The people of Death Hill were getting more and more anxious. Li Gua rolled his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. He bowed deeply. Mr. Lu, please help. Death Hill is willing to help you drag the third night pillar back. Lu Yin was stunned. Why was he mentioned? Gu Duanca didn't expect the people of Death Hill to have the same thoughts as him and ask for Lu Yin's help. Yi Xiao slapped his head. Right, how could he forget about this great master? Although this person wasn't an Eternal Realm cultivator, his combat power wasn't on the same level as Dooku. He could be considered a half-step Eternal Realm cultivator. The Hive civilization was very powerful, but it wouldn't be easy to kill this person. With the help of Death Hill, it wasn't impossible to drag the third night pillar back from the battlefield. Right, no wonder Gu Duanca looked for Lu Yin. He was wondering why Gu Duanca was looking for Lu Yin now that Gu Jing was dead. It seemed like Gu Duanca wanted Lu Yin's help as well. When he thought of this, he hurriedly bowed, Mr. Lu, please help me. Even if I die, I will never forget your kindness. Mr. Liu, please help us. Chao Yi bowed. Mr. Liu, please help us. Long Yin, Ming Jie, and Wei Er bowed. In front of the door of the startled Sparrow Terrace, most of the masters of the 3 mountains and 7 peaks of Death Hill bowed to Lu Yin. Other than the Great Master and the Great Master, no one else in the 9th Heaven universe received such treatment. Gu Duanke looked on calmly. If Lu Yin really helped, he would join the battle. He didn't want to die, he just wanted to drag the 3rd night pillar back so that Gu Jing could rest in peace. Lu Yin stopped Gu Duanke from seeking death. He didn't want to go to the battlefield, but it was hard to refuse the request of the people of Death Hill. He knew very well that no matter how powerful the 4 insect lords were, if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to escape. The insects couldn't keep him, and the people of Death Hill were prepared to die. Their request wasn't too much. The 3rd night pillar had to return. It wasn't just because of Gu Jing, but also because the 3rd night pillar was one of the 9th heaven pillars. At that moment, the door that connected the sky and the earth opened. Everyone looked over and saw startled Gate Shangyu walk out. Yi Xiao and the others quickly bowed. Greetings, startled Gate Shangyu. Greetings, startled Gate Shangyu. Lu Yin also bowed. Greetings, senior. Startled Gate Shangyu glanced at the crowd and slowly said, I understand your request. Yi Xiao and the others waited for startled Gate Shangyu's reply. No need to go. The 3rd night pillar is on the way back. Everyone was shocked. On the way back. Gu Duanke was puzzled, and his eyes flashed. Could it be that the 3rd night pillar wasn't completely destroyed? From the time they received the news until now, no one in the 9th heaven universe had the time to support the 3rd night pillar. Even the eternal realm needed time to reach the battlefield. So, if the 3rd night pillar was on the way back, it was very likely that there were still people alive. Startled Gate Shangyu said in a low voice, the insect nest civilization is riding the 3rd night pillar and coming to the 9th heaven universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3960. Upon hearing Jingmen Shangyu's words, Gu Duanke's eyes widened, and the murderous intent in his eyes soared. Yi Xiao and the others clenched their fists. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Those bugs are here. They're faster than I thought. They had guessed that the bugs would not approach the 9th heaven universe and the spiritualized universe so quickly. Instead, they would continue to scatter around and try to lure human cultivators to start a war. Once too many human cultivators were sent out, the bugs could use Luo Chan's talent to immediately reach the 9th heaven universe and launch a large-scale attack when the 9th heaven universe's defenses were empty. Even if the cultivators wanted to return to support, it would not be that fast. By the time they returned, the human civilization might be facing its end. This should be the bugs' plan to maximize Luo Chan's ability. However, the bugs had attacked the 9th heaven universe so quickly. Either they did not need Luo Chan's help and had absolute confidence in destroying the human civilization, or they already knew about the 9th heaven universe's plan and did not need to wait. Lu Yin did not know which was the case. The latter did not mean that someone had betrayed the 9th heaven universe. It was also possible that the bugs had sensed that the humans had evacuated from the other 3 battlefields and knew that the humans were shrinking their defenses, so they could only attack. Jingmen Shangyu looked at Lu Yin. The time they took to react and the second batch of bugs' reinforcements is faster than we expected. We have to speed up our response. After he finished speaking, he looked down at the world. Let the 9th heaven universe use its foundation to explore with the bugs. The collision between civilizations is a collision of foundations and a collision of future scales. I don't know how big the bugs' future scales are, but the ninth heaven universe is not afraid of any civilization. Soon, more than a year had passed. The cultivators of the bitter abyss and the Silan sword gate had arrived at the spiritualized universe. A few years ago, after Lu Yin and Jingmen Shangyu had decided to bring the battlefield to the ninth heaven, the spiritualized universe had changed. The 36 domains were also shrinking. Some regions were abandoned, and some parallel universes were closed. If no one entered, they would not open on their own to minimize casualties. As for the regions outside the 36 domains, everyone was migrating to the regions that had to be defended. Even beyond heaven was abandoned. After all, it was too far to guard beyond heaven, and it was unrealistic to move people there. In the end, with the gate of magic as the center, 15 domains were protected. These 15 domains were all represented by the first half of the character, spirit. The average strength of the cultivators in the upper half of the word, spirit, was much higher than the cultivators in the lower half. Ku Yuan and the other cultivators from the Nine Clouds universe worked together with the cultivators from the spiritualized universe. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to defend these 15 areas. He could only give up on the other places. The passage opened by Master Greengrass was also sealed. If the passage was still open, the insects could enter the Imperial God Mountain spacetime through the spiritualized universe and then attack the Heavenly Gate. This way, the Heavenly Gate would also need to be guarded by experts. What they needed to do now was to seal off all possible avenues of attack from the Hive civilization. It would be best if they could only leave one and concentrate all their forces on defense. Of course, that was impossible. He could only try his best. Another 2 years passed, and the 8th night pillar returned from the clear sky universe. Not long after, the 9 firmaments universe shone brightly, and the 9 firmaments pillar's spirit treasure array formation was fully activated. In the southeast region, the 5th night pillar's position rippled with many small ripples. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them, but Lu Yin and alarmed Shangyu could see them. The hive descended. The hive civilization wanted to throw a batch of hives into the 9 firmaments universe. With the 9 firmaments pillar's spirit treasure array formation, the hives won't be able to enter. Unfortunately, the spiritualized universe can't hide. There will definitely be hives descending, alarmed Shangyu said. Lu Yin looked at the ripples that occasionally appeared. If the hives were here, then the sea of insects wouldn't be far away. Sometimes, he hoped that Eternal Realm cultivators would be restricted so that they couldn't act recklessly. This was a good thing for cultivators who hadn't reached the Eternal Realm. But sometimes, he also hoped that Eternal Realm cultivators wouldn't be restricted. That way, he would feel more secure. He smiled bitterly. Humans were greedy, and they always hoped that things would benefit them. The choice between life and death, the creation and destruction of civilizations, and the hope for the future. War was coming. Cultivators soared into the sky one by one. Those who had been hidden or in seclusion in the 9 firmaments universe were awakened. No one could stay out of this war. No one could escape. These people needed to be stationed at the 9 firmaments pillar. The 9 firmaments pillar's spirit treasure array formation couldn't be destroyed. Lu Yin took a step forward and headed southeast. That was where the 5th night pillar was. At that moment, the 5th night pillar was guarding the sensual universe. Lu Yin had taken over that direction, and he would face the sea of insects that had arrived first outside the spiritualized universe. This was the sea of insects that Ku Yuan and the others were fighting against. In the west, the sea of insects, Gudwanka, and the experts from Death Hill had destroyed the 3rd night pillar. If they could destroy the 3rd night pillar and one of the 4 insect lords, they would have to face an unprecedentedly strong enemy. However, with alarmed Shangyu, as long as he was within the 9 firmaments universe, he could provide support at any time. Lu Yin knew that he wasn't just responsible for the southeast, he was responsible for the entire 9 firmaments universe. This was what he had promised alarmed Shangyu. In the southeast, the bright sun beast opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. His breathing quickened as he gazed into the distance. Around him, countless cultivators were densely packed. Some were strong, some were weak, and all of them were waiting for the war to start. Alarmed Shangyu had already notified all the families in the 9 firmaments to use all their spirit seeds. Otherwise, they might not have the opportunity to use them. Looking out from the 9 firmaments universe, a gigantic sea of insects was approaching. Not only were the people from the 9 firmaments universe able to see it, but even the spiritualized universe could see it. The 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe weren't that far apart, one was above the other. Lu Yin frowned as he looked at the sea of insects that filled the sky. They were here. At the same time, a sea of insects also appeared outside Torch City, but there were far fewer of them than the ones that had appeared in the southeast. It was as if all the insects there had been wiped out. The sea of insects descended upon Torch City, but the city had long since been deserted. Alarmed Shangyu had compressed the defensive line to the outside of the 9 firmaments pillars, so Torch City naturally wouldn't be the battlefield. The Yu family and the Ju family were also in the northeast, which was equivalent to the position of the 8th night pillar. They were waiting for the sea of insects to arrive. The sea of insects entered Torch City, destroyed the city, and surrounded the gangplank. Amidst this sea of strange and terrifying insects, a beautiful girl with thick yellow curly hair wearing a princess dress walked out. Her entire body seemed to glow, and the sea of insects retreated. The girl walked in front of the gangplank and circled it to size it up. She was surprised. The humans are really cautious. They didn't even use such a good tool. If they did. Her lips curled up. They might have ceased to exist a long time ago. Danji is so pitiful. He's so powerful and even has a stronghold card, but he's still lost. How pitiful. He lost a friend just like that. But don't worry, I'll help you exterminate the humans and avenge you. She then skipped towards the 9 firmaments universe. As for the gangplank, not a single insect dared to touch it. Half a month had passed since Lu Yin had seen the sea of insects, but they hadn't advanced any further. They remained in the distance that the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe could only vaguely see. The 2 universes had already mentally prepared themselves for a decisive battle, but the battle had yet to begin. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Still not moving. Master Grass had already returned, and the battlefield had completely shrunk. There was no need for him to run back and forth to pass on information. What is the Hive civilization doing? Lu Yin stepped onto the startling Sparrow Terrace. Alarmed Shangyu and Master Grass were both there. Master Green Grass said in a deep voice, "Multiply." Lu Yin raised a brow. "Breeding?" Master Grass nodded. Maybe they feel that their numbers aren't enough to fight against the human civilization, so they're breeding. Alarmed Shangyu said, "There are insects coming from all directions. Their numbers are exaggerated, but it's impossible to say that this number can destroy our human civilization." "Senior, what do you plan to do?" Lu Yin asked. Alarmed Shangyu said, "Kill our way out." Lu Yin was silent. Compressing the battlefront inside and outside the Night Pillar was the strategy that had been formulated at the beginning, but the strategy had to change according to the situation on the battlefield. It was not impossible to kill their way out. Even if the battlefield was expanded, this area was still within the range that Alarmed Shangyu could open at will. In other words, it was still under Alarmed Shangyu's control. If they didn't kill their way out in this situation and allowed the Hive civilization to reproduce, it would not be a good thing for the humans. "I'll lead a group of people to kill our way out, but Alarmed Shangyu has to hide it. That's a method to deal with Luo-chan. It can't be exposed," Lu Yin reminded. Alarmed Shangyu agreed. "It's not just you. People have to kill their way out from all four directions, especially. Master Grass looked towards the west. I'll go to the west, Lu Yin said. Alarmed Shangyu shook his head. The west is the battlefield of Death Hill and Lone Dwanka. They want to take back the third night pillar personally. Leave it to them. Lone Dwanka is very strong. Master Grass said faintly, the ninth heaven universe is not as simple as you think, Master Lu. Hearing this title, Lu Yin suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Those who stood here at this moment could be considered the pinnacle powerhouses of the three human universes. He was from the Tianyuan universe, Master Grass from the spiritualized universe, and alarmed Shangyu from the ninth heaven universe. Two were immortal, and one was only in the primordial realm. Logically speaking, Lu Yin could be on equal footing with them, but the difference in cultivation was too great. He just didn't know how great the gap was. Thinking of this, he glanced at Master Grass and then headed towards the fifth night pillar. Not long after, alarmed Shangyu's magnificent voice resounded through the ninth heaven universe and spiritualized universe. The collision of civilizations, the battle between species, there is no compromise, only life and death. Whether the human civilization will continue or be destroyed, war will decide. Regardless of the cultivation of the ninth heaven universe, at this moment, they knew that they were facing a biological war from a foreign universe. The night pillar had gone on expeditions to foreign civilizations time and time again. Now, it was finally their turn. Kill. They didn't want to be destroyed like the foreign civilizations that had been destroyed by the ninth heaven universe. Kill. Kill. Then, Master Grass's voice sounded. I am the supreme pinnacle of the spiritualized universe. Everyone in the spiritualized universe looked up. Supreme pinnacle. They were excited and suppressed their excitement as they looked up at the starry sky. Civilization will be destroyed. Humans will only become the background of history. Perhaps your bones will become specimens for foreign civilizations' exhibitions. Your names will be changed to code names. This day shouldn't have come. The arrival of war will drag us down into the abyss. Then, kill. Kill all the foreign civilizations you see. The human civilization will continue. Alarmed Shangyu said, the human civilization will be brilliant. As soon as he finished speaking, countless cultivators from all four directions of the ninth heaven universe charged towards the sea of insects. Due to various problems, the address has changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest update. Chapter 3960, Stargazing will be brilliant for. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3961. Lu Yin looked back at the nine firmaments. This was the nine firmaments universe, a spiritualized universe. It was not his place to speak, and he did not wish to mobilize the entire Tianyuan universe one day. The most simple wish to live on was to pass down a civilization's legacy, even if it was only in this corner. He did not ask for resplendence, he only asked for eternity. The sea of insects surged as they charged towards the human army. Lu Yin's fist smashed through the void and swept across the entire heavens. He wanted to use the power of a single punch to completely obliterate this boundless sea of insects. This power was definitely capable of doing so. Just as Lu Yin's fist smashed through the void and extended towards the sea of insects, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier that caused the power of the punch to gradually disappear. Lu Yin's expression changed. What was this? A strange creature had appeared outside the invisible barrier. Rather than a creature, it was more like a celestial phenomenon. The sun and moon alternated, and it was embedded in some kind of deep template. This template was like the universe, and it gave off a dark and profound feeling. A needle was erected high up in the sky as it faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately recognized that this was one of the 4 insect lords, the time of Avicii. From what Dan Zhu knew, the time of Avicii was special. It was a strange creature like the Luo Chan. The Luo Chan was a transference, while the time of Avicii was time. No creature had ever been able to leave alive in front of the time of Avicii. The time of Avicii was the controller of time, and any battle could hand over the strongest enemy to the time of Avicii. The time of Avicii had never been defeated. Lu Yin's fear of the 4 insect lords originated from Dan Zhu's understanding of them. Dan Zhu's greatest fear was none other than the time of Avicii. The time of Avicii was strange, and Dan Zhu could not understand it. At this moment, the time of Avicii was blocking Lu Yin's path. Lu Yin stared at the time of Avicii, which had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. It was a celestial phenomenon that seemed to be observing Lu Yin. The power of Lu Yin's punch had completely dissipated, and even the shattered void was recovering. The invisible barrier seemed to have split the universe in 2, time. Behind Lu Yin, countless cultivators stopped and looked across. They had been shocked by Lu Yin's punch, but now, they were shocked by the time of Avicii. The second night pillar of the continent of the 9 clouds was in Kongming universe. A group of cultivators also appeared, the second night pillar and the cultivators of the southern region of the continent of the 9 clouds. Before, the 8th night pillar had been in charge of the sea of insects. Now, the 8th night pillar was in charge of protecting the southern region of the continent of the 9 clouds. You charged forward. The second night pillar had yet to recover from the battle in the universe, and it was fortunate that the entire southern region was ready to face him. Bai Xia wielded a long blade and slashed out, causing an enormous blade to extend endlessly towards the sea of insects. Just like Lu Yin, he wanted to kill off a wave of insects right from the start. However, the insectoid hive had been through as many wars as the continent of the 9 clouds. Dao Feng had suddenly disappeared. Bai Xia was puzzled. How did he disappear? He couldn't even see it clearly. In front of him, a creature that looked like a ladybug flickered. It was Luo Chan. Bai Xia subconsciously slashed out, but this time, he didn't even have a blade. Bai Xia was completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, a spike pierced through the void and headed for his head. Bai Xia raised a hand and flicked his finger. If there was no blade, then there was no need to use it. The spike had suppressed the 8th night pillar, and if Shuolo hadn't used the Scarlet Tower to resist, the 8th night pillar would have been doomed. Bai Xia flicked his finger, but his finger wasn't in a good condition either. Behind him, the maid was shocked. She knew Bai Xia's strength all too well. Even though he rarely fought outside because he was guarding the junior palace, in terms of true power, he was definitely at the peak of the Ku adversity realm. He was close to the limit of power, but he had actually been injured by the spike. Bai Xia's expression sank. No wonder Shuolo said that there was a troublesome character here. Apart from him, there are 18 other insects that can use the void as a string. This is troublesome. Aside from the spinneret and the spinneret bug, Luo Chan was even more troublesome. You had experienced the battle in the universe, and his strength had declined greatly. He was the main attacker on this battlefield, but he hadn't expected to be attacked as soon as he made a move. No wonder the 8th night pillar had been defeated and Shuolo had been severely injured. In the 8th night pillar's direction, Shuolo glanced at the 2nd night pillar worriedly. He had already informed the 2nd night pillar of the strength of the spinneret worm and hoped that they wouldn't be careless. At this moment, the 8th night pillar was facing off against the sea of insects. Shuolo was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and Xingfan was also joining the battle. He had once been the god of defense, but now, he had been asked to support the 8th night pillar. This battlefield was much less stressful than the other 3, but Dan Zhao's appearance still greatly increased the pressure on Shuolo and Xingfan. They had actually seen a human face against an insectoid hive. What did this mean? This meant that there was still a human civilization outside of the few known human universes in the Ninth Heaven universe, and that human civilization had been exterminated. Dan Zhao grinned as she watched the two work together. The sea of insects charged forward, and Xingfan raised his hand to summon multiple heavenly mirrors. The Thousand Sails heavenly mirror was a true scripture. Dan Zhao was overjoyed and clapped her hands. Sister, you're amazing. Do you like pink? Do I like yellow? Then. Her expression suddenly turned frighteningly gloomy. We're irreconcilable. Third, the royal heaven art. Dan Zhao raised her hands and struck the void with her soft palms, creating a barrier in the void. Thousand Sails heavenly mirror. A sun appeared in the dark universe. The sails were used as mirrors, and each mirror was a person. They were cultivators from the northern domain and eastern domain. At this moment, they transformed into beams of light that shot out from the Thousand Sails heavenly mirror and bombarded the barrier. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the stars turned into waves that swept towards the Ninth Heaven universe. The shockwaves from the collision between the Thousand Sails heavenly mirror and the Third Imperial Heaven art were directed towards Xingfan, which meant that Dan Zhao had completely blocked it. Xingfan was shocked. How was this possible? She felt as powerless as she had felt against Lu Yin. Shuolo leapt forward, and a sea of blood filled the sky as he used the Shuolo 8 styles. Dan Zhao was shocked. What a fierce attack. It seems like it can be even stronger. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. The barrier suddenly rose, and Shuolo 8 styles slammed into it. Even though Shuolo wasn't pushed back, the barrier didn't break. The corners of Dan Zhao's mouth curled up. How interesting. Can someone so strong appear so casually? You guys are much stronger than the third stronghold. Then, this is going to be fun, huh? In the west of the continent of the Nine Clouds was the first night pillar. However, the first night pillar was special, it didn't move. Outside the first night pillar, Gu Duanku, Death Hillock, and the cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds were impatient. In addition to the sea of insects, they also saw the gigantic third night pillar. The insect nest civilization had returned on the third night pillar, which was a disgrace to the Ninth Heaven universe. When the third night pillar was destroyed, Gudwanka and the people from the Death Hillock wanted to take it back. But now, they were enraged. The sword pierced through the galaxy and cut through the sky. The moment Gudwanka attacked, he displayed the Nine Firmament sword head. The sword crossed the sky and tore the void apart. Countless people were dumbfounded. The experts from the Death Hillock who rushed out at the same time as Gudwanka were shocked. When the sword intent soared into the sky, their bodies trembled unconsciously. That was the vigilance brought by the sword intent. Even if the sword intent wasn't directed at them, it made them subconsciously slow down. Yi Xiao was shocked. Everyone knew that Gudwanka's swordsmanship was very strong, and he was recognized as the first night pillar of the Ninth Heaven sword. But since he hadn't fought for many years, no one had experienced the power of the first night pillar of the Ninth Heaven sword. But now, the sword tore the sky apart. They couldn't withstand this sword. Chao Yi's eyes flickered. Gu Jing wanted to surpass Gudwanka. They used to think that it was possible, but now they realized how big the gap was. This wasn't a gap in combat strength, but a gap in the comprehension of the sword intent. It was a gap that could never be shortened. This sword was like Qing Xing's ancient chaotic qi technique. It shocked everyone who saw it. It was as if a monster had been released from the cage of heaven and earth. The sea of insects was directly split into two. It even killed Qing Xian. Hua Yan was shocked. Fortunately, he didn't rush to the front. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block this sword. However, this sword also angered Di-ho. Di-ho was like a giant python that coiled around the third night pillar. Even though it was close to the Joseon universe, it was still asleep. However, Gudwanka's sword woke it up. It raised its head and looked at Gudwanka. Gudwanka looked at Di-ho's enormous body. Not only was it coiled around the third night pillar, but it was also coiled around the entire Joseon universe. It was difficult to breathe. He gripped the hilt of his sword, raised it, and slashed out. Di-ho roared at the sky, and a terrifying power swept across the void. It flattened the entire void and turned into a huge dark plane that spread towards the sword intent. Chao Yi, Long Yin, and the others narrowed their eyes. This power. In the direction of the fifth night pillar, Lu Yin was staring at Avicii. When Gudwanka's first attack came out, he was surprised. Gudwanka's sword intent was more powerful than he had expected. The moment Pyrolite roared, Lu Yin suddenly looked in the direction of the western divine region. Through the universe's starry skies, he could sense an extraordinary power that caused the power within his body to boil. When he saw Pyrolite, he was stunned. Primal chaos. Di-ho was exactly the same as chaos. How could they be exactly the same? Could chaos be a part of the Hive civilization? Impossible. If chaos was Di-ho, the Tianyuan universe would have been destroyed by the Hive civilization long ago. That was before the above heaven sect had been established, no, before the humans had appeared. The Tianyuan universe's coordinates had been exposed to the Hive civilization, and the Tianyuan universe had been unable to resist at that time. Not only the Tianyuan universe, but this war would also have occurred at that time. It would not be happening now. But if chaos was not Di-ho, how could Di-ho be exactly the same as chaos? He then thought of the old salamander, who was exactly the same as chaos. The old salamander had seen chaos appear in the Gate of Arts and believed that it was the most powerful creature in the universe. Thus, he had deliberately chosen to take the form of a beast and had even faked his death to leave the Zhan family. What about Di-ho? Would it be the same as the old salamander? Di-ho was Qing Xian, and Qing Xian had different forms. If Di-ho had seen or interacted with chaos before it was born, it could have taken the form of chaos. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3962. Lu Yin suppressed his guesses and stopped looking at Ho. No matter what Ho was, even if it was chaos, it only had one identity, an enemy that had to be killed. However, this enemy was left to Gudwanka and the others, as the time of Avicii would be troublesome. Lu Yin had already used absolute command on the time of Avicii, but it was useless. In truth, Lu Yin wasn't even sure if this thing was a living thing. Of the 4 battlefields in the Ninja Firmament's universe, their side was the quietest. No one had come into contact with each other, and only the time of Avicii faced off against Lu Yin. Lu Yin used karma, as he wanted to see what the time of Avicii was. The karma spiral easily pierced through the time of Avicii, so easily that Lu Yin couldn't believe it. The time of Avicii didn't even try to dodge. However, the karma images left Lu Yin speechless. The images were of the current battlefield, and nothing else. Lu Yin unleashed the karmic spiral once again, and this time, he did so more than 10 times in a row. None of the karmic spiral's attacks were dodged, and each time, the images were the same. At most, the angles of the images were different, but it was obvious that they were all of the battlefield. Lu Yin's face sank. As expected of an expert of the Tao of time. Karma allowed one to see the past, and there was a cause for an effect. However, the time of Avicii had completely frozen its own time at a single point. It could be said that it had extended the current time infinitely, causing the karma images of the past to always be an infinitely extending line. In other words, as long as the time of Avicii was willing, Liu Yin could see anything it wanted to see. Liu Yin had comprehended karma for many years, and he had encountered all sorts of experts. He had even fought against eternal realm creatures, but this was his first time encountering such a method. This meant that his Tao of karma had been broken. Karma was a mighty force, and so was time, space, and even some other forces were all mighty forces. Although karma was somewhat mysterious, it wasn't invincible. Otherwise, the Azure Lotus Guard would have been invincible, and it wouldn't have been hidden in the Nina Firmament's universe. Liu Yin knew that he would encounter an existence that could ignore karma one day, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. At that moment, the needle on the time of Avicii jumped, and Liu Yin's heart also jumped. Danger had descended, and the chill caused him to immediately dodge. A tearing pain in his heart, and he looked down as his body separated. What was this? He was not the only one who had formed a line with Liu Yin from Seamless. Liu Yin was the first person on this line, but he would not be the last. This line stretched far and wide, traversing the heavens and tearing apart the bodies of many cultivators. Countless people were stunned. What was going on? Before they could think too much about it, their bodies suddenly recovered. They were all at a loss. What had happened? At the same time, he was able to clearly see the technique that Avicii had just used. It was to fix the time of a single line. That line was immutable in time and had existed since time immemorial. Anything that came into contact with that line, regardless of whether it moved or not, would have its time fixed. If it did not move, then it would be stuck at that point. If it moved, then it would be torn apart along with its body. This was the sharpest sword of time, and even Liu Yin's defenses were unable to avoid it. No matter how strong his defense was, he wouldn't be able to last long. The sword of time could only be resisted by time. Liu Yin barked, "Everyone, return to the 9 firmaments." No one could help in this battle. If these people rushed up, they would only be cannon fodder. If they didn't deal with Seamless, this battle would be really difficult to fight. He had expected Avicii to be very difficult to deal with, but he had not expected her to be so fierce. Even he had almost fallen into her trap. On the other side, Avicii's sun and moon alternated, and the light became even brighter. It seemed that it had not expected Liu Yin to be able to reverse the situation and break its attack in 1 second. The needle throbbed again. Liu Yin did not hesitate to punch out. His feet moved in reverse, parallel to time, and he approached Avicii. The starry sky suddenly darkened. To the dark and deep starry sky, it was as if a gray curtain had been laid over it. It became brighter, but Liu Yin's heart sank. This was the power of time. His punch was ineffective again. No matter how strong he was, it was meaningless in the face of time. Meanwhile, Avicii's needle throbbed to the 5th square. Thud. There was a soft sound, and an indescribable heaviness descended. Liu Yin felt as if he had been thrown into a space-time vortex. Everything around him was squeezing and crushing him. He immediately used things must move in the opposite direction. Behind him, the 3 firmament sword intent slashed towards Avicii, but they were crushed as soon as they appeared. The invisible and terrifying power was not physical at all, but it was even more terrifying than a physical body. Even if Liu Yin used the eternal substance to attack, he still wouldn't be able to harm Avicii. Avicii's control over time was just too terrifying. It could extend time indefinitely, and it could use up any kind of energy. However, no matter how terrifying its control of time was, it was still not an eternal realm. Liu Yin endured the invisible pressure as he struck out with the karmic wheel and threw it towards Avicii. Avicii still did not dodge, but it was different this time. When the karmic will collided with Avicii, Avicii's sun and moon trembled, and visible cracks appeared. The needle immediately jumped back, moving for the first time to dodge. The pressure Lu Yin endured suddenly disappeared, and he sneered. Although this thing had been immersed in the Tao of time for a long time and was far better at controlling time than Lu Yin, causing him to be at a disadvantage for a moment, the power of karma was not inferior to the power of time. As long as one was a creature that wanted to step into the eternal realm, they would have to face bitter adversity. And the karmic will specialized in bitter adversity. Let's see how much time you have to waste. Lu Yin raised a hand and slammed down with his palm. Heaven and earth lock descended and merged with the eternal substance to lock down Avicii. Although heaven and earth lock was a consciousness attack, it was an eternal battle technique that could lock down all external powers, methods, and even cognition. Time was no exception. Avicii's sun and moon rotated, and formless time was consumed by the heaven and earth lock. Time continued to extend until the heaven and earth lock disappeared. Lu Yin's consciousness was vast, and he had a lot of eternal substance. He wanted to see if Avicii could withstand his consciousness and eternal substance. Suddenly, his expression changed as an invisible attack swept past him. He casually waved his hand to shatter the attack. Tian Ho attacked, and the sea of insects rushed towards Lu Yin, wanting to drown him. Lu Yin took a step forward and punched out at Tian Ho. Tian Ho took the punch head-on, and it was so powerful that even Tian Ho was pushed back. However, Tian Ho took the attack head-on, and a formless energy blasted out that swept through the heavens. Lu Yin raised a brow. Just as Ku Yuan and the others had said, Tian Ho could absorb physical energy and release it as formless energy. Lu Xizhan, Ku Ji, and the others' attacks had been completely ineffective. Tian Ho was not bad for being able to withstand his punch. Then, let's do it again. Lu Yin dodged the formless energy released by Tian Ho and raised a hand. He flicked his finger, causing the void to tremble. As he flicked his finger, the energy was consumed along the way. He turned around and saw that Avicii had interfered, causing the sun and moon to rotate even faster. This guy could block Tian Ho's worldly lock while obstructing Lu Yin's attacks. Lu Yin had to admit that Avicii was very powerful, terrifyingly powerful. Among the three universes of the human race, there were very few who could fight against it. Even if it encountered an eternal realm expert, it could still take action. However, it was still lacking if it wanted to block Lu Yin. Lu Yin might not be able to kill Avicii, as it was too strange. However, no one could stop him from killing Tian Ho. He did not need to go backwards, and he simply walked towards Tian Ho. He faced an endless sea of insects, and he wiped them all out with a wave of his hand. Danger descended, and Avicii's needle fell a bit. However, before it could land, Lu Yin moved away from his original position and avoided that line. What happened next shocked Lu Yin. That line could move. It swept through the heavens and even affected the sea of insects, tearing apart countless of them. That line was a line of time that could not be seen with the naked eye. Avicii's control over time was too strong, and Lu Yin had no choice but to travel through the stream of light and use it to collide with the line of time. The stream of light was not weak. Although Lu Yin's understanding of the Tao of time was far inferior to Avicii's, the stream of light had absorbed a large amount of time from the river of time and could suppress time itself. It could even cross the river of time, let alone a line of time. The line of time was like a sharp blade that constantly slashed at Lu Yin, but it was blocked by the stream of light. Lu Yin walked towards Tian Ho. The sea of insects no longer attacked Lu Yin, but Tian Ho instead. Tsing Yi, Shouwu, Stone Dragon, and so on. All of the attacks landed on the shell on Tian Ho's back, as well as some insects that Lu Yin had never seen before. These insects continued to reproduce and evolve, and there were so many different species that even an immortal master might not be able to recognize all of them. Some of these insects were extremely powerful, and their attacks caused Tianho's body to vibrate. Tianho continuously absorbed the physical attacks as it stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked closer, but Tianho did not retreat. Instead, he walked forward and stared at each other. When they were less than 10,000 meters away, Lu Yin stopped and raised a hand. His fingers curled, and power spread through them. The void distorted along the way as if his hand was enlarging and moving towards Tianho. Avicii continuously shot out lines of time, but it was difficult to disturb Lu Yin. In the spiritualized universe and Ninafirmament's universe, countless people watched as a giant hand reached out towards the distance. Ni ordered her subordinates to retreat, and at the same time, she blasted out a huge formless force that drowned out the sky and blasted towards the giant hand. Lu Xizhan and the others looked at the distant sky. They understood Tianho all too well. From the first time they had met it until now, they had tried to avoid it. They had tried their best to destroy this creature, but they had been forced to retreat. They had a deep understanding of Tianho's defenses. It could be said that Tianho had left them defenseless. They did not know how far Lu Yin could go. After all, there was not only Tianho, but also Avicii. They also knew about the 4 insect masters. They had also seen Avicii's attack. That strange and terrifying power of time was horrifying. Perhaps no one else in Ninafirmament's universe could truly contend with it aside from Lu Yin and the Eternal Ruler. After all, the power of time could not be seen or touched, and the slightest carelessness could cause one to fall prey to it. Lu Yin had not only comprehended karma, but he had also grasped the power of time. Compared to the other 3 battlefields, this one was quiet, but it was also the most dangerous. The incomparably huge palm continued to extend, tearing through the void as it collided with Tianho's formless power. The sky distorted and then broke apart. Countless black cracks spread out, and the sea of insects was torn apart. In the distance, the cultivators of Ninafirmament's universe were shocked. Fortunately, Lu Yin had told them to retreat, or else the shockwaves would have buried too many people. Thank you. Tomorrow will be even better. 19147 Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3963. The palm continued to clash with the invisible force, and Lu Yin looked up. In terms of strength, the only one that could be considered a match for him was Tianho, one of the 4 insect lords. Tianho's attack was just a combination of various forces, so what use could it be? With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian clenched his fist tightly and dissipated the formless energy. Tianho's huge body retreated, but it turned around and fled without hesitation. Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched out, destroying the void along the way. The sea of insects could not stop him at all. Lu Yin's fist landed on Ni's body. Tianho was sent flying, but Lu Yin suddenly turned to Avicii. Just as his attack was about to hit Tianho, Avicii made its move. A layer of time covered Ni's body, and just like how it had blocked Lu Yin's punch at the beginning, it continued to spread out and offset Lu Yin's strength. Even though Tianho was sent flying, it was not injured at all. Of course, in the eyes of Ku Ji and the others, Lu Yin's punch was already very shocking. They had tried everything they could think of, but Tianho had been sent flying by Lu Yin. Lu Yin was not satisfied with just sending Tianho flying, he wanted to kill it. Tap! There was a soft sound, and Lu Yin's expression changed. He looked at Avicii and saw that the needle had jumped to the 9th grid. Silhouettes of time appeared around Lu Yin, and he saw his own past as well as the current state of the universe. He saw the eternal realm monster being thrown out of the spiritualized universe, and he also saw Grandmaster Grass chasing after it. He saw the traces left behind by time. His body had not changed, but time had. It had become unfamiliar and unsettling. This was not his time, and it was unfamiliar and cold. How could time have any warmth? However, Lu Yin could deeply feel the warmth of time. He went from one time to another time. The river of time appeared in front of him. This was not the river of time that he was familiar with. This was the river of time from Avicii. It could actually drag out a river of time. Lu Yin understood that Avicii wanted to throw him into this river of time, never to be reincarnated. This river of time was different from the one in the Tianyuan universe, and it was definitely a tributary. It was no wonder that no creature had ever been able to defeat it. No creature had ever escaped from it alive. Some were not dead, but exiled. Lu Yin watched as the river of time drew closer, and the starry sky appeared in his heart. Beneath his feet, the earth took root. The wordless heavenly book above his head shone brightly, and the heavenly Tao of karma rotated, locking him in place in the void. How was it possible for him to strip himself of his original time and banish himself into the river of time? Lu Yin stared at Seamless. You underestimate me too much. The next moment, he felt a strange sense of warmth. His time was restored, and he returned to his own time. The recognition of the Tianyuan universe had already taken root on the land. How could he take it away? The starry sky in his heart contained karma, time, and the needs of the universe. It wasn't something that could be stripped away by the river of time. In an instant, the sun and moon alternated, and the light suddenly dimmed. The crack on the surface also expanded in an instant. The needle could no longer move. It was obviously injured. To be more precise, it was a backlash. It also did not expect that there would be a creature that could take root and not be stripped of time. Time was actually the same, but Lu Yin wanted his time, and the seamless time could not be taken away. Therefore, it retreated. The sea of insects also retreated. Lu Yin chased after it and attacked the seamless time, but it simply disappeared. Lu Yin frowned. Was this Luo Chan's power or something else? In the distance, the sea of insects continued to retreat, gradually retreating to a place where the people from the Ninafirmament's universe and the spiritualized universe could not see. Lu Yin could not find the seamless time, but he could find Tian. He took a step forward and chased after it, but Tian's huge body was too obvious. Tian looked back and was shocked. Escape. Lu Yin used flowing light shuttle. How could he let you escape? Mr. Lu, someone shouted. Lu Yin looked back, and the seamless time appeared behind him. The needle jumped to a space and attacked the cultivators from the Ninafirmament's universe. At the same time, gray time spread out and gradually covered the distance. Lu Yin had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, those cultivators would be finished. He could destroy Tian and the sea of insects, but similarly, the seamless time could also destroy the cultivators from the Ninafirmament's universe. Compared to the insects that could reproduce endlessly, the human cultivators could not be sacrificed in vain. Even if the ones who died were spiritual seeds, they were still more precious than the insects. Lu Yin returned to provide support. The seamless time did not attack and simply disappeared. Its goal was to make Lu Yin apprehensive so that he could not attack. This was not the first time that the hive had faced off against the human civilization, so it had a good understanding of human characteristics. Unless Lu Yin could deal with the seamless time, he would not be able to fight freely. Even without this group of cultivators, the seamless time could still attack the spiritualized universe. The seamless time fled, leading the sea of insects into the distance. Lu Yin watched quietly. The needle had only jumped to the 9th space. There were a total of 12 spaces, so how many more would it jump? What ability would it have? I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. We've dragged you down. The speaker was a powerhouse from the fourth night pillar called Awaken. Liu Yin had met him in the sensual universe, but at that time, it had been Mingzhua who had interacted with him. This time, Mingzhua had stayed behind to guard the fourth night pillar and become the second line of defense. Liu Yin waved a hand. It has nothing to do with you. Both sides were just testing each other. Liu Yin could not see through all of the seamless time's abilities, and he had not thought of leaving it behind. He had chased after Tian to verify something, and now, his verification was complete. If he had not guessed wrong, the battles on the other three battlefields were about to end. The sea of insects had retreated. Just as Liu Yin had guessed, the sea of insects retreated the next day, and the other three battlefields had won. In the battle against Luo Chan and Thorny Tumor, the second night pillar had not been able to hold on, but Qing Xing had suddenly joined the battle and suppressed the battle. In the battle between the eighth night pillar and Dan Zhao's sea of insects, Xuelo had injured Dan Zhao with the eighth style and won. As for the western battlefield, the third night pillar had been taken back. Tian was very powerful, but aside from Tian and Hua Yan, there were no other powerhouses in the hive, so most of the sea of insects had been wiped out. The return of the third night pillar was exciting. The retreat of the sea of insects allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that there was hope for victory. However, Liu Yin's expression was not good. It retreated on purpose. Master Grass did not seem surprised. Liu Yin said in a low voice, I chased after Tian. Tian could have used Luo Chan's power to escape, but it did not. It used the seamless time to force me to go back and support it. If I had not supported it, it would have died. They are using Tian's death and the third night pillar to hide Luo Chan's talent. It's as if we knew about Luo Chan's talent and deliberately compressed the defensive line inside and outside the third night pillar. We are hiding the Gate of Wonder, and the hive is also hiding Luo Chan. This retreat is to expand the battle line. The larger the battle line, the less likely it is for us to support each other. Especially once it exceeds the range of the Gate of Wonder, there is no point in us compressing the battlefield. Startled Shangyu looked at the stars. Tactics. Master Grass said, do they know about the Gate of Wonder? Liu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure. Maybe they know, maybe they don't, but it doesn't affect their control of the situation. Using the death of a group of insects in exchange for an absolute advantage in expanding the battle line is perfect for the hive. They want us to be complacent and think that we have won the war. If we chase after them now, can we completely eliminate these insects? Startled Shangyu asked. Liu Yin looked at her. The possibility is not high. Master Grass sighed. Because we know the four insect lords, the possibility is not high. They are all hiding their strength. What if we don't know? They make us think that we can win. What if I eliminate the four insect lords? Startled Shangyu suddenly asked. Master Grass glanced at her wrist subconsciously. Liu Yin also looked at startled Shangyu's wrist and said in a low voice, the immortal realm only has one chance to make a move, and it is enough to determine the outcome. Senior, if you waste this opportunity to make a move because of the four insect lords, what awaits us may be the Divine Master's move. Startled Shangyu was silent. They understood this, which was why they had not made a move. If they attacked the insects, they would be bound by the karmic chain, causing them to be unable to deal with the Divine Master. Even if the Divine Master only made one move more than them, it was enough to determine the survival of the civilization. Liu Yin suddenly looked at Master Grass. Senior, please make a move. Master Grass was speechless. Liu Yin was just saying. How could Master Grass make a move? Not to mention how many schemes he had against the Zhouxiao universe. Even if he did not, in order to spiritualize the universe, he would cherish every opportunity to make a move. In the Tianyuan universe, the ancient god found out that Master Grass was the one behind the scenes and attacked with all his strength. Master Grass only seriously injured him. It was the immortal realm that killed the ancient god. Jiang Feng fought with Master Grass and was not killed. At this moment, it was impossible for him to make a move for the Zhouxiao universe. What I mean is, if we don't kill them, can we capture them? Lu Yin asked. Master Grass laughed. Do you think we are stupid? Have you never thought about it? So. Lu Yin was puzzled. Master Grass looked at his wrist. As long as we make a move, there will be karma. Killing them will only make this karma worse. Lu Yin said, I know this, so what I mean is, if we capture the 4 insect lords, is it within your acceptable range? Master Grass answered directly, no. Startled Shangyu said, Grass has already tried once. He wanted to capture Qi, but he failed. Lu Yin did not know this. He looked at Master Grass in surprise. Failed. Master Grass looked to the west. Seeing that the 3rd night pillar was destroyed, no matter how unwilling I was to make a move, I should have at least brought the 3rd night pillar back. But the result was like this. Qi protected the 3rd night pillar. So when you said that the sea of insects deliberately retreated, I did not doubt it at all. Lone Broken Guest and the people of Death Hillock could not do anything to Qi, let alone take back the 3rd night pillar. Lu Yin looked solemn. Qi can actually protect the 3rd night pillar in the hands of Senior. Master Grass and Lu Yin looked at each other. It is not protected. It can use the immortal substance and has the Qi of life. Due to various problems, the address has changed. The new chapter provides you with the fastest star-stepping update, translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation Land Roots is free to read. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3964. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It has the aura of life. Master Qingchao looked at Lu Yin. You do know about the aura of life? Alarmed Shangyu asked, did you know about it in the omnisensory universe? Lu Yin did not intend to hide it. With his strength, he did not need to hide it from his subordinates, but he could not hide it from his superiors. The most dangerous creature in the omnisensory universe is a creature that has the aura of life and can use the immortal substance. That's similar to this Qi, Master Qingchao said. After that, he sighed. With the immortal substance and the aura of life, I had to pay a great price to catch it. It was no less than killing a few creatures at the perfect crossing Ku Air. If I wanted, I could pay a certain price to bring back the 3rd night pillar. But since it's already like this, there's no need. At that time, Qi was on the 3rd night pillar and was heading towards the Zhouxiao universe. Since it would come anyway, I did not continue to attack. Lu Yin did not think much about the 3rd night pillar. Anyway, he had already taken it back. What he cared about now was that Changming knew that there was an immortal realm expert like Master Qingchao, yet he was still full of confidence and even used a scheme. What was the meaning of this? Did they have the confidence to deal with an immortal realm expert? The startling Sparrow Terrace was silent. No one spoke. Outsiders did not enter either. It was as if they had tacitly agreed that this place would be the main battlefield. Alarmed Shangyu's gaze swept across the starry sky. She was suppressing her desire to attack. Lu Yin saw it and could not help but think of the legend of alarmed Shangyu. After entering this door, the Jade Terrace would turn into a god, and the Sparrow Path would soar into eternal life. It was the first door of the human race. Alarmed Shangyu had once made the list of the strongest people in the world. She fought against the heavens and the earth and fought against Shui Ta Shangyu. Although she was a woman, her fighting spirit was monstrous. At this moment, in the face of the war between the hives, she had not been able to attack until now. This kind of suppression of her fighting spirit was very cruel to her. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yin with envy. She hoped that she could attack as unscrupulously as Lu Yin. Perhaps in this situation, she would rather not be an immortal realm expert. Lu Yin glanced at the unperturbed grass grandmaster and then at the seemingly calm Stargate Shangyu, who was suppressing his battle intent. She couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, if the alarmed guard couldn't suppress his fighting spirit and attacked, she would be at a disadvantage when facing Master Grass and the unknown Divine Master even if she defeated the insect nest civilization. Qing Lianyu and Shui Taoyu had yet to return, and it seemed that the alarmed gate Yu was the friendliest to Lu Yin. He had to make the alarmed gate endure. Master Qing Chao, could you please tell me where the bug is? Lu Yin asked. Master Grass glanced at Lu Yin and then at Jingmen Shangyu. Is there anything I can't listen to about the war against the hive civilization? Master Lu, this war is not limited to the continent of the Nine Clouds, but to the entire human race. Just as Lu Yin was about to speak, Jingmen Shangyu said, I want to talk to Lu Yin about marrying my daughter to him. Do you want to listen? Lu Yin was stunned. Master Green Grass was also stunned for a moment. He shook his head and turned to leave. It was still good to be young. After the Green Grass Grandmaster left, Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Senior's words will damage Miss Qingyun's reputation. Then why don't you just marry her? Jingmen Shangyu said naturally. Lu Yin was speechless and thought of Qing Lianyu. Why were all of them like this? He hurriedly changed the topic. Senior, you've been enduring and not taking action. Jingmen Shangyu did not deny it. I've wanted to take action many times, especially when I saw the 4 bug lords. Killing one of them could help you share the pressure. But senior, it's not suitable for you to take action. I understand the reason. Lu Yin said directly, I understand, but I may not be able to restrain myself. Jingmen Shangyu looked at Lu Yin. Are you teaching me how to do things? I don't dare. I just don't want others to take advantage of the opportunity. I'm used to doing things one step at a time. Senior, don't forget me Jin Shangyu's death, don't forget Joie de Si, don't forget the change of spiritualization, and don't forget that there is an eternal monster far away. No one knows when it will appear. And eternity. Yes, the one hiding in the dark is the biggest threat. Jingmen Shangyu did not refute and was still so calm. Lu Yin did not know if his words reminded her. In fact, she was not thinking less than him, but everyone's state was different. With Jingmen Shangyu's belligerent temperament, watching the battlefield was quite uncomfortable. The reason why people were not machines was because they had emotions. Impulses were also emotions. Jingmen Shangyu's tone was indifferent. Don't worry, I won't take action until the last moment. After all, I've been immortal for a long time and am used to this state of suppression. Lu Yin sighed. Actually, there are many times when I regret achieving immortality. Do you know what moment I regret the most? Lu Yin was curious. What moment? Jingmen Shangyu's mouth curved and looked at him. The moment when I saw you clearly. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. Jingmen Shangyu said, if I were not immortal, I would definitely fight with you. In the 9th heaven, in the ancient and modern human race, you are one of the few who can attract my interest. I didn't expect someone like you to suddenly appear in this era, but your action completely raised my fighting spirit. Speaking of this, she sighed. It's a pity that we can't fight. Otherwise, the title of the first person under immortality might not belong to you. Lu Yin smiled. That's really a pity. He really didn't believe that in this realm, there was someone who could fight with him. However, Jingmen Shangyu was, after all, extremely talented. She was one of the few people who had broken through to the immortality realm since ancient times. Hearing her words, Lu Yin also felt that it was a pity. The ninth heaven quieted down. The third night pillar returned. Gu Duanke and the people of Death Hill stayed on the third night pillar for a few days before leaving. Not long after, there were voices that wanted to chase and kill the insects, and these voices became more and more frequent. No matter how one looked at it, the insects were defeated and retreated. At this time, they didn't chase and even retreated inside and outside the night pillar, which made many people unable to accept. Especially those who had followed the night pillar to the outer universe. They knew too well how cruel the universe was. They didn't want to expose the existence of the ninth heaven universe. As long as the insect nest civilization was not destroyed, the ninth heaven universe was in danger of being exposed. This made them nervous all the time. These people often occupied important positions in the major families of the ninth heaven universe. After all, those who could follow the expedition to the outer universe and return alive were not ordinary people. As a result, more and more people were led by them and spoke out. Dan Hong and Xia Yu went to the startling Sparrow Terrace and asked to see Jingmen Shangyu. They also spoke out. However, after Lu Yin's explanation, Dan Hong accepted and left. Then, Gu Duanke also came. Death Hill, including Mingjue, and several other night leaders also came. They all wanted to take the opportunity to chase and kill the insects, but they were all appeased. Appeasing them was equivalent to appeasing most of the cultivators. The ninth heaven universe was temporarily calm again. The grass master brought back news that the insect's position had exceeded the range of the Gate of Wonder. These insects didn't retreat but stopped to reproduce. Looking at the star chart around the ninth heaven universe, Lu Yin's eyes were deep in thought. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence that the insects had stopped at this position? It was just beyond the range of the Gate of Wonder. A little forward and they would enter the range of the Gate of Wonder. Did the insects know the range of the Gate of Wonder? He asked Jingmen Shangyu how many people he had told about the range of the Gate of Wonder. Jingmen Shangyu said that only a few people knew about it, and it was almost impossible for the insects to obtain information from them. The only possibility was that the grass master was involved. No one knew what he was thinking. If the grass master was the one who had killed me Jin Shangyu, then this person's attitude towards the ninth heaven universe, no, towards the human race, had to be changed. His desire to inherit human civilization was impure, and such a person was capable of doing anything. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. During this year, the insects didn't advance even half a step. They just stayed in the same position and continued to reproduce. Their numbers had tripled, and they were so dense that they covered the distant stars. When this news spread throughout the ninth heaven universe, it caused a lot of debate. Instead of killing the insects, they allowed them to stay in the distance and reproduce. They had increased so much in 1 year, and if they continued to increase, it would take 2 years, 10 years, 20 years. Sooner or later, the insects would flood the entire ninth heaven universe and spiritualized universe. Such discussions grew more and more, and they even spread to the startling Sparrow Terrace. Even Dan Su and the others couldn't suppress them. They knew about the existence of Luo Chan compressing the battlefield inside and outside the night pillar was beneficial for the ninth heaven universe. However, if the insects were allowed to reproduce, when their numbers reached a certain level, it wouldn't be a war, but a massacre. However, such discussions were quickly suppressed. Jingmen Shangyu stood out, and the world was silent. What kind of war could allow one side to avoid too many sacrifices and hide a trump card to deal with the enemy? If there was, that side would never reveal it so early. At this moment, the humans were that side. In the battle inside and outside the night pillar, the cultivators of the ninth heaven universe could use their spirit seeds to fight. Even if they died, their spirit seeds would be destroyed, and they would have Jingmen to deal with Luo Chan. This kind of war was the most beneficial for the humans. Which expedition to the outer universe didn't result in the deaths of too many people? However, if the insects continued to reproduce, they would indeed drown the entire ninth heaven universe as those people were talking about. Therefore, during this year, Lu Yin and the others didn't do nothing but wait. On the one hand, the ninth heaven universe gathered spiritual array masters and set up spirit treasure arrays, ready to attack at any time. On the other hand, they constantly sent people to deliberately expose the aura of breakthroughs to attract the attention of the hive civilization, hoping to make them uneasy. More importantly, the ninth heaven universe was waiting. Once Qinglian Shangyu and Shueta Shangyu returned, the ninth heaven universe's confidence would be completely different. The hive civilization was waiting to reproduce and expand their numbers. The ninth heaven universe was also waiting for the return of the eternal realm. Everyone had to wait. It's uncertain when Qinglian Shangyu and the others will return. 10 years. 100 years. Or 1,000 years. No one understands the universe, and the insects reproduce too quickly. It's so fast that we can't wait, Dan Su said. At this moment, she was at the startling Sparrow Terrace. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3965. Lu Yin said, there can be a lot of them, but they can't be strong. If you want to give birth to strong insects, you have to come into contact with the universe creatures where the hive is and gather the advantages of the current universe creatures. Not only can you give birth to strong insects, but you can also speed up the improvement of the insect's combat power, especially Qing Xian. But the premise is that the hive has to come into contact with the universe creatures. He glanced at Dan Hong, Gu Duanke, Yi Xiao, and Ku Ji from the spiritualized universe. These people did not want to wait to be drowned by the hive. Without coming into contact with the universe creatures, only 9 kinds of insects can be born. From weak to strong, they are Qing Yi, Shouwu, Qianli, Shilong, 7-star sword, Kanglan, Guilan, Brocade Azura, and Qing Xian. Other than these 9, there are no others. The most powerful Qing Xian also needs to come into contact with the universe creatures the most. Otherwise, it will take a long time for Qing Xian to grow, and her talent will not be high. Those insects stay in one place to reproduce. Even if their numbers increase by 10 times, they may be a threat to us in 100 years, and their overall combat power will increase. But if it's only a few years or a decade, they won't be a threat to us. There are many of them, and we have many spirit treasure arrays. Yushu's unification of heaven and earth can sweep across the starry sky and wipe out a battlefield. You said, so, Mr. Lu, you mean to continue waiting? Lu Yin said, the insects have their plans, and so do we. The insects use reproduction to attract us to their battlefield, and we are also attracting them. You are anxious, but the insects are not. Most people did not know where Lu Yin's confidence came from. Only those who knew that he understood karma and caught Dan Zhu knew. Lu Yin's confidence came from Dan Zhu. When the insects retreated and began to reproduce, Lu Yin checked Dan Zhu with karma. Karma was the end of reproduction, and the result became the implementation of the current strategy. At this moment, there was another guess as to where the insects stopped because that direction could be seen by Master Grass, who was in the eternal realm, and the reproduction of the insects could be transmitted back to the ninth heaven universe anytime and anywhere. This was to lure the ninth heaven universe to take the initiative to start a war and follow the insects' lead and pull the battlefield away. This was in line with the initial strategy of the insects attacking from 4 directions without advancing quickly. Far away, the 4 insect lords gathered together. How can humans be so patient? He's still not coming out. What's going on? There's a problem. Under normal circumstances, humans wouldn't be able to tolerate it. I might know the reason. What is the reason? The humans in this universe have a unique cultivation method. They can use the cultivation source in their body to fight. Even if they die, it's just a dead cultivation source. Their bodies won't be affected, but there's a range. It's the range of that universe. No wonder, that's why they didn't come out. Is it because they don't want to die? I can't not come out. If I don't come out, I won't be able to display my talent. The battlefield must be expanded. The bigger, the better. The bigger, the more I can display my talent. The humans seem to have seen through us and know that we are luring them out. What if they don't come out? Continue to reproduce. You is right. Continue to reproduce. I know humans better than you all. One person may be able to bear it, but 10 people definitely can't. With so many people, there will definitely be people who can't bear it and cause internal instability. Don't worry, trust me. There's one more thing. The humans don't seem surprised by our existence. Don't worry about it. So what if they understand us? At most, they understand our civilization, but they don't understand the 4 insect lords. The humans rely on the eternal life powerhouses and think that they can control the situation. Let them see that the eternal life can also wither. It's not the first time we've faced the eternal life. In the past, there were 7 insect lords. 3 of them were killed by the eternal life. This time, once we face the eternal life, we don't know how many of us will die. What are you afraid of? Even the eternal life can't kill you. Not bad, you run too fast. What about Avicii? Even the eternal life can't kill it. Its control of time is too terrifying. Hey, Avicii, why haven't you spoken? After a pause, a dry and low voice came out. I'm in trouble. You can also run into trouble. I've lost. The starry sky was silent. After a while, a voice came out. You've lost. Impossible. Didn't you lose on purpose? Luring the humans out. You are one of the most bizarre life forms in the Avicii era. Although I only jumped to the 9th grid, I still lost. I have a premonition that the human didn't use his full strength. I should be in trouble. That human can actually cause you trouble. He's also proficient in the power of time. That's right. Then leave it to me. He's very strong. You're not suitable. You're saying that he can surpass me in terms of strength. I don't know about that, but if you combine strength with time, you might not be able to kill him. Interesting. Leave it to me. No, I still want to fight him again. I'll use 12 grids to kill him. I believe in you. Unless you're in eternal life, no creature can escape from your control. If he can block your 12 grids, leave him to me. I'll use my speed to drag him to death. Believe in Avicii. If you're not in eternal life, you'll definitely die if you encounter it. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. The number of worms reproduced nearly 10 times more than when they first appeared. This was an extremely exaggerated number, so exaggerated that countless people could no longer sit still. More and more people reported this to their superiors. Many even targeted Lu Yin, saying that this was his scheme. Lu Yin wanted to cause the 9th heaven universe and the worm nest civilization to both suffer losses so that the Tian Yuan universe could replace the 9th heaven universe. Many people agreed with this statement, and Lu Yin became the target of public criticism. Lu Yin stood at the edge of the startling sparrow arena and looked down. He had expected this moment and had been looking for it. He wanted to see who was causing trouble for him. His current strategy was the result of a discussion between him, the startling Gate Shangyu, and the Grass Master. Outsiders did not know what he had said, but some people had listed him as a point of contradiction. They were clearly targeting him. Lu Yin had anticipated that someone would target him, so he had been keeping an eye on them. The person targeting him was likely related to the Eternal. This seemed to be a method of the Eternal. Unfortunately, the other party had hidden too well. Criticism of him appeared overnight, and he could not find the person leading it. Soon after, arguments against the Grass Master also appeared. Some people said that the Grass Master was helping Lu Yin plot against the Ninth Heaven universe. The spiritualized universe and the Tian Yuan universe had joined forces to replace the Ninth Heaven universe. The evidence was that the spiritualized universe had sent people to the Tian Yuan universe to provide support. The two universes were plotting something. The Grass Master was Lu Yin's accomplice, and Lu Yin could also be seen as Grass Master's accomplice. The arguments became more and more intense. There were people reporting to the startling Sparrow Arena every day. Qing Yun was also annoyed, and people kept asking her to make a decision. As a result, Qing Yun had no choice but to hide in the startling Sparrow Arena. Are we really going to watch the worms reproduce? Qing Yun asked. Lu Yin said, "What do you think?" Qing Yun was silent. Lu Yin looked at her and smiled. Those people's analysis is not wrong. No matter how you look at it, the worm nest civilization and the Ninth Heaven universe will suffer losses. The ones who benefit are me and the spiritualized universe. Qing Yun and Lu Yin looked at each other. What do you think? Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and sighed. I'm tied up now. Qing Yun blinked. What do you mean? Lu Yin said, the people who are plotting against me know that I won't care about one thing and will do what I should do. No matter what kind of pressure there is from the outside world, that person also knows that the startling gate can withstand this pressure. The final result will be as we discussed, so they are acting without restraint. Their goal is not to destroy the war between the Ninth Heaven universe and the worm nest civilization, but to ruin my reputation. Do you know who is targeting you? An old friend. But it's useless. As long as the war is won, it will prove that you are right. Your reputation will not be ruined. Lu Yin smiled. But maybe I will be disappointed in the Ninth Heaven universe. 1,000-mile dike can collapse because of an ant's nest. That person only wants an ant's nest. They are not greedy. Qing Yun looked at Lu Yin deeply. Will you? Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know. Qing Yun did not know what to say. Since she had asked, it meant that she did not completely trust Lu Yin. This included those who were familiar with Lu Yin. Did they really trust Lu Yin completely? After all, Lu Yin came from the Tianyuan universe. He had his own plans, and one of them was Master Grass. Lu Yin did not know if the one who was plotting against him was Eternity alone or if Eternity and Master Grass had joined forces. Trust was a very fragile thing. What he cared about the most was the startling Gate Shangyu. If the startling Gate Shangyu did not trust him, what would his attitude towards the Ninth Heaven universe be? Luo Chan, the spirit seed, the startling gate, and so on. A series of factors had forced the battlefield to be compressed inside and outside the night pillar. However, the worms were reproducing too quickly. Even Lu Yin had not expected it to be so fast. They were still reproducing. When the threat reached a certain level, any strategic planning or trust would be shattered. It all depended on how far the startling Gate Shangyu could take it. Fortunately, they were also working during this period. The humans were anxious, and the worms were definitely anxious. The faster they reproduced, the more anxious they were. This was because they wanted to create a greater threat. The reason was that they themselves felt a greater threat. The humans are actually still sitting still. Should we attack? There is not much meaning in reproducing like this. On the other hand, the humans are constantly producing experts. Their cultivation method seems to be easy to increase their combat power. Yes, I saw a few weak humans who had fought before suddenly change. They became very strong. Their aura is similar to ours. Something is wrong. Endure. If the humans can endure it, we have to endure it even more. How can we endure it? If we don't come into contact with the universe's creatures, the worms that are born are too weak. The increase in combat power is too slow. It has been 2 years, and not a single Qing Xian has been born. We really can't produce an outstanding Qing Xian. Let's wait a little longer. Dan Xiao, what do you think? Wait. The humans can't sit still. Wait for them to fall apart. I hope you're right. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3966. As time passed, the scale of the sea of insects continued to expand, and Zhuxiao Universe actually had a crusade against Luyin. More and more people believed that Luyin was deliberately giving the insects time to reproduce so that they could pose a greater threat to Zhuxiao Universe. Even the leaders of the major forces and even Alarmed Gate could not suppress such voices. You surprised me, Master Lu, Master Qingchao said. Luyin said calmly, you surprised me too. Oh. What do you mean? Master Qingchao was puzzled. Luyin looked back at him and said, I thought you were not worried at all. Master Qingchao smiled faintly. Why do you think I'm worried? Feeling. Are you worried or not? Master Qingchao looked at Luyin deeply and nodded. A little. Because of the spiritualized universe? Because of the human race? Luyin narrowed his eyes and did not refute. He waited for Master Qingchao to speak. Master Qingchao said in a deep voice, if Zhuxiao Universe can't stop the Hive civilization, Tianyuan Universe can't either. In this case, let alone spiritualized universe replacing Zhuxiao, whether or not the human race can exist is still a problem. Luyin smiled. So what you want is a complete and winnable game of chess. Master Qingchao nodded. A game of chess that has been overturned is useless. Luyin looked to the east. What you know is as much as what Alarmed Gate and I know. Why do you still have such doubts? If Alarmed Gate and I can sit still, you should be able to sit still. He pointed below. His meaning was self-evident. Many people in Zhuxiao Universe were denouncing him, but he could sit still. Master Qingchao did not know what to say and remained silent. Luyin looked at him again. How much you gain is proportional to how much you know. Do you know more than us? No matter how many people were denouncing Luyin, Luyin had told Alarmed Gate, Gudwanka, and the leaders of the major forces that the war had to go according to plan. Even if these people could not sit still, they had to restrain themselves. But he did not expect that the first one who could not restrain himself would be Master Qingchao. In Luyin's knowledge, Master Qingchao should be the most restrained. No, he did not even need to restrain himself. The development of the situation should be in his favor, but he was anxious. Luyin didn't want to see the Grass Grandmaster anxious. If he was anxious, it meant that there was a factor that no one knew about. Master Qingchao looked up at Luyin and sighed, some things can only be known by those who have reached the immortal realm. But even then, the information is not universal. Luyin nodded. Master Grass continued, in short, this old man has always been grasping a certain degree. I don't want this degree to be unbalanced. The inheritance of mankind is the cornerstone of this degree. Master Lu, answer this old man. Will the result of this battle be as you expected? Lu Yin thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Master Qing Chao had a complicated expression on his face. Lu Yin wanted to know what degree it was, but the Grass Grandmaster would not tell him. But now, he was sure of one thing. It had to be the continent of the 9 clouds, and there couldn't be too few people in the continent of the 9 clouds, because the insect hive was constantly multiplying. It couldn't threaten the strong cultivators, but it did threaten the human population. What kind of speed required the number of humans? Master Qing Chao suddenly said, if the continent of the 9 clouds loses, or if they win at a great cost, then I invite you to lead the Tian Yuan universe to join forces with my spiritual universe to replace the continent of the 9 clouds. Do you agree? Lu Yin found it funny. Senior, have you forgotten about Qing Lian and the others? Master Grass said solemnly, maybe when that day comes, they will be willing. Lu Yin was puzzled and looked at Master Grass in a daze. Normal people wouldn't say such things, but when one reached the height of the god of defense, many things that were usually incomprehensible would happen. For example, abandoning the continent of the 9 clouds and choosing spiritual and Tian Yuan might happen. This was because the pattern of the god of defense covered the entire human race, not just a certain universe. Was it because of that degree that the god of defense was willing to let spiritual and Tian Yuan replace the continent of the 9 clouds? Lu Yin didn't answer. He wasn't inclined to let Tian Yuan replace the continent of the 9 clouds. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of doing so. Tian Yuan was Tian Yuan. If Tian Yuan was abandoned, he would live and die with Tian Yuan. If the continent of the 9 clouds was abandoned, Tian Yuan could accept people from the continent of the 9 clouds. There was no need to replace, conquer, or plunder. This was because Tian Yuan's cultivation method didn't pay attention to these things. In fact, Lu Yin had been thinking about whether to change Tian Yuan's cultivation method. No matter how he looked at it, the continent of the 9 clouds cultivation method was more suitable for survival in the universe, including the continent of the 9 clouds plundering of the spiritual universe. The universe was cruel to begin with, and it wasn't easy to survive. But even if he wanted to change Tian Yuan's cultivation method, it was easier said than done. Perhaps if he really did reach the eternal realm in the future, he could create his own cultivation method. Master Qing Chao left. He had only come to see Lu Yin's attitude, or perhaps to let Lu Yin see his attitude. Actually, no matter what Master Qing Chao's attitude was, it couldn't change Lu Yin's mind. They didn't take the initiative to implement the strategic plan, but rather, they were completely passive and had no choice. Under such circumstances, there was no need to think about anything because there was no possibility of change. Alarmed Shang Yu probably thought the same, which was why he hadn't urged Lu Yin. Luo Chan's existence couldn't be completely revealed to the continent of the 9 clouds, and the people of the continent of the 9 clouds didn't know that allowing the insects to reproduce was precisely to protect the lives of the cultivators. Only by suppressing the battlefield inside and outside the night pillar would there be a chance for the spirit seed to emerge and fight. However, the insect's reproduction speed had indeed exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. Under the premise that the overall strategy didn't change, they could increase the number of insects. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stared down. He'd found it. Senior, Lone Swan Island in the southern region. A door appeared, and Lu Yin stepped through it and entered the southern region. In front of him was a huge floating island surrounded by the sea. This island was Lone Swan Island, but Lu Yin wasn't looking for Lone Swan Island. Instead, he was looking for a small island not too far away from Lone Swan Island. The owner of this island was the Yen family. The initiator of the denunciation of Lu Yin was the Yen family. In the continent of the 9 clouds, there were people denouncing Lu Yin from all sides, and the initiator was the Yen family. However, the outside world didn't know that the Yen family had pushed out a puppet to speak for them. That puppet was even stronger than the Yen family, so no one thought that the Yen family was behind the puppet. In reality, the Yen family was also a puppet that had been pushed out, and Lu Yin wanted to find out who was behind the Yen family. On the island, the Yen family was just as usual. Although they were only a small family, they still had some ability in the world of cultivation. After all, most of the cultivators in the world of cultivation were independent cultivators. This was especially true in this part of the sea, where the Yen family was backed by Lone Swan Island and lived very comfortably. However, on this day, an important person that the Yen family had never imagined would arrive, and the entire family trembled in fear. The Yen family had a total of 158,000 cultivators, and most of them were ordinary cultivators. Only a few had reached the progenitor realm, and they weren't young anymore. The head of the Yen family, Yen Chong, was a cultivator at the level of sequence laws, and he wasn't young. With the support of his descendants, he trembled as he bowed to Lu Yin. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." "Greetings, Mr. Lu." "Greetings." More than 100,000 cultivators from the Yen family paid their respects to Lu Yin, and many stole glances at him. Some of them had seen images of Lu Yin's words before, but this was the first time they had seen him in person. During this time, people from all over the continent of the Nine Clouds were denouncing Lu Yin, and some members of the Yen family had joined in as well. This made them nervous, and they wondered if Lu Yin had deliberately come to settle accounts with the Yen family. The Yen family's words carried little weight, and they were just following the trend. They couldn't play a decisive role, so why would he want to find the Yen family? Lu Yin threw out a karmic spiral at Yen Chong. Yen Chong didn't notice it at all, and the karmic spiral pierced through him. The other members of the Yen family were also pierced by the spiral, and their karmic threads kept colliding. In the distance, above the sea, a few figures arrived. It was Zhang Hongyun from the Lonely Swan Island. When Zhang Hongyun heard that Lu Yin had arrived, he hurried over. Lu Yin calmly waited for the karmic threads to collide, and at the same time, he watched Yen Chong's past. "Greetings, Mr. Lu. I am Zhang Hongyun." Lu Yin turned to look at Zhang Hongyun. "Seal off the news of my arrival." "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. When I heard that you had arrived, I immediately sealed off the news. Aside from the Yen family and some people from the Lonely Swan Island, no one else knows that you have come to the southern region," Zhang Hongyun said respectfully. Lu Yin nodded and drew in the void, drawing a man. "Who is this, and where is he?" Zhang Hongyun stared at the man, trying to identify him. Yen Chong's face went pale, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How did he know? How could this be? How could this be? Could the rumors be true? Had this person really comprehended karma and was Qinglian Shangyu's disciple? It was over. The Yen family was finished. Lord He. Yes, it's Lord He. Lu Yin's eyes moved. Lord He. Zhang Hongyun replied, "Mr. Lu, this person is called Lord He. He is a powerhouse in the southern region. At his peak, even people from the Lonely Swan Island had to be polite to him. His seniority is higher than mine, so I used to call him Lord He. However, this person has been missing for a long time. Why are you looking for him?" Lu Yin looked at Yen Chong. This person also did not know where Lord He was. Otherwise, the karmic threads just now would have revealed it. Zhang Hongyun did not know, and neither did Yen Chong. This person had hidden it well. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's consciousness suddenly spread out, instantly sweeping across the sea and spreading out. In an instant, Zhang Hongyun, the Yen family, and the people from the surrounding islands felt as if the sky was collapsing. Lu Yin had wanted to search secretly to prevent any accidents, but the clues had been cut off, so he could only do this. Soon, he found Lord Hay, and his figure disappeared. On the other side of the lonely Swan Island, deep in the sea, a pair of scarlet eyes opened. This person was Lord Hay. Lu Yin's consciousness bombarded Lord Hay's head, and he immediately fainted. The next moment, Lu Yin arrived. But the moment Lu Yin arrived, Lord Hay's body melted, and a deep scarlet power surged out of his body, swallowing him up like magma. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. This was happening again. The first time he had seen it was in the western regions. The first time he had encountered Wang Ming, that person had died just like that. Then it was Jie Zun, and now it was Lord Hay again. As expected, it was Wang Ming. Then, was it eternal, or was it the original Wang Ming? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3967. Lu Yin exhaled and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was back at the Yen family. Zhang Hongyun hurried forward when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Yen family. Strip the Yen family of their right to cultivate and hand over all their spirit seeds to the front line. Zhang Hongyun bowed respectfully. Yes. When the cultivators of the Yen family heard Lu Yin's decision, their heads buzzed. Some turned pale, some fainted, and some yelled, "Lu Yin, who do you think you are? What right do you have to strip us of our right to cultivate? You're from the Tian Yuan universe. You don't belong to Zhou. Lu Yin, you're helping the Tian Yuan universe to harm the Zhou universe. What right do you have to do this?" Zhang Hongyun's eyes were sharp. His aura swept across and suppressed all the members of the Yen family. Shut up. Lu Yin looked at the members of the Yen family. Ask your leader who told him to denounce me. It's Wang Fu. The members of the Yen family were confused. Zhang Hongyun's body shook. Wang Fu. It doesn't matter if you don't understand Wang Fu. I don't need to explain it to you. Either hand over your spirit seeds or go to the front line yourselves. This is the price you have to pay. Then Lu Yin looked at Yen Chong. As for you, do you know what to do? Yen Chong closed his eyes and knelt down slowly. I don't deserve to die, but the members of the Yen family don't know Wang Fu. Please give them a chance to go to the front line. If they can survive, then so be it. Lu Yin laughed after saying that. He didn't care how the Yen family denounced him. The result of the war was clear. Besides, the decisive figures of the Zhou universe knew the situation. He didn't exterminate the Yen family because he didn't need them. The members of the Yen family didn't deserve to die for following the trend. Perhaps, Lu Yin stepped onto the frightening Sparrow Terrace and looked back at the southern region. He felt pity for himself. Jumping out of hatred, pity came. Pity for whom? Not the Yen family, but people. On the frightening Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Shangyu appeared. Done. We found a small fish. Unfortunately, we didn't catch a bigger fish. Shangyu of the alarmed gate said, if it was that easy to deal with Wang Li, we old fellows would have been able to find it. Lu Yin wasn't disappointed. He couldn't even find a few immortal realm cultivators, so he wouldn't be able to find them easily. I've been waiting for years. On the one hand, I've been waiting for Qinglian Shangyu and the others to return. On the other hand, I've been waiting for Wang Da to appear. It seems like I've failed. Jingmen Shangyu said, it can't be considered a failure. There aren't many small fishes in Wangfu. Killing one counts. The problem now is that the sea of insects is getting bigger and bigger. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The insects are reproducing faster than I thought. In a few more years, perhaps even you won't be able to sit still. Jingmin Shangyu did not deny it. Since that's the case, let's add some variables and force them to initiate the battle. What do you want to do? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Kill an insect master. Ever since Lu Yin had decided to kill the insect lord, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the alarmed guard had relaxed. Even though he was an eternal realm powerhouse and could decide everything in the ninth firmament universe with a single word, he still felt pressured. It was not that he did not trust Lu Yin, but the war could not be decided by one's will. Once there was a deviation, the relationship between Lu Yin and the ninth firmament universe, as well as the war between the ninth firmament universe and the hive civilization, would go in an unpredictable direction. No one could control the battlefield, not even an eternal realm powerhouse. If they could kill an insect lord, the pressure on the ninth firmament universe would be much less. But which one should they kill? They had some understanding of the four insect lords. Lu Yin had personally tested the time of Avicii. It had to be said that it was very tricky, and there had to be some hidden abilities. Wang Fu had been bombarded crazily by Lone Duanca, Death Hill, and the other powerhouses. Even though they had lost the third night pillar, it was obvious that it was fake. Even Master Grass found it tricky. As for Luo Chan, she could not be found at all. Only Dan Shao, who was born in the third stronghold, had the Lost Clan card, and also had combat skills. No matter how one looked at it, she was similar to a cultivator. She should be the easiest one to kill. The one who had fought with Dan Shao was the eighth night pillar, and its leader was the eldest disciple of the Blood Tower, Shuolo. He was also known as Shuolo, and he was extremely strong. He was close to being invincible under the Eternal Realm. This person should have probed most of Dan Zhao's strength. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Dan Shao was the most suitable target. A few days later, someone stepped onto the startling Sparrow Terrace. It was Dan Hong's god of defense. She had come for no other reason than Lu Yin's invitation to participate in the operation to kill the insect lords. In order to kill the insect lords, they had to be fully prepared. The insect lords were extremely strong, and none of them were easy to kill. Even Lu Yin was not completely confident that he could kill them, especially when there was the time of Avicii. Luo Chan was a strange life form, and it might even have an eternal realm substance or even vitality. It would not be easy for Lu Yin to kill one of them. Thus, he decided to invite a few people to participate. He did not expect them to kill the insect lords, but at least they could provide him with a battlefield that would not be disturbed. Even if they could isolate Luo Chan from the outside world, that would be good. Luo Chan could teleport and even divert the sea of insect lords. It relied on its aura, and if he could create an absolute darkness that blocked all auras, he should be able to block Luo Chan's reinforcements. This was the reason why Dan Hong and the others had joined the operation. Dan Hong walked to Lu Yin's side and asked, "Are you confident?" She knew that the four insect lords were very strong, otherwise, they would not have been so passive. Lu Yin said, "As long as I have the chance to fight alone, I should be able to kill one of them." "Which one?" Dan Shao. Dan Hong thought about it. She might be the most suitable. Humans are really underestimated. Lu Yin looked at her in surprise. Dan Hong said, "If we had to choose an insect lord, we would all choose Dan Shao, a human who is not human, right?" Lu Yin looked away. She was right. Of the four insect lords, he would definitely choose the easiest one to kill. Why did he think of Dan Shao first? Was it because she was the closest to humans, and humans were the weakest? For a moment, Lu Yin was conflicted. Should he choose Dan Shao? At first glance, Dan Shao might seem the weakest, but she was the closest to humans. What were humans good at? Hiding. They might seem weak, but they were also very strong. She might very well be a human. If he understood humans so well, why would he choose one? Lu Yin fell silent. Not long after, another person arrived. This one reeked of alcohol and was very sober. I didn't expect you to really come, Lu Yin said. He had only invited Qing Xing to test the waters. If Qing Xing hadn't participated in the battle to suppress Thorny Thorn, he wouldn't have even invited him. No matter how he looked at it, Qing Xing didn't seem to care anymore. Qing Xing took a sip of wine. Master's greatest wish was for humans to be safe. Even I feel disgusted looking at these bugs. Lu Yin nodded and didn't say anything else. Qing Xing didn't ask anything else. He wasn't interested in which insect lord to kill, he just wanted to act. Dan Hong stood to the side and waited calmly. Lu Yin had invited a total of 3 people. 2 had arrived, but he didn't know if the last one would show up. He invited this person out of curiosity, but these 2 were enough. Still, it would be best if this person came from Earth. Just as he was thinking, someone stepped onto the platform. Lu Yin looked over and was shocked. Was this the Great Master? The 3rd person he invited was the Master of Death Hill, the Great Master. He had always been curious about the Great Master. This person controlled Death Hill and was in existence second only to the High Defense God. Even the Low Defense God didn't dare to be impudent in front of the Great Master. The Great Master's actions were even more special. Death Hill specifically took in those who bore deep grudges, which made people curious about the Great Master's personality. Lu Yin had spoken with the Great Master at Pyrolite Mountain, which had made him feel that the Great Master was a calm and wise person. However, when Li Guo had contacted the Great Master's reaction had been very erratic. This had made Lu Yin very curious about the Great Master. Now that he had seen her in person, his curiosity was satisfied, but it was quickly followed by astonishment. This was the Great Master. The woman who appeared in front of him was dressed in gauze and a straw raincoat. She looked like a fisherman, and although her face was delicate, she gave off an honest and even wooden feeling. Her white waist and long legs were exposed as she walked towards Lu Yin step by step. She even had a paddle on her back. Lu Yin stared blankly. This was the Great Master. Was she really not a fisherman? No, fishermen didn't dress like that. It was as if, he couldn't describe it. Qing Xing and Dan Hong weren't surprised, as they had both seen the Great Master before. After all, one was a disciple of Mi Jin, while the other was a god of defense. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing her, and he was truly shocked. This was far from the Great Master that he had imagined. Hit who? The Great Master asked directly. She looked at Lu Yin with a wooden expression, and her voice was crisp and clear. It was completely different from Huaixi's altered voice. Lu Yin coughed. Great Master. Yes. Oh. Surprised. A little. Don't judge a book by its cover, which is why I don't like to show my face. You people all like to judge a book by its cover. The Great Master raised her brows and stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless. Even if one didn't judge a book by its cover, the contrast was too great. This isn't the first time we've met, the Great Master said. Lu Yin nodded. I met you at Pyrolite Mountain. We met in Yehai as well. Lu Yin was stunned and then blurted out, You're one of the 7 fairies. The Great Master grunted. I'm the eldest sister. This time, it wasn't just Lu Yin, even Qing Xing and Dan Hong were surprised. You're one of the 7 fairies. But you've been around for a long time. Why are you with the 7 fairies? Qing Xing was confused. Dan Hong was also astonished and stared at the Great Master. The Great Master rolled her eyes. That's why I'm the eldest sister. They were speechless. Was that what she meant? The great master grew impatient. All right, we're not young anymore. What's there to be surprised about? Lu Yin was speechless. The great master looked at Lu Yin. Hit who? I haven't thought about it yet. Time of Avicii, the great master said. Why? Lu Yin didn't understand. No matter how he looked at it, the time of Avicii was not suitable. Even Pyrolite Mountain was more suitable than the time of Avicii because the time of Avicii's control over the Tao of time was too strange. Lu Yin wasn't even confident that he could escape. The great master was confident. In terms of the Tao of time, this time of Avicii might not be much better than me. You seem to be quite skilled in the Tao of time as well. Let's work together and get rid of him first. Otherwise, he'll be a disaster. Whoever touches him will be unlucky. If we're going to fight, we'll fight the strongest. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3968. Lu Yin thought about it. I've fought with Avicii before, but to be honest, I couldn't see through her. Even though I had the upper hand, I was always on the defensive. I'm very proactive. She pointed at the oars on her back. If I want to hit someone, they won't be able to escape. Ask them. Lu Yin subconsciously looked at Qing Xing and Dan Hong. Qing Xing smiled bitterly. Trust her. She's known as someone who can't be hit and can definitely be hit. What do you mean? Lu Yin was puzzled. Can't be hit. He had encountered a few such people before, such as Night King Jinwu who could transfer damage, First Encounter, and Qian Shu from the Spring and Autumn Scroll. All of them claimed that they could not be hit, but they had all been beaten up badly by Lu Yin. He seemed to have great control over such people. There was no creature in the universe that could absolutely not be hit, and Eternal Realm cultivators were no exception. What did she mean by, can definitely be hit? Literally. You'll know when I attack. The great mistress looked weak, but she was more valiant than anyone else. Her face was a little stiff, but her eyes were filled with battle intent. Lu Yin had not decided on who to kill, but since she was leaning towards killing Avicii and seemed confident, then he would kill Avicii. Behind him, a door that connected heaven and earth opened, and the startling guardian walked out. He did not say anything, but he waved his hand and released something. Lu Yin was astonished. Eternal substance. Not everyone could see the immortal substance. In the past, he had to rely on the crazy and manic feeling that the meteorite gave him to see it. However, ever since his battle aura had broken through to the life aura in the mastery realm, he could see it without relying on the crazy and manic feeling. Was this for him? However, Lu Yin was overthinking things. The great mistress walked out and took away a portion of the eternal substance. She could also see it. Right after that, Qing Xing's body surged with qi. It was the chaotic ancient breath technique that originated from the mystifying guardian. Her hand wrapped in qi grabbed at the eternal substance and also took away a portion of it. Next was Dan Hong. She raised her hand, and two objects that looked like pills collided with each other and were destroyed. She then grabbed a portion of the eternal substance as well. Lu Yin was shocked. Everything could be used. When the universe was rebooted, one could see the eternal substance at the intersection of time and space. They could use it to experience the origin and decay of the physical body and search for life force, but that did not mean that they could use it. Either he had his own life force, or he had mastered the eternal combat skill. Otherwise, even if he had the eternal substance, he wouldn't be able to use it. Gu Duanku said that those who had witnessed the rebooting of the universe could not hide the immortal substance. Once they returned to the Nine Clouds universe, the immortal substance had to be handed over. In fact, even if there was the immortal substance, most people could not use it. However, the three in front of him could actually be used. Lu Yin had not expected things to turn out this way. Qing Xing was Mi Jin Xiangyu's disciple, so it was normal for her to master the immortal battle technique. The great master controlled the Death Hill, so she should belong to the Blood Tower's Xiangyu's faction. However, she was the eldest sister of the seven fairies, so it was not impossible for her to master the immortal battle technique. But what about Dan Mu? Other than alchemy, he had never heard of her having any other battle skills. Could it be the alchemy method? You don't want the rest. Then why don't you give it to me? The master glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin unceremoniously collected the rest of the immortal substance. There were at least a few hundred of them, enough for him to grab for a while. The others weren't surprised that Lu Yin could use the immortality substance. They understood each other quite well, and they also had a common understanding of Lu Yin. Lu Yin was the number one person under immortality, and this was something that the great master had never denied. Even though they didn't understand how Lu Yin cultivated. I'll leave this battle to all of you. Jingmen Xiangyu's expression was solemn. If it's really impossible, you can retreat decisively. The great master said, if we can't even kill an insect lord, then it will be really troublesome. Qing Xing threw away the wine bottle. Then we can consider escaping. My master has considered it before anyway. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at him. It's not time yet. The insect nest civilization won't let us escape. Lu Yin sighed. Let's go. The one green lotus flew into the distance. Qing Xing and Dan Mu will be in charge of creating an absolutely unaffected environment. We can't let Seamless escape. Lu Yin and I will be in charge of attacking, the great master said. Qing Xing and Dan Mu didn't refuse. The great master looked at Lu Yin. Tell me about the moves Seamless used against you. Lu Yin spoke slowly, and Qing Xing and Dan Mu's expressions turned serious. Everyone who comprehended time could use it differently. Things like speeding up time or stopping time were the most common, but seamless use of time had opened their eyes. The ninth grid, in particular, could throw someone into another river of time, never to be reincarnated. It sounded terrifying. I haven't figured out what the fifth grid's ability is. At that time, I used karma to injure it, Lu Yin said. Return time, the great master said solemnly. Lu Yin was surprised. Return time. The great master explained, everything you've experienced is time. Once time flows, it will never return. Seamless returned the time you've experienced back to you. This is equivalent to saying that the current you has obtained the time you once had, causing your body to be squeezed. This is a kind of time contradiction. If your body's defense is weaker, you will be squeezed to pieces. Lu Yin understood now. No wonder. Qing Xing was shocked. Time can be played like that. The great master said, there are many ways to play it. There are countless creatures in the universe, and how many humans have comprehended the Tao of time? There are too many in the universe, and every creature has a different grasp of time. It depends on who is better at it. What about you? Qing Xing asked. Lu Yin also looked at the great master. Since she could immediately analyze the fifth grid's ability, it was clear that she surpassed him in the Tao of time. The great master said, I have my own way of playing it. She then looked at Lu Yin. That seamless time definitely has other techniques. I'll be the main attacker, and you cooperate. Okay. It was great that someone was the main attacker. Most of the time, Lu Yin was always at the front, not because he liked it, but because no one could help him. However, things were different now. It was best for the great master to take the lead. There's one more thing. You haven't forgotten the conditions of the 7 fairies, right? Lu Yin nodded. Have you thought of the conditions? The great master met Lu Yin's gaze. I want you to destroy Wang Da. Lu Yin was surprised. He had thought that the great master's condition would be related to the war between the hives, but it was actually related to Wang Da. Wang Da is hidden too deeply, and the threat is too great. I know, and I've been looking for Wang Da. But if it was so easy to deal with, it would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Your conditions are too difficult. It wasn't easy in the past, but now there's one more person. Eternity. No one knows what this person's goal is. He betrayed humanity, Wang Da, and even deathly silence. We don't know much about him, but you should know him well. The great master looked at Lu Yin. That's why I gave you this condition. Whether eternity's existence is a blessing or a curse, it all depends on you. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. You think too highly of me. Eternity is difficult to deal with. He probably thinks the same of you, the great master said, and then fell silent. The endless sea of insects was extremely spectacular, and it was much more than when it had first appeared. It was no wonder that so many people in the Ninefirmament's universe were uneasy. Danmu rushed out and threw out pills. These pills were formed by fusing spacetime. A universe had many parallel spacetimes, and some were large while others were small. Danbai's method used spacetime to cast pills. Although it was called a pill, it was actually a compressed void. The people of the Ninefirmament's universe respected Danbai not only because of his strength, but also because this method of casting pills constantly consumed parallel spacetimes, allowing the Ninefirmament's universe to avoid the fate of being rebooted. Boom! The void was obliterated as the pills frantically destroyed the sea of insects. The sudden battle made the seamless time heave a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the humans couldn't hold back first. Dark green vines spread out from one point and covered the entire sky in an instant, sweeping towards the pills. It was Qing Xian, an unfamiliar Qing Xian. The pills bombarded the vines, and although they constantly shattered, the vines grew at an extremely fast speed and blocked the pills for a while. Behind the sea of insects, the seamless time and Bai were both there. Vines wrapped around them to protect them. All of a sudden, the vines protecting the time of Avicii were torn apart by a single finger. Qi currents surged into the sky, stirring the void. Qing Xing walked out from the chaotic ancient Qi art and tore apart the vines. She was met with the Ho's ruthless charge. The time of Avicii also jumped to the first grid, the timeline. Flowing light flashed, and Lu Yin pushed Qing Xing away. He held Bai's huge body with one hand and pointed at the seamless time with the other. Boom! Bai's body was sent flying, and cracks appeared on its hard shell. It was shocked, not expecting Lu Yin to suddenly appear. Lu Yin's other hand flicked out, and when the power collided with the seamless time, it was constantly worn down. Suddenly, the seamless time avoided its original position, and the karmic wool swept past. Lu Yin raised his brows. It knew how to escape. Just as he was about to attack again, he was stunned. The seamless times appeared above him and slammed down. Behave! Bang! The sound of metal resounded in his ears, and Lu Yin stared blankly into the distance. The seamless time had been hit by the ore. There was an invisible barrier outside the sun and moon alternating cycle that encompassed the sun, moon, and needle. When the ore slammed down, visible black cracks appeared on the barrier. The seamless time's needle jumped to the 5th grid, and Lu Yin, Qing Xing, and the master who had just slammed down were all suppressed by an invisible force. The needle's target wasn't just one person, but everyone. If Dan Ho hadn't been so far away, she would have also been enveloped by the 5th grid. Time reversal. I don't want it, so don't try to force it on me. The master slammed the oar horizontally as if he was rowing a boat. There was no boat or water, but he seemed to be dragging something and throwing it towards the seamless time. In an instant, the pressure on Lu Yin and Qing Xing disappeared. Lu Yin was astonished. The master had actually dragged away the timeline that was supposed to be returned to them. The seamless time continued to retreat, probably not expecting such a thing to happen. The needle jumped to the 9th grid again. This time, it wasn't targeting Lu Yin, but the master. The river of time appeared, and the needle wanted to drag the master into it. Even though Lu Yin gave it pressure, it was visible pressure. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3969. The Overlord was too strange. Not only could she attack it with her physical body, but she could also throw back time. This was beyond the time of Avicii's comprehension. This human's control over time was no less than its own. Lu Yin now understood why the Overlord wanted to attack. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't touch the time of Avicii at all. He would be delayed into nothingness by the time of Avicii. He had only been able to injure the time of Avicii because of the backlash from the river of time and the karmic wheel. In reality, he hadn't been able to injure the time of Avicii with his physical body. However, the Overlord had managed to do it, and she slammed down with a paddle. The river of time appeared, and once someone was dragged into it, they would never be able to reincarnate. This was the river of time that belonged to the time of Avicii. Lu Yin planted roots beneath his feet, so he wouldn't be dragged over. The Overlord was even stranger. She directly charged into the river of time, and under Lu Yin's shocked gaze, a boat appeared beneath her feet. Time. Ferryman. Lu Yin stared blankly at this scene, which was very similar to the ferryman of time. Yes, this was the ferryman of the river of time. The Overlord was definitely the ferryman of a certain river of time. It was no wonder that she didn't fear the power of time. Aside from eternal realm powerhouses, who could be more proficient in the Tao of time than the ferryman of time? Although the time of Avicii was strange, it couldn't surpass the ferryman of time. Qing Xing also understood that the Overlord was the ferryman of the river of time. But which river of time? His master had said that there were several tributaries to the river of time in the universe, and every civilization could be considered a tributary. Human civilization's tributaries should be in the Tianyuan universe, but there was no reason for Lu Yin not to know the ferryman of that tributary. The Nina Firmament's universe's understanding of Lu Yin was growing, and they knew that he had once reversed time in the Tianyuan universe. Without the ferryman of the river of time, how could it have reversed time? The Overlord was definitely not the ferryman of human civilization. An invisible force swept over from behind, and Qing Xing waved a hand, causing the air to collide with the void and push back layer by layer. Now wasn't the time to think about this. The most important thing was to deal with the time of Avicii as soon as possible. Countless insects rushed over from all directions, and the Overlord Seamless continuously retreated. It was truly shocked and had also seen through the Great Master's identity. It could be said that the ferryman of the long river of time was one of the rare existences that didn't fear life forms like it. It hadn't expected that the human civilization actually had one. However, he didn't know to what extent the ferryman of time could use the time domain. Lu Yin, attack! The Great Master shouted fiercely. She stepped out from the great river of time. Seamless, the 9th square didn't affect her at all. She raised the oar and struck down. Lu Yin did not hesitate, and just as he was about to unleash the karmic wheel, he heard the Great Master's voice again. Power! Enough power! Power! Lu Yin was stunned. Physical attacks were completely useless against Seamless, but when he thought about how the Great Master had attacked, he clenched his fist and punched out. If you want power, then I'll give you power. Terrifying power swept across the starry sky, as if a huge monster was attacking Wu Jin. The oars were placed horizontally in front of Lu Yin, and when the force collided with the oars, the great master took advantage of the momentum and swung it up. Lu Yin watched in disbelief as the force was swept up. When Lu Yin faced Seamless, he clenched his right fist and punched out. Sealing heaven sequence particles spread out, and his consciousness reopened the 9 heavens. 9 heavens transformation. This punch was earth-shattering. This fist strike was far more powerful than the previous 2, and it was so powerful that even the Grand Lord was shocked. However, she knew that Lu Yin had done this on purpose to force Seamless to use its trump card. They were not naive enough to think that they could deal with Seamless before it used all its trump cards. The reason was that Luo Chan had yet to make a move. If Seamless really was in danger, the other 3 insect lords would definitely help. Seeing Lu Yin's strength being swung up again, the great master stared fixedly at Seamless. "It's over." She then slammed her hand down. Seamless needle jumped to the 12th square. Thud. Everything fell silent. The heavens froze. The swinging oar, Lu Yin, Qing Xing, who was facing off against Ho, the endless sea of insects, and even Dan Ho, who was halfway through erupting, all froze. Beneath their feet, the river of time appeared. If the river of time that had appeared in the 9th square during Seamless was just a corner, then the river of time that had appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet was a true torrential river, just like the one in the Mirage domain. The Seamless time really dragged down a long river of time. Time froze like fog, like lightning, or like the wind. It gently swept past, but it was incomparably heavy. The weight of history pressed down, making it difficult to breathe. The great master shouted, "It wants to use the river of time to replace the current time and erase everything with an irreversible force." With that, a boat appeared beneath her feet and she rushed towards Lu Yin. "Get on the boat." Before she could finish speaking, the flowing light around Lu Yin also transformed into a boat, and he looked at the great master. The great master blinked. "Time. Space. What do you mean?" "Using space to chase time is to go against the flow of the river of time." The great master looked deeply at Lu Yin. "Your control is really strange." With that, she rushed towards Qing Xing. Lu Yin could withstand the erosion of time, but Qing Xing might not be able to. Dan Ho was slightly better off since she was further away, but she still had to get on the boat. After all, they had all lived for a long time, and they had to avoid being washed to death. No one dared to be careless about time. Seamless stood at the source of the river of time and allowed it to pour down. The mighty force of time could be seen with the naked eye as it constantly washed away everything. Insects turned to ash one by one as their time was swept away and washed away. Using time as water to wash away the universe. Who had ever encountered this before? It would not have been difficult for Lu Yin and the others to retreat, as this river of time could not extend to the entire universe. This was a life-saving measure of Seamless that could force the enemy to leave. However, Lu Yin had the means to go against the flow of time, and the great master was the ferryman of the river of time. Even the 12th square of Seamless was not much of a threat to them. As long as they were not washed away by the river of time, they would not be swept away by time. However, it was not easy for Lu Yin to maintain the flow of time. The faster it washed away, the more pressure he would have to bear. Suddenly, he thought of something. Since this river of time was washing away their time, and their time originally belonged to the Tianyuan universe's river of time, did that mean that once their time was taken away, the river of time would have additional time that was not part of the original river of time? Or could it be that once their time was washed away, they would be integrated? No, if they could integrate, then the 9th square's ability would not exist. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. he would know once he tried. The starry sky in his heart was released as Lu Yin used the sky palace. When he had broken through, the stream of light from the ancestral world had transformed into a small boat that had been able to withstand the flow of time. The reason it had been able to remain stable in the river of time was because the sky palace had not allowed time to pass. However, the sky palace had not been able to withstand the erosion of the river of time. Now, it did not need to withstand the erosion of the river of time. The sky palace was like a fishing net, and the fish were the unmelted time in the river of time. When the starry sky in his heart came into contact with the river of time, Lu Yin's body shook and he almost lost his footing. He hurriedly retracted the starry sky in his heart. The erosion of time did not come from the time of seamless, which was only a catalyst. The true erosion of time came from the river of time. Lu Yin could parallel time, stop it, and even reverse it, but he could not stop the surging momentum of time. Since ancient times, time had been endless. How could he withstand it? Fortunately, he had only been testing the waters, but even so, he had almost fallen. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3970. However, this attempt had some results, and Lu Yin could feel that the boat had absorbed a portion of time. It was fine as long as it was useful. Just now, when the Azure Heaven Palace touched the long river of time, it was almost impossible to stop time. But this long river of time must have absorbed too much time that was not integrated into it, so it could make the flowing light boat absorb time with a casual touch. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart again, and it immediately shrank when it touched the river of time. His body swayed, but he could still withstand it for a moment. The boat absorbed time again. He continued to try, his body swaying from time to time. The Great Master was confused. What was this guy doing? The Great Master pulled Qing Xing and Dan Xiong onto the boat and endured the scouring of the river of time. Around them, the sea of insects was constantly being wiped away. The insects could not withstand the scouring of time, and the sea of insects kept expanding in an attempt to avoid the scouring of the river of time. The time of Avicii was also confused, unable to understand what Lu Yin was doing. The first time it had fought Lu Yin, it had been injured, and the karma and the ninth grid had been powerless. This had made it wary of Lu Yin, and it had become even more wary when it met the Great Master. After all, the Great Master was the ferryman of the river of time and had the ability to resist the time of Avicii. It had set the Great Master as its main target and neglected Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin had refreshed its understanding. Not only did he have a boat that could float in the river of time, but he was also constantly trying to counterattack. Yes, in the time of Avicii's eyes, Lu Yin was trying to counterattack. Otherwise, it would not have understood what Lu Yin was doing. Lu Yin stood on the boat and swayed from time to time, as if he was drunk. He did not do anything else. It was impossible for him to remain motionless as the river of time washed over him, but it should not have swayed so much. Even Qing Xing felt dizzy. They did not notice that the boat under Lu Yin's feet was slowly growing larger, and its depth in the river of time was also increasing. The time of Avicii did not know what to do. No matter what Lu Yin was doing, the 12th grid seemed to be suppressing them, but it would be difficult for it to retreat. Once the river of time disappeared, it would be surrounded. It would be even more difficult to kill Lu Yin or the Great Master. Any one of the four had the strength to fight it, and the Great Master and Lu Yin seemed a little strange. It could not retreat, but it was also difficult to advance. Originally, it thought that the humans could not hold back and could stretch the battle line, giving it an advantage. Now, it realized that there were only 4 humans who made a move, and they were here specifically to kill it. The Great Master and the others weren't much better off. In this river of time that was constantly being washed away, as long as one left the boat, regardless of whether it was their power or their bodies, they would be washed away by time. They would not be able to get close to the Avicii time. In other words, they could not do anything to the Avicii time, and the Avicii time could not do anything to them. Both of them froze just like that. Only when Seamless put away the river of time would they be able to attack each other. Qing Xing pointed out with his finger, and a stream of qi flew towards Seamless time. However, it was useless. Not long after he sent it out, it disappeared. Dan Ho threw out pill techniques, but they were similarly useless. Some fell into the great river of time, unable to produce even the slightest ripple. Some simply disappeared before his eyes, completely gone. Time could kill everything. Even eternal matter was useless. Eternal matter could only strengthen an attack, but it could not withstand time. Only the universe was eternal. Don't waste your energy. This is its river of time. Even I can't do anything about it, the great master said. Qing Xing asked solemnly, there's no way to get close. Time is too fast, and the force of the erosion is too great. Dan Ho did not understand. How does it control the river of time? The great master gripped the oars tightly. No one can truly control the river of time, not even an eternal realm cultivator. The river of time belongs to the universe, and it just grasped a method to find it before us. It can pour it down at a specific angle in time, creating a force of time erosion. It sounds simple, but it's extremely difficult to do. As expected of a strange life form. What do we do now? Dan Ho asked. The great master shook her head. Wait. Wait. Wait for it to let go. As long as the erosion of time stops, we can attack. Otherwise, any attack will be useless. She then looked at Lu Yin and frowned. What was this guy doing? It won't let go. If I'm not wrong, the other 3 insect masters are here as well, Dan Ho said. Of course, the great master knew this. Before the battle had started, they had guessed that since the insectoid nest wanted to hide Luo Chan's ability, it would not have allowed the other 3 insect masters to immediately reinforce it. Otherwise, its ability would have been exposed. Even though they had previously split the sea of insects into 4, which was equivalent to exposing its ability, they had not known that they had already been targeted by Master Grass. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely that they would actively expose Luo Chan's ability. However, things were different now. As long as they were delayed by the erosion of the river of time, the other 3 insect masters would have time to reinforce it. Perhaps this would take a long time, but the time of Avicii's erosion of the river of time would not be short either. Although the 12th segment of the river of time seemed very powerful, it did not affect the time of Avicii at all. It was not as if the river of time itself was being eroded. It was like a lever that moved the river of time. It was very simple to maintain the momentum of the river of time, and it was also easy to stop it. The greatest drawback of this technique was that it could not leave, and the area it covered was too small. If not for this drawback, it would have long since used this technique to bury everything. Now, the great master and the others still had a way out, which was to leave the river of time. She could do it by rowing a boat, but they could not approach the time of Avicii because they were going against the current. As long as they followed the current, they would be able to leave the river of time. However, this would also mean that they would be far away from the time of Avicii. They could leave the time of Avicii at any time, which would mean that they had lost this battle. She had decided to kill the time of Avicii, and she could not accept escaping just like that. Qing Xing and Dan Ho did not want to leave either, but they had no other choice. The great master was also out of options, as the ferryman of the river of time was not the master of the river. The ferryman was just a person who ferried people across the river. Countless ferrymen had died in the river, and the ferryman was no exception. Only Lu Yin knew what exactly he had learned. Karma was no weaker than time, and he was the only one who could break out of this situation. All eyes fell on Lu Yin once more. Lu Yin was still swaying, but he did not do it on purpose. Every time the Jade Sky Palace was washed away by the river of time, he could not control it and would not want to be swayed. This scene was a little provocative to the time of Avicii. It spoke for the first time. "Human, you're mocking me." Lu Yin raised a brow. "You can talk." In the distance, the great master wanted nothing more than to slap Lu Yin to death with a paddle. How could such a life form not be able to communicate? It was just a matter of whether they were willing or not. Of course, Lu Yin knew that the time of Avicii could communicate, but he found it strange that it would take the initiative to do so. In a war between civilizations, there was no surrender, there was only destruction. Humans could not accept the Hive civilization, and the Hive civilization would not want humans either. "What are you doing, human?" Lu Yin swayed again. "Seasick." The great master and the others were speechless. The time of Avicii's voice was emotionless. "You can't kill me." "There will be a way," Lu Yin said. The time of Avicii was silent for a moment. "Are there many powerhouses like you in the human civilization?" Lu Yin laughed. "Are insects so direct when it comes to information?" "What I mean is, do you still have any reinforcements?" "I have 3, and they're on their way. If you don't give up, you'll be surrounded by the 4 insect lords, and you'll only end up dead." "Hey, are you threatening us?" the great master shouted. The time of Avicii did not speak. Lu Yin asked, "Shouldn't you be hoping that we'll be surrounded by the 4 insect lords? Why are you reminding us?" "They're here to support me. The other 3 battlefields lack insect lords. Perhaps you're deliberately luring them out to destroy the other 3 battlefields. If you're abandoned, we'll also lose the other 3 battlefields. It's not worth it." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "That's true." He looked at the great master and the others. The great master and the others also looked at him. The time of Avicii's words were clearly hiding Luo Chan's abilities. Although these insects had some tricks up their sleeves, they were too obvious. The moment they learned of Luo Chan's abilities, the current human strategy was the most disadvantageous to the Hive civilization. The Hive civilization did not care why the humans chose this strategy. They did not consider it and only wanted to expand their own advantages. This seemingly biased strategy had caused both sides to be in a stalemate. Both sides were leading the battle in a strategic direction that was advantageous to them. Even now, when the time of Avicii was in a stalemate with Lu Yin and the others, it was doing its best to hide Luo Chan's abilities and reveal the disadvantageous side of the Hive civilization. It did not wish for Lu Yin and the others to retreat, but rather for them to follow this plan. From what it knew, this was the only way for the humans to win. As for Lu Yin and the others, the humans were very smart and would definitely choose to retreat the moment the 3 insect lords approached. This way, they would not be surrounded by the 4 insect lords and would also be able to shift the positions of the other 3 insect lords and start an all-out battle. The time of Avicii was waiting for the humans to act smart. At that moment, the humans would think that they had lured the insect lords away and would definitely win. They would definitely attack with all their strength, but when that moment arrived, Luo Chan's abilities would be activated, and the humans would suffer a crushing defeat. That attack would be the beginning of the entire human civilization's defeat. So what if there were eternal powerhouses? All the insects were prepared to sacrifice themselves for the immortal master, and the 4 insect lords were no exception. "Humans, are you still not retreating? Do you really want to be surrounded and killed by the 4 insect lords?" At the time of Avicii asked. The great insect lord sneered, "Let them come. This great insect lord will destroy all 4 of you." Lu Yin said, we wanted to get rid of the 4 insect lords anyway. It's even better if they come. The time of Avicii spoke up, humans, you underestimate the strength of the 4 insect lords. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The great insect lord fell silent, as there was no need to say anything else. Unless the humans knew about Luo Chan's abilities, they would lose this battle because they thought they were smart. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 3970, Translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation. Time Scouring is free to read. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3971. How could the humans know about Luo Chan's ability? Lu Yin and the others looked at each other. War was like this, real and fake, fake and real. Lu Yin and the rest had no idea if Seamless was intentionally baiting them or what the insectoid's plan was. Their only source of confidence came from the Gate of Wonder and the 2 eternal realms. No matter what the insectoids planned to do, they would definitely have a way out. If the battle went smoothly, it would be better. If not, they would have to retreat and start all over again. There was nothing worse than watching the sea of insects expand. Unless the Immortal Master descended. If the Immortal Master descended, the great celestial phenomenon of karma would be detected by the alarmed gate. As for the Immortal Master, they could leave it to Master Grass for the time being. Time of Avicii did not speak, and neither did Lu Yin and the others. They faced each other on the river of time. In the distance, Tian, Luo Chan, and Dan Xiao walked out from 3 other directions and headed towards Time of Avicii. They did not hide their tracks and allowed the humans to see them. Their method of support was very strange. They used the toughness of a kind of insect's shell to throw it out like a spring. This method was similar to Night Pillar's expedition to other civilizations in the universe. However, one was man-made, while the other was an inherent characteristic of the insect. The hive had destroyed many foreign civilizations, and many insects had gathered the advantages of the civilizations they had visited before, giving birth to some strange insects. Time of Avicii and Luo Chan were the most strange life forms. Below them was a large group of insects with strange characteristics and talents. They had caused great damage to human cultivators on the battlefield. Master Grass quickly passed the information to Lu Yin and the others. The other 3 insect lords were moving through the universe in this way. Their speed was much faster than their own. They were almost half of 1 leaf green lotus speed. This meant that Dan Xiao and Luo Chan would need at most 1.5 years to reinforce Seamless. Tian was the furthest away, but the insect that had thrown it out was Qing Xian. Its speed was almost as fast as 1 leaf green lotus, so it would take around the same time as Dan Xiao and Luo Chan. 1.5 years. Lu Yin and the others needed to be washed by the river of time for 1.5 years. Time of Avicii also needed to last for 1.5 years. Both sides had their own plans. However, no one expected Lu Yin to have another plan besides these. He wanted to absorb the time of Avicii and strengthen the boat. No one knew this except for Lu Yin himself. A few months later, the master stared blankly at the boat beneath Lu Yin's feet. Had something changed? Lu Yin sensed the great master's gaze, and he looked back to meet her gaze. The great master looked at him and then at the small boat. Things must have changed. Lu Yin smiled and gestured for her to keep quiet. He purposely did not expand the size of the streamer boat in order to not be detected by the seamless period. However, due to the extreme pressure of time, he could hide it from the seamless period, but he could not hide it from the ferryman of time. The great master was all too familiar with the river of time. The flowing light boat's initial draft was definitely not as deep as it was now. This meant that the flowing light boat's weight was increasing. The increase in the pressure of time meant that the time itself was increasing. How did Lu Yin do it? The great master was stunned. There was such a thing. She had never heard of a boat that could become heavier when crossing the river of time. At first, she had assumed that Lu Yin had stolen the boat of some ferryman, but she had later learned that it was actually space itself that was chasing after time, resulting in an extremely heavy pressure on the river of time. How long could such a small boat be? The great master couldn't understand Lu Yin's methods, so he hadn't noticed anything. Just like that, a year passed. The 9 firmaments universe had been waiting, and Grand Master Greengrass had sent back news that the two sides were in a standoff. The river of time had become a spectacular sight. Not everyone had the opportunity to see the river of time, but the seamless period had forcibly retained the river of time for an entire year, washing away the lives of countless insects. It was a complete wonder. Lu Yin and the others could row the boat on the river of time, which was also a wonder. The great master was not surprised that the great master could do it, but it was strange that Lu Yin could do it as well. Why was this brat so strange when it came to the Tao of time? There's still half a year before Luo Chan and the others arrive, Grand Master Greengrass said. He had been wandering the universe all this time to confirm the information. The great master clasped his hands behind his back and remained silent. Under the scouring of the river of time, the great master glanced at the streamer boat beneath Lu Yin's feet from time to time. It was even deeper now. If that thing was fully released, how big would it be? She was very curious. The seamless period finally sensed that something was wrong because Lu Yin was no longer swaying. As the streamer boat absorbed more time, the Azure Sky Palace's resistance to the river of time increased. Lu Yin could completely withstand one impact, so he was no longer swaying. The more Lu Yin did not sway, the more uneasy the seamless period felt. It had felt uneasy less than half a year ago, but it had been waiting for the other 3 insect lords to arrive. Now, that uneasiness had become even more intense, so intense that it instinctively wanted to stop the river of time. It had always felt that Lu Yin had used the river of time to do something. But it could not see clearly. Lu Yin was now just as curious as the great master about the streamer boat. The streamer boat continued to absorb time, and every time its net was cast, it would take quite a bit of time. Clearly, the seamless period had used the river of time to wipe out many foreign civilizations, resulting in too much time that was not integrated into the river of time. It was so much that it was indescribable. The streamer boat gave Lu Yin the feeling that it was steady, very steady, especially steady. The scouring of the river of time almost did not affect it. Lu Yin was even confident that he could bring the streamer boat close to the seamless period, which was something the great master's boat could not do. But he did not do so. Continue absorbing, as there were not many opportunities like this. The seamless period resisted the urge to retract the river of time. The humans would not be able to last much longer. They had eternal powerhouses who were constantly monitoring the movements of the other 3 insect lords. Soon. Another few months passed. There were less than 2 months before the 3 insect lords would arrive. The seamless period stared fixedly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stopped pretending and stood upright on the streamer boat with a relaxed expression. The celestial palace's time under the scouring of the river of time had also increased, causing the rate at which it absorbed time to increase. The seamless period was certain that Lu Yin had done something, but reinforcements were about to arrive, so there was no need to think too much about it. The great master could not help but look at the streamer boat beneath Lu Yin's feet. It was much heavier than her own boat. Was that even still a boat? Qing Xing and the Dan Ho calmly sat on the great master's boat, waiting for the final battle to arrive. Time continued to pass. 2 months passed quickly, and the seamless period was bewildered. They had not retreated, so why hadn't they retreated? Were these humans really going to fight to the death? Luo Chan and Dan Xiao were rapidly approaching, and Hui's strength was enough to cause the heavens to tremble. But Lu Yin and the rest had not retreated. Retreat? Of course not. If Lu Yin and the rest succeeded in surrounding and killing the seamless period, the hive would not allow the seamless period to be killed in order to hide Luo Chan's ability. Then, Hui and the others would instantly appear. Thus, it did not matter whether they arrived or not. What was important was to let them think that their plan had succeeded and infuriate them so that the final battle would begin. It's time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the streamer boat beneath his feet suddenly expanded to 100 times its original size. It lay across the river of time in an exaggerated manner, and under Lu Yin's control, it went against the current and rushed towards the seamless period. The seamless period was stunned. How was this possible? The Great Master, Dan Ho, and Qing Xing were stunned as well. The Great Master's boat was pitiful in comparison. Lu Yin controlled the boat to crash into the seamless period. So what if it went against the current? His boat could withstand it. The seamless period was frightened by Lu Yin's boat and turned to flee. The river of time instantly disappeared. Dan Ho and Qing Xing immediately took action, but they did not attack the seamless period. Instead, they attacked the void. The insect master support had arrived, and what they needed to do was create a battlefield that would not be affected. This would allow Lu Yin and the Great Master to kill the seamless period. This had been their original plan, as it had been to prevent Luo Chan from diverting the location of Hui and the others. Now, they no longer needed to keep an eye on Luo Chan, as Hui and the others were almost here. All that was left was to hold on. Lu Yin threw the karmic wheel at the seamless period. Behind him, the Great Master swung his oar and smashed it down. Lu Yin punched out, but his strength was swept up by the oar and smashed down. There was a thump as the seamless period was smashed down, and the needle jumped from 12 to 1. The timeline was shot out, and its target was Qing Xing. Qing Xing's body was surrounded by energy, and she tapped out with a finger to collide with the timeline. Time was frozen, but it could not stop the chaotic ancient breath technique or the eternal substance. The seamless period shifted the timeline, and everything around it turned gray as it continuously retreated. Hui charged forward and crashed into the Great Master. Lu Yin blocked its front and raised a hand to stop it. It was over. A terrifying force allowed Lu Yin's fingers to penetrate Hui's shell, and it howled in pain as Lu Yin threw it into the hell of the general appointment platform. Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart, and Luo Chan flashed before his eyes. Qing Xing and Dan Hong could not stop Luo Chan, but they could block Dan Xiao. In the distance, Dan Xiao used his third imperial sky art and pushed the third wall towards Qing Xing and Dan Hong. Dan Hong continuously released his pill techniques to attack the third wall. Startling collisions occurred in the starry sky. Careful! Lu Yin shouted. Luo Chan flashed before the Great Master's eyes, and it wanted to smash the Great Master's head. The Great Master had casually smacked Luo Chan away, so she would definitely hit her target. Lu Yin was astonished, as the Great Master's comprehension of the Tao of time was very strange. She had not smacked Luo Chan just now, but rather at a certain period of time. Luo Chan had to be present during that period of time, just like when she had smacked Seamless. Thus, her attack would definitely hit her target. No matter how fast Luo Chan was, it could not be faster than time itself, especially since Lu Yin could not see clearly whether the period of time that the Great Master had smacked was the past or the future. An earth-shattering roar rang out, and the void was pushed apart. Lu Yin looked over and saw Hui appear. Its enormous body occupied the starry sky, and it opened its mouth to roar. The entire universe trembled as it released an indescribable power. Its boundless vitality was like that of an eternal realm powerhouse, and it swept out with its tail. Qing Xing used the eternal substance to attack with her hands, kicks, sweeps, arm thrusts, waist thrusts, back bashes, and the chaotic 6 styles, creating 6 afterimages that merged into one. Her aura soared as she rushed towards Hui alone. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3972. Boom. The astral dome collapsed. Tiandi's massive body was knocked back, and Qing Xing was sent flying into the distance like a meteor, but Dan Ho caught him. A huge force spread through his body, and Dan Ho's arms trembled as he was pushed back. Qing Xing spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. What a perverted constitution. The chaotic 8 styles, the power of Mi Jin's inheritance, an eternal realm battle technique, and the eternal substance had only managed to push Tiandi back. Qing Xing had not expected this. Dan Ho had not expected Tiandi's physique to be so strong. It was simply a monster. The great master looked into the distance. Tiandi's strength was overwhelming. Lone Duanke and the experts from Death's Knoll could not defeat it at all. The insectoid nest's plan was too obvious, but they had their own reasons. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He could not help but want to test Tiandi's strength, but killing Seamless was more important. Behave. The great master slapped down, and Luo Chan was sent flying again, dizzy. However, it was indeed tough and showed no signs of being injured. It was unlike Seamless, which had been cracked by the great master's ore. Every life form had its own advantages and disadvantages. Seamless was strange, and time could make it invincible. However, if one could hit it, its defense would be very weak. Leave this thing to me. You go take care of Seamless, the great master shouted. She just so happened to be Luo Chan's nemesis. The sun and moon of Seamless alternated more frequently, and they were clearly uneasy. Luo Chan had not informed them of the humans' attack. How could the humans not attack the other 3 battlefields? That should not be the case. The humans should be attacking the other 3 battlefields while the 4 insectoid lords were gathered. Could it be that the humans knew of Luo Chan's abilities? Just as he thought of this, Lu Yin's karmic will swept over, and cracks appeared on the sun and moon of Seamless once more. The river of time had already healed the cracks, but now, they cracked again. Do the humans know of Luo Chan's abilities? Possibly. Then get rid of these humans. They won't be able to escape. Seamless, leave the human in front of you to me. I can sense that he's very strong. Forget it, this human must die. Not only is he strong, but he can also travel through time and comprehend the power of karma. This human is too unpredictable. I must kill him. You're finally using it. Ha, let me watch him die. No one can survive that move of yours. At least we didn't come here in vain. End him, Seamless. Lu Yin's consciousness descended, and the worldly lock combined with the eternal substance locked down Avicii. At the same time, Lu Yin's triple firmament sword intent appeared behind him, fusing it with the eternal substance. He had originally thought that this sword would be able to strike the Seamless time, but even if it could be worn down by time, he would still need to lock it in place and use karma to deduce a way to deal with it. However, the heaven and earth lock meshed, and the triple blue sword will meshed. Seamless appeared in front of Lu Yin, less than a meter away. How could this be? Lu Yin looked at the needle that was right in front of him. The first needle hadn't moved, but the sun and moon had formed a second needle. As of this moment, Lu Yin was inside that second needle. He had no idea how he had ended up here. The great master, Qing Xing, and Dan Hong all saw this, but they couldn't understand how Lu Yin had been swallowed by the seamless time. That's right, it was as if Lu Yin had been swallowed by a Vici. In the starry sky, far away, Grand Master Qing Cao's gaze turned cold. Beside him, Jingmen Shangyu's expression turned serious. Did he still have more moves? This seamless time was too strange. How had this life form appeared? She couldn't help but take action. She couldn't allow Lu Yin to be killed. Although she didn't know what this move was, it had only been used now, so it had to be some hidden strength. Could Lu Yin withstand it? Drip, 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 drip. Lu Yin looked at the needle that was right in front of him. It was so close that he could reach out and touch it, and he could clearly see the cracks on it. He was certain that as long as he grabbed it, he would be able to break it. How had he gotten in? Had the seamless time swallowed him? He hadn't sensed it at all. It was as if time had been cut off. On one side of the cut was the scene of him chasing after the seamless time, but on the other side of the cut, he had already entered its body. But what was it trying to do? Lu Yin raised his hand to grab the needle. Drip, drip, drip. His hand passed through the needle, but he didn't grab anything. Lu Yin looked around and saw that he was inside the second needle, which was formed by the sun and moon alternating. He couldn't grab anything either. In the distance, Dan Hong and the others watched in shock. The great advocate was saying something, but Lu Yin couldn't hear anything. He released the starry sky from his heart, and he didn't believe that the seamless time could trap him. Suddenly, the needle in front of him spun faster and faster, forming a circle in the blink of an eye. It was an afterimage formed by the extreme speed. Lu Yin stared at the needle. So fast. It wasn't fixed in any direction. Did such a fast spinning needle mean that time was flowing faster? In the outside world, Dan Hong and the others saw a different scene. When the needle spun quickly, they saw an insect nest. It was a sparkling, translucent, and magnificent insect nest. It was clearly an insect nest, but it gave off an inexplicable sense of beauty, as if it was the most beautiful thing in the world. The insect nest appeared. As the needle spun rapidly, a blurry creature was born. It was blooming with multicolored light. It was so sacred and so noble that even Dan Hong and other experts at the peak of the bitter adversity crossing realm felt ashamed of their inferiority. It was like the noblest life form in the universe, and humans couldn't even look directly at it. As the life form appeared, the needle spun even faster. Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart and released the way of karma. It didn't affect him. He could release any power except for the seamless time, which seemed to be in a different time and space from him. Dan Xiao laughed. This move has killed an eternal life powerhouse. This sentence made Dan Hong and the others' hair stand on end. Master Qing Chao and the alarmed Gate Shangyu were shocked. Killed an eternal life powerhouse. The seamless time didn't cross the bitter disaster life form. Even if it was a strange life form in the universe, it shouldn't be able to cross the distance between heaven and earth to kill an eternal life powerhouse. It didn't use the eternal matter at all, nor did it have any vitality. How did it do it? The alarmed Gate Shangyu couldn't help but take action. He couldn't let Lu Yin be killed. Master Qing Chao stopped him. Wait, with Lu Yin's strength, even if he dies, it's impossible for him to not have any resistance. If this move can really kill an eternal life powerhouse, it's a threat to you and me. Look carefully, maybe this move was originally used to deal with you and me. The alarmed Gate Shangyu's eyes were solemn. Lu Yin can't die. I know. The other party is just a life form crossing the bitter disaster. No matter how strange it is, it's impossible for us to not have time to save him. Wait. Master Qingcao's tone was low. In the starry sky, Lu Yin tried to grab the needle again, but it still went through. He couldn't grab anything. Time was the power of time, but he didn't feel any change in his body. He looked outside and saw Dan Hong and the others looking at him in disbelief. It was as if they were looking at a dead person. Why, did they think he would die? Lu Yin exhaled. Time was really a strange power. The strength he had shown made even Dan Hong and the others not trust him. He looked around and saw Dan Xiao staring at him with a smile. She even made an ending gesture. Did she trust the seamless time that much? Time was very powerful. Perhaps even the great master, the ferryman of the long river of time, couldn't understand this move. This should be a power unique to the seamless time, or a talent. His flowing light was 100 times stronger, but it couldn't interfere with this move. Then, let's see what this move meant first. Time was mysterious, and so was karma. As long as he wanted to, there was no karma that he couldn't find. He had already released his heavenly Tao of karma, but it couldn't do anything to the seamless time. The wheel of karma couldn't touch the seamless time either. Since he couldn't do anything to the seamless time, then he would just have to calculate himself. The seamless time's goal was to kill him, and his own death was the effect. Then, what he needed to calculate was the cause and the reason he would die. Behind Lu Yin, a majestic consciousness was released. It didn't affect the seamless time, but it still heard Lu Yin's voice. Only I am absent, and I will replace it with benefits. Only I can change, and I will replace it. My heart illuminates, and I will not be afraid of selfish desires, and I will be as firm as a boulder. I will not fear myself, and I will illuminate the heavens. Wheel of karma, I will look towards the heavens, and I will see the endless distance of all life, and I will protect the universe's lives and return. Word by word appeared in its ears. Karma entrenched itself in Lu Yin's palm and moved in reverse. It was like a tornado that connected the heavens and the earth as it calculated why it would die. A portion of the heavenly Tao of karma was consumed, and so was his consciousness. With his consciousness as support, Lu Yin didn't believe that he couldn't see through this move. With a whoosh, the heavenly Tao of karma dissipated. Lu Yin looked up, and when he looked at the seamless time again, he couldn't suppress the shock in his eyes. It was actually like this. He hadn't expected such a strange move to exist in the universe. This wasn't a battle technique, nor was it an understanding of time. It was more like a loophole that interfered with the normal operation of the universe. It was a loophole that ignored the laws of heaven and earth. The seamless time created a template and put other creatures into it to compare their lifespans with that template. If the creature that was put into the template lived longer than the original template, then it would be safe and sound. There wouldn't be any changes, and there wouldn't be any injuries. However, if the creature that was put into the template didn't live longer than the original template, then it would die immediately. Similarly, it wouldn't be injured, but it would be erased. And that template was an immortal master. It was no wonder that Dan Sun and the others had looked at him as if he was already dead. How could he possibly compare his lifespan with an immortal master's? Unless he broke through to immortality, then this wasn't a competition of possibility, but reality. The needle in front of him was spinning, and it was spinning the lifespan that the immortal master had lived for. Once the needle's spinning speed slowed down, it meant that the immortal master's lifespan had passed. What remained was a competition of lifespan. As long as one's brain wasn't damaged, they would know that competing with an immortal realm powerhouse was suicide. The words, immortal realm, were enough to explain everything. Even within the immortal realm, there were differences in strength. Lu Yin guessed that even within the immortal realm, the immortal master was definitely not weak. Even the immortal realm monsters that he had encountered before couldn't compare with an immortal master in terms of lifespan, let alone himself. This was the greatest trump card of the seamless time. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.